But here we are, 3 years later, and our outlets, the media outlets, the ones that touch people like my father-in-law, he's sitting there on that couch watching CNN.
Yeah.
Only 3 years later are they even acknowledging that the laptop is real. And while they're doing it, they're not using one word. I mean, not one word about what's on it. Like, how can you cover it for an hour and not talk about what's on it? Why is no one talking about what's on it? Because it'll prove all these things. And my point in all this, people go, oh, it's Hunter. It has nothing to do with Joe. He's not the president. And, oh, well, look what Don Jr. and Ivanka did and this, that, and the other. The point in all of this is if there's no dirty hands here, then the laptop will prove that too.
Welcome to the Furrowed Brow with Jeffrey Kipler.
Oh, hey, how's it going, dude?
It's going, man. It's cool to put a face. It's cool to put a face with.
Okay, I'm actually recording right now, so you know.
All right. Well, then you can't use this piece.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to use any of that.
All right.
But take.
Well, wait a minute. Can you just record the video and then just not post the video?
So all of this intro stuff. So actually, the first thing that I say, and we can go right into this.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
I start recording from the beginning.
Cool.
If we happen to have an interesting conversation before we say go, I use it. Otherwise, I just edit everything out. I'm the only one that does the editing for this stuff. So cool, awesome. It's all me.
I appreciate it. Well, first and foremost, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. I was honored that you asked.
No, it's I'm super glad that you came on. I actually didn't even know that you had done Benjamin's podcast before that.
Really?
I have, I'm only 6-7 episodes into this. I don't have a huge audience anywhere. But my entire thing is I just reach out to people I think are engaging, interesting, and having a nice sized audience doesn't hurt either, right?
Yeah,
as I try to grow my own brand.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you and I don't know each other all that well, but I've always thought it's kind of a funny thing to say, but I get a good read of people even in digital form. And
we'll leave that for me to do my introduction of you because I'm moving in that direction anyway.
But yeah, so I just thought it was cool the way you asked. Like you just came out and asked. I was kind of eager to use my microphone. I've always thought you were a cool guy. And honestly, it was like the honor was mine. I was thrilled that you would want me on your show, that this is your product and you want me as a guest. So I really appreciate it, man.
Cool.
All right, listen, before we get rocking and rolling, because I'm a weird guest to start, I'm going to have a huge bite of this peanut butter toast because I'm starving.
Take a few minutes.
All right, cool.
And if you need a bio break, like if we get going, like I've done this up to 4 hours. I have no time limit tonight.
Awesome. I figured I know you said you like long format, so I figured since we're going long, I'll be a little more chill.
If we just happen to go past 4 hours, whatever, but we'll see what happens, right?
I love it.
I always like, I'm only 7 podcasts in, and it's like the first hour or so, I'm always like, are we gonna get enough time? Is it? And then sometimes it always ends up fine. I watched it. I was just thinking before, doing my pre getting ready work here. I was like, I wonder if I'm ever going to get to the point where like I stop worrying about those things and just let it's just in the flow. Not quite there yet, I don't think, but maybe soon.
Well, the people I know who podcast, people like Benjamin and stuff, when they've talked, quite the opposite. I always hear them talk about almost obsessively planning for the episode. So I don't know. It's a hard job.
I plan for the episodes. I've been doing
wrong way to say it, but yeah.
Well, so I don't like, so
I vape a lot.
Benjamin does an hour and a half, right? Or so an hour and a half, I think, on every one of his. I don't have, I like Benjamin is actually one of my favorite podcasts. I have a much different personality than Benjamin, though. Like I talk a lot more than he does.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. He came out of the dark and asked me, and little did he know I had been a huge fan of his for a long time, like before I was even on Twitter. Now, for the record, I don't do any podcasts at all. Not that I think I'm above him or anything. I'm not sure why. Like I just never sit down and watch full audio stuff. Like even like interesting clips people send me like, hey, watch this. I see it's 13 minutes.
Yeah.
For some reason, I never make it. So anyways, I've seen lots of clips of podcasts, but I had never watched a full episode before I went on Benjamin's show, of anybody's show. Mm-hmm. And like out of the blue, he invited me, and he had no idea how like flatter, I don't know what the right word is, but it was like a true honor that a guy I looked up to so much
Yeah.
would want to share a stage with me. Like he wants to pick my brain when I
Yeah.
wanted to pick his for so long. So yeah, it was really cool. And it was like we had never really chatted much prior to that, but I felt very comfortable with them. I guess in this weird new digital world we live in, like we know each other without knowing each other.
Yeah,
So it's
I
kind of weird.
really do think we get a sense of people through this whole thing. And and it's, I look at it as part of somebody I did a podcast with a while ago kind of used this term and I really enjoyed it. It was the dialogos, where back in the Greek times you had the tradition of having public conversations that other people got to listen to. And this is, Socrates in Athens and the students around them. And the thing about that is it doesn't scale that well, right? Like
true.
And what with modern technology and the internet, it scales really well. And I happen to think that I think there's a lot of value in books, but I don't think that I think that I learn the most efficiently and effectively and in the most enjoyable way by listening to these kind of conversations. And one of the reasons I got into this is because I wanted to participate. I'm like, I think I am somebody who has something to say, and I want to speak to people like yourself, like Benjamin does, who have things to say and facilitate that.
It's a totally different medium. I did that Benjamin thing, and I'm not a super nervous person. I mean, I'm an attorney. I still get, butterflies before I go to a courtroom and stuff.
Sure.
So I was kind of nervous for that, but it was more like a mental, like just the idea that what was being said was recorded for the public. It was sort of butterfly, but that was the first time I'd ever done anything with voice at all. And on top of that, it was the first crossover of Real Me, the name you now know, versus the Twitter name. So it was all kind of like intense. But anyways, the only reason I was setting that all up is I enjoyed the experience so much, and the medium is so different. So I've since done like 3 spaces, and one of them was kind of a big deal. We presented on myocarditis, ended up having Chuck there with fascinating late night chat. But like you were just saying, man, the back and forth, the ability to like spitball the ideas in real time, I love it too. So I'm like all on board now with this voice.
And you just reminded me, I wanted to, with my last guest, I've been meaning to do a follow-up spaces with my guests.
Cool idea.
Right? Like I'm like, why not just have a podcast and then shortly thereafter have a spaces and like,
what is your thought on spaces? Being somebody from the podcast world, and I don't know your industry very well. Again, I've just never really gotten into podcast world. What does spaces mean for your world? Does it affect it at all? What does it mean?
I think spaces are awesome. I mean, I think that there's good ways and bad ways to do them. I think the bad ways that people use spaces is where they try to get everybody as a speaker and everybody's just chiming in, giving their 2 cents. The way that I've seen it work best is where you have a couple people who are your main featured speakers, and maybe you, or like 2 people having a back and forth, or you have like one and like up to like 4 or 5 people, maybe with a quarterback who's sort of like navigating the whole thing. But I really
does
enjoy
it threaten the podcast world at all? Like, could it become so big that it's almost like instantaneous podcasts?
I mean, it could be, it's just voice. I mean, if they added video to it,
that's a good point. You don't have video.
I don't like, I think it's all substitute. I think there's going to be a lot of different things that work, but it all comes down to voice and video, right? Like in the discussion, if they add all of that functionality, it might be the best platform for it.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I've been surprised at how little it's kind of used. Like when I first, like I was saying, I sort of had this mic rush once I bought this cool Shure mic, and I had done that thing with Benjamin. So I was jumping on spaces, kind of almost looking for something to participate. And there's not a lot out there, man. Like you see 1 or 2 that are scheduled later in the week, and I don't know. You see a lot of people on them. I don't mean it that way, but it seems like just people hanging out and ranting and stuff. It doesn't seem like it's being used well.
There's this guy who in the Twitter spaces came out, Mario, his really took off. And I know a couple of people. My first podcast guest was Alexandros Moreno. So you've probably
I saw that, and I love him.
You're familiar with Alex?
Yeah, we don't know each other personally, but I followed him a ton during COVID, and I'm a huge fan.
You guys are COVID.
We are
COVID warriors.
Dude, he's smart as shit. I don't know his background exactly, but I think he's IT data kind of guy, and his brain is like a computer. Yeah, and he just
Exactly.
really understood stuff well and conveyed it well. And it was funny because then towards the end, he sort of became a culture warrior of the
Yeah.
COVID fray because everybody came after him because he was able to present logical stuff. And we were
He's
in an
he's
arena of no logic.
he's a bulldog when it comes to research, and nothing
Exactly.
intimidates him, and he has the horsepower to get it done.
Yeah.
And so he's a very dangerous weapon in that.
Yeah,
I
he
don't
is, man.
I don't have the clear, like, even if I had the horsepower, which I'm not sure that I do, I don't have the attention span to do what he does and like really
Yeah,
go
absolutely.
through it in that kind of detail.
He's in my COVID all-star team for sure, man. I've been a big
For
fan of his for a
sure.
long time, even before he and I started chatting. Yeah, really good dude. Very helpful through this all. One of the strangest things about this, excuse me, this whole time period was I literally got to a point where I trusted anonymous people on Twitter more than I did like every news outlet, every MSN
100%.
outlet, CDC, everything.
100%. And here's how I know Alex, and because you actually follow my wife on Twitter. I'm not sure if you know that.
I haven't exactly figured out who your wife is. I was playing around with that today, trying to poke around and figure out. I got it down to 2 people, and I couldn't figure out which one it was.
So Dr. Jocelyn Pearl, and
Okay.
she did the a sort of online debate that Alex put on. I'm forgetting what they called it or something about like how the efficacy of ivermectin and evaluating the evidence. And yeah, that's how I got pulled in. Like she got pulled in, and how I was introduced to Alexandros, and he just happens to live in Seattle also.
Oh,
Where we
that's
live.
cool. Yeah, her name absolutely rings a bell. It's all kind of
Yeah.
crystallizing.
Yeah,
for
she
me.
was looking. I was like, "Who's your guest tonight?" It's like Theo Jordan, and she's like, "Oh, he follows me."
Small big world,
Yeah,
man. Small,
yeah.
big
We're all swimming in, and here's it's like we're all swimming in the same sort of minor echo chamber,
Sure.
within Twitter, debating this stuff and bringing little different tidbits to the table. So
Absolutely.
she's a geneticist and biotech PhD and whatnot. So she was telling me about mRNA vaccines before COVID even hit, because it's like a research area of hers.
Yeah. You don't have to share it because maybe she doesn't want you to, but could you share with me her batch of kind of positions on COVID? Where did she end up falling?
Oh,
I mean, having the knowledge she did.
I don't know where her mindset is right now. But I think it's similar to mine. We just haven't talked about it in a long time, but it's like the vaccine is good for a small subset of people,
certain people, exactly.
Over 50, over 60, something in there, health issues. There's no reason to do children, like the whole
exactly.
Yeah, it's like, and the vaccine, it seems, she hasn't said this, but the vaccines, in my opinion, it's like they clearly have some sort of like pretty small, negligible, hangups, right? Like it's pretty
absolutely.
rare, but we also don't know the extent of it yet.
We don't know the extent of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the most unfortunate things through this all, and I've tried to write about this a bunch of times, and it just never comes out the right way. But the broken information environment has become like its own toxic snowball. And what I mean by that is if you were just an objective person, you read my Twitter account, I've got to think you would come away thinking I'm very anti-vaccine, or I'm definitely very anti-COVID shot. But ironically, I'm actually not. Tons of people in my life got the shots. And if you did, more power to you. I'm not one of these people who think it's like, putting liquid metal in all your veins, we're all going to die. Bleh. It's like I think you just described it very well. For a certain subset of the demographic, it seems to actually make sense. Yeah. If somebody just thinks it would be better for them, even for like mental reasons, and they want to go get the shot, I encourage them to go do that. Like, cool,
It doesn't seem that bad either.
Right. And the risk profile is very low. I've read the shit out of that. And again, back to the broken information buyer. I spend so much time putting a bullhorn or a microscope on that little risk we do find, because in our information environment, we've been pretending for years like there's no risk. So I feel like it's my obligation to be like, look at this risk, look at this risk. But what's sad about that is, again, the composite of me would be like, oh, he loves to make a big deal of vax injuries, he's very anti-jab. I'm actually not. And if we could have had a honest information environment, I wouldn't even be writing about the damn things. So that frustrates me so much. It's like painted me into a corner I never wanted to be in.
And this is, I think, what you call the Truman Show. It's like,
absolutely.
It's just like, and this is, I've thought the government has been lying to us about who knows what for who knows how long, but it became so obvious that like the lies were so blatant, they were so clear, and they were just so, it was like they're mocking you. It's just like they're
Absolutely.
making fun of you.
Yeah, almost, man. I mean, the AAP thing, the American Academy of Pediatrics, when they put out the mask, the batshit crazy mask thread in the middle of the mask mandate, and it literally was like you said, it was almost a mocking tone. It was like graphical and like talking down to us. And but what it was conveying was that the biggest doctor organization in the world for kids, right? These are like the top experts for our kids, are like, oh, there will be no impact of masking your children all day long. What?
Oh no, and they're still saying that shit.
I know, dude.
It's unbelievable. Like, we all know that kids look at your faces to see like facial expressions and communicate context about language, because a language is it's a multi-sensory thing.
Watch this. Boom. How's the conversation with me now? Right? Completely different. Like, you know, like
I'll tell you, if you wouldn't mind, I'd rather you keep the video on.
Oh no, I am. I just wanted to do a little like,
I'll just throw a block over your face.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Because this is way better for sure. I've done them. Cool. I've done them to a picture of my buddy Ace, and he just had like some sort of cartoon of himself that he puts up because, well, you know, the fatwa gets his life for something he did when he was 30 years ago.
I did it this way with Benjamin too. We could see each other. He just didn't post it. But no, I just turned it off to like paint the picture of what we're talking about there. Like all of a sudden, if you're talking a black square, it's so much less animated as dead. It's so imagine a child who's just learning language. They need that stuff so bad. Yeah,
great illustration there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like everything changes in our dialogue. I get so much when I look at this monitor and see your reactions to my words, your eyes, or your body. I mean, it's just, man, it's sick. There's this one dude who I don't want to mention names, not about call outs, but we like sword fought on Twitter about mass over and over. And, you know, the sad thing is he revealed himself to just be lost in this cloud of sanctimony I talk about all the time, because the science just wasn't on his side on any of these arguments we were jousting on. But one of the things that he was willing to just send all the men on the hill and die over was that masks don't have an impact on children, and that they don't even mind them. He used to always say to me, they're just like another accessory. It's just like another accessory to kids. And what was so maddening about this topic is you don't need studies in science, dude. This is basic common sense. If you wrap children's face in cloth every day, it's going to mess things up. And I don't know if you heard me talking about this, but my wife, be careful how much I reveal, but she works in testing for young children, very young children, 3 to 5 years old. And it's not really just about speech. It's overall, you know, academic testing, but their speech is a huge component. And in fact, at the 3 to 5 range, the speech is something they really focus on because it lets them know sort of where the child is. Mm-hmm. And as COVID was happening and mask mandates were happening, she right away started to tell me that she was noticing it in kids. It was small, but it was like this trickle, and it bothered me. Dude, I wrote a thread like 3 months ago because we were talking and she had come home, and man, it was 100% one day, 80% the next day, all but one the next day. They all have speech issues now, bro. It's no longer the kid with the speech issue. It's like they all have them. And it's heartbreaking because it's obviously because these kids grew up in a world where they've never seen faces. Yeah. Any of them, you know, it's awful.
My sister works in early childhood care, like kindergarten, 4-year-olds or so. And she said the impact on the kids, that like even the kids who weren't at school were impacted because their brothers and sisters who are older were impacted. Like it's very, and you've also got to say in fairness, you know, who knows, do they catch up? Like, it's not like it's going to be regressed forever. Maybe it's hard to, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. Right?
And I think there is some truth to that dude's position that a lot of people, a lot of the children weren't bothered by them to the level the adults were yelling about them all the time. But the reason that argument pisses me off so much is, why is that? It's because children are very subservient and they do what we tell them to do. So like, they just quit bitching about it, but that doesn't like render it better for them.
But you've also got to imagine the personality types of children whose parents, the personality types of the parents of the children who are forcing them to mask, because these things correlate. And in like the personality types of the parent who is going to insist that their kid is masked all the time is a law and order sort of parent, right? They're already about everything.
And
to each your own how you're going to parent, but
Sure.
That's not right for all kids. Like,
yeah.
coming down
I've
from the
held that
school.
line strongly because it's about principles to me and not just winning my side of things.
Yeah.
And I'm huge on parents can raise their kids how they want. So sadly, when
Yeah.
I see these poor kids being tormented by their parents' COVID compulsion, I'm not ranting about it because I want them to be stopped. Like, sadly, they get the right to raise their kids that way, but it breaks my heart, man. Kids are getting wrecked in this, man.
Yeah,
Wrecked
it's
across various fronts, not just speech and stuff. And
absolutely true. All right, TJ, I'm gonna stop you right there for a second,
Yes, sir.
because I have an intro that I wrote up. I'm gonna get it
Awesome.
out.
I kind of wondered. I'm like, did I totally run over this man's how we were
No,
supposed
this
to
is
start? It's
exactly
nice
how
it's
this
out
is. One, I'm not gonna think about time anymore because I know
Awesome.
we're just gonna be fine.
We can just chat. Absolutely. Yeah.
And-
the only thing we got to worry about is running out of gas, but I don't think that'll happen either. I don't know if you
I
noticed,
think
but
we're
I was doing late
gonna
night coffee
I think
just
only
for the
our
cause.
I think our wives are gonna be more upset than anything else. That's
Yeah, I have a
what we're
He-Man
worried
voice,
about.
so she can hear through the two walls that way. So about 12 o'clock, I'll start getting pounds on the wall, but we'll make it work.
Yeah. All right. So Theo TJ Jordan is a prolific tweeter with 23,000 followers, which is how I came to know him. And I'm happy to say we've been mutual before this podcast invite for a long time. We fly among similar folks when hanging out on the Bird app. We probably both hang out on the Bird app a little too much. He writes
Indeed.
he writes a Substack occasionally, a former teacher, successful copy machine salesman, and now a practicing lawyer.
Nice.
Most importantly, he's a husband and father to 4 and 9-year-old girls. Theo comes in hot, but he's good people.
Wow, brilliant, man. That's brilliant. It's creepy to know I have my first file created on me, but I'm very impressed.
Yeah. I've got the I've got your file right here, for lack of a better word.
The copier injection there was
So
huge, man.
I already feel like you're a brother from another mother with me. So Theo, welcome to the Furrowed Brow.
Thanks, man. Like I said, when we first started chatting, I was truly honored that you asked me. I've never been on any podcast but Benjamin's, that one appearance. And it was an honor that you'd want to share your stage and pick my brain. And I'm thrilled to be here. So thanks, Jeffrey.
No,
Jeff or Jeffrey, by the way, what are your friends call you?
Jeffrey. What I'm trying to do the Jeffrey thing because I feel, I'm 44 now, and I got to sound a little bit more like an adult, right? More syllables, take up more space. It's like,
man, so you got a beautiful beard too. The Jeffrey goes with the beard. Well,
the beard, yes.
Yeah. By the way, I told the other attorney who works with me that I was going on your podcast today, and I mentioned the title of it. So we happen to be talking about furrowed brows, which I love your title, by the way. But one of the reasons we were like chatting about it is I've reached a stage in my life. I don't know if it's just age or that I don't know what it is, but I can't not have a furrowed brow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Even when I try to relax, there's like a little line there. It's like I still got a little, I can't not have it. It's great. I figure you sympathize, hence the name.
The weight of the world is
right.
sitting on your mind far too often these days.
Right, it's like those mythical pictures of the guy carrying the rock up the hill, right? He's got the furrowed brow.
Little Sisyphus. Sisyphus. Originally this was the podcast was Proof of Work, but it got confused too much for Bitcoin podcasts. And because Proof of Work, I had a Sisyphus like pushing the boulder up the hill as kind of like my icon originally. But I ditched that after one episode because all these people told me it was hard to find because it wasn't a distinct enough name to look up.
I like it. No, I like your name, and your profile picture is just fantastic. It's like a movie. It's like a movie eyes.
Okay, I'm going to make sure my wife hears that. I don't think she likes it too much.
It was some good compliment.
So here's getting to my list of questions that we can go off on tangents for. But you tweet a lot, and I like all the content of your tweets. But how do you generate so much content? Like, how do you decide what to tweet? How do you source stuff? How do you find the stamina to tweet about the same things again and again and again?
Those are great questions with lots of layers. So start with, I've got a very hyperactive mind. So I had never done social media of any kind until Twitter in November of 2020. I had just stayed away from it, which is really weird because I grew up on computers. I was a computer major. I was like all over computers, but then Facebook, or I guess really MySpace and stuff, whatever, Facebook, they all hit around the time I was in college, graduating college.
Yeah, we're a similar age, I think.
I think we are. Yeah, absolutely. So I'd kind of lived two lives, and, not that I was running away from one life, but like I just sort of had gone to school far away to start over. And I didn't really want to keep a lot of the connections from home right away. Like I truly wanted a fresh start. And at that time, to join those, It was like you would have been immediately connected with everyone. And again, this sounds like weird. Like, what am I, some bitch that didn't want to be friends with my friends? I don't mean it that way. It was like I was truly like doing a reset of my life in some ways. And so I just didn't want to immediately connect back into the home web. But if you join Facebook and your friends from home haven't seen you in a few months or at school, but what's up, man? And you're either like gonna respond or you're a jerk. And then when you go home, they're like, dude, why did you never respond to me on Facebook? So I sort of just made this decision. I wasn't going to get on it. And as the years went by, I just enjoyed life without social media. So I was like one of the last relics of humans that was on none of these platforms. But anyways, the reason I said all that is I was still hyperactive content. I was a message board guy. I was all over message boards on various topics. So I've always had this very hyperactive mind. It thinks all the time. And once I started writing on Twitter, it's like, man, it's really crazy, Jeffrey. It's like, it feels very meant to be. Like I just constantly want to push out content. There's this constant desire to want to do it. But the way I'm able to be so prolific all day long is obviously just, or not obviously, is honestly because I just got my phone in my pocket. And dude, from waking up in the morning and having my coffee and little bits of time here and there, I mean, I'll be 100% honest and tell you, I'll check my phone sometimes when I'm in the bathroom. You know what I mean? So I'm just always on my phone. And like,
of course, what else
a,
are you going to do in the bathroom?
I know. I'm like, most people listen to that, like, yeah, I mean, I do too. But the Twitter platform really blew me away quickly because it's so, how can I describe it? It's like these little bursts of content. You can go and get one quick nibble and leave. You know what I mean? It doesn't take any investment of time, even more so than message boards were. And so it's like, I don't read there's a lot of places I go for information, and those are one of the questions you asked. So I'll talk about that one second. But for the most part, man, it's like the dialogue. What was the word you used earlier? The
dialogos.
The dialogos that's going on in Twitter sort of informs you of everything you need to, like, largely what you need to know. And I've built such an amazing web in my people I follow and the people who post under my replies that I get led in so many interesting directions just by hitting the notification button over and over. So the reason I'm constantly posting is at all these like weird random times where I've got a few seconds or a minute free, I'll look down at my phone, hit that button, and I just run into something fascinating. And like, I can't move on without like, pop, 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 I bang that thing out. So it's become this almost continuous, like pumping out of content. But where I get most of it, bro, to be honest with you, is I'm honestly sacrificing part of myself for this cause. I read in the sewer every day, in the information sewer for all of us, so that I can convey it. I go to CNN, I go to Yahoo, I go to Fox News. Those are my primary three.
Really?
Yeah. So CNN,
you're just going there and finding something to shit on.
Well, no, because I'm not heading out there just to like rage about things. The reason I want to do that is I want to know what is our populace being pummeled with.
Yeah.
What is in everybody's psyche today? Because I'm always about this Truman Show, right? And it's this apparatus that is blasting information at everyone. I've used the term before. The mass media era we're in is now like 24-hour IV in the arm media information.
Yeah.
The story I just told you. Every second I'm taking a crap in my bathroom, I'm hitting that home button, I'm reading. So there's this connection of information blast at you at almost every minute of every day. And I'm convinced there are a lot of Americans who are living in a full world of media presentation that doesn't necessarily match reality anymore.
I just had dinner with some family members who were visiting, and like we were talking a bit about the transgender thing, and I was like, you realize they're doing surgeries on 12-year-old girls, removing their breasts, and it's like major clinics and this and that, and they're like, no, like, you know, like, no, really. And then they believe me, and they're like, you know, and it's like watching them wrap their heads around that they've got to square away their political position with the fact that this is happening.
Yes.
And it's like,
creepy.
Do you think that people should be doing that? It's like, well, it should be up to the family. And I'm like, I blew me away.
Dude, and the problem is that's across, so many topics. Just the other day, I wonder if these stories will now make it back to my real world as I start to tell them. The other day, I was sitting with my father-in-law, who is from the New York area, and he's actually a very sharp man who reads and stuff. So he's no dummy who's like siloed, but he reads from the same sources. It's like the New York newspapers, it's Colbert at night, it's the morning show, it's the same things. But anyways, so he came down to visit, and I had just come home from work, and I'm standing in the kitchen, and he's watching CNN, and it's an Anderson Cooper show, and they're just starting the show, and he intros the show on Hunter Biden's laptop. But the way he intros the show was like, it's real. Like, that they've now confirmed. It must have been the day that like sort of the establishment accepted and announced, yeah, we agree the content was real.
Right.
So
the memo went out.
The memo went out, dude. So he's introducing this segment of, yeah, the contents have been proven and verified, confirmed they're real, and da-da-da. And man, my jaw kind of hit the floor because I've spent so much time listening to that being avoided. So I kind of put down what I was doing and I turned and I started staring at the TV and I'm just watching the piece for a minute. And they had some lady on. I wish I knew who she was, some intelligence expert. I'm sure she worked in the machine at some point. And dude, they're talking about like who's admitting that it's real and the fact that it's real. They kind of glaze over that quickly. And then they go into ways that the Democrats are basically chipping away at it. They're looking at where was the information, like where was the possession chain? Who had it? Where did it come from? Who's had it since? Could the information be manipulated? The digital, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Then they shift over to the congressional hearings. Republicans are going to, turning this into a culture war issue and blah, blah, blah. And they want to blah, blah, blah. And dude, it had been 15 minutes. I'm now standing there watching this and the light bulb went off. They hadn't said one word about what's on the laptop, right? Yeah. So I turned to my father-in-law and I said, now, let me back up and say, we don't talk politics, not because we've had some big blowout, but because we're just in different worlds. And when we talk politics, it doesn't head anywhere positive. And I love the man and he loves me. So we just don't do it. So I was hesitant to even make this comment, but I said to him, I said, it's amazing to hear that story because we heard for so long that that was fake. And I said, but have you noticed there's something missing from the coverage? And he didn't really pick it up. And I said, they haven't mentioned anything that's actually on the laptop. Like what's on the laptop? And he kind of looked at me a little confused. And the last thing I said to him, I said, wouldn't it be our reporter's job to tell us what's on the laptop? Like what's actually the meat and potatoes of the story, not reasons why we shouldn't believe it or the reasons are going to spin it away. And dude, the reason I'm telling you this long story is he looks at me with this almost lost puppy dog look and goes, yeah, you're right. Yeah. And then kind of goes back to the TV staring at it. And I just sort of walked away and it was like, fuck, man. Like it was the same thing you just described. It was the head exploded and he's having to pair that with, well, if I accept that's true and they lied to me, like, are we not the good guys? Yeah. Are we the baddies? Right. The cop thing. Are we the baddies? I mean, it's like, dude. Yeah.
And that's, and I get angry sometimes when like I have these discussions and, I don't always, and it's like, but when I'm calmed down and I remind myself sometimes it's like, look, Jeff, what you're asking everybody to do here is to rewrite their entire worldview based upon the arguments that you're making. And that's damn near impossible.
Damn. Wow. That's powerfully phrased. Kind of sobering to hear you say it that way. Cause you're right. Cause
it is. Right. It is. It's like, you're really asking people to unwind. And in some cases, 30, 40, 50 years of a way of understanding the world that you're suggesting, by the way, that's not true.
Yeah. That's very true. And, you can even boil it down to the more micro level and look at like COVID, somebody who's been bathing in the misinformation, the irony that we were talking to, that we were the disinformation, medical misinformation, mal. It turns out we were right. It's just crazy. But if you've been bathing in that for so much and now you're being asked to sort of snap out of it, it's the old school fortified down on priors, right? That term is priors. He can't give up his priors. Like that's think of the level of priors on COVID. And it's hard for people to walk away from that. And I really struggled with what you just described in the beginning because I was so into this. Like, I don't mean I was better. I just mean I dove into it so hardcore that I really understood the nuts and bolts. I realized how badly we were getting screwed. And when I would see this blind anger and rabid rage from people and Howard Stern, Rex Chapman, all these people talking to us like we're abhorrent filth. And I wanted to rage at people like, you, right? And in the early stages, I had a very difficult time with that because how am I to do that? Why? Let me see if I can phrase this the right way, because I think it's important. Let me put myself in their shoes. And they're being told what I'm saying is false. They're being told a totally different story by their president, Walensky, Fauci, Hotez, ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, CNN, every media outlet, all of our cultural channels, our entertainers, our scientists, our medical institutions, Lancet, everything. So who's telling them the other side, Jeffrey? You on your show, me, a rando on Twitter? So like, it's almost like, how could I expect them to believe anything else, right?
It's in a way, you look at it, it's like, from their perspective, it's like, wow, Theo, that's
you
such
are
amazing
dumbass.
Hubris on your part.
Right.
Look at what you're right. And I get it. And it, like, from my perspective, on the other hand, it's like, I will not disbelieve my own eyes. I will not tell you that the sky is purple when I see that it's blue.
Yes, and let's drill down on this for a minute, because I think it's an important conversation. So the weapons that I had to use in this battle, because it became a battle. It wasn't just a discussion. This was a fucking battle. So the weapons I had to use in this battle, an account that I love, El Gato Malo. Do you know El Gato Malo, Bad Cat?
I think it sounds familiar.
All right, so I don't know him personally. I'm not sure you and I have ever interacted, but
Yeah.
he was early in this battle, really helping push out information. More importantly, was able to decipher complex stuff and distill it down and explain it to people very well. So I followed him. He was awesome. He got zapped early on, man, like completely zapped, silenced, even before Malone and stuff a long time ago. He went to Substack and continued writing and continued being very helpful for the battle. But anyways, the reason I'm talking about him so much is he was a true expert to me at times during COVID, very much like I'm going to butcher his name, Eugipius was, like Alexandros was. They were relaying critical information. Berenson, even though he relayed some bad stuff at times, he relayed some absolutely critical things.
For sure.
But anyways, so back to where we're engaging on this front, and somebody's hearing the one side of the story from all those channels I just described, which is like it's the whole expert class apparatus, right? Now I'm coming at them with, there's two aspects of this. I'm coming at him with a very logical argument. Let's get to that. But the argument is gift wrapped as, hey, dude, you need to read this thing from El Gato Malo, the Bad Cat. Hey, you need to read Bad Cat's paper. I can't really blame someone for being like, dude, you need
Dr. Roller Gator.
It's correct. Gator, another great example. Like, hey, man, you need to read this piece from Roller Gator. And like I'm telling them to defy what the CDC is telling them, the FDA, everything, our president, for who? Roller Gator and Bad Cat. It makes no sense. So it made us look like freaking idiots. Yeah. Right? Painted us into that corner. The irony being the truth, the logic, the science, lowercase, not capitalized, was with Roller Gator and Gato Malo and those people, you know? It's really crazy. You could write a good sci-fi movie about it. Sci-fi book.
I remember at the very beginning of the whole pandemic and stuff, I got fooled by the Chinese people falling over.
I did too.
I thought the bubonic plague that traveled by air was coming over. And, you know, I was wearing masks and gloves and spraying everything down.
Oh, you went hardcore. You thought it was going plague.
I was, and to me, it was the precautionary principle. It was like, I don't know what's coming. This looks like it could be bad. You know, I got duped. And you know,
I mean, we all were to some extent. I locked down, even though it was brutal. I didn't like bitch about that. Like, I realized it's what we had to do. We were closed for what, 2, 3, 4 weeks, something like that. I wore masks the first year. I remember there was like a whole year of heavy masking. I wasn't one of the people who bitched about it, made a big deal about it in stores. No, I put the mask on. It was kind of what we did. You know what I mean? So I'm with you. I don't think it was unreasonable at all to panic, especially now that we realized they were running fake Chinese videos of people dropping dead, Jeffrey.
Oh yeah,
right?
Yeah.
I mean,
the psyop got me.
Sure, dude. They showed people getting welded in their house. I mean, I think the psyop was supposed to get us. I mean,
you know, and because it was very interesting for me with having my wife, who's, you know, an expert and this sort of stuff, and like can actually read the primary research and so on and so forth. And like, but I've got my, you know, I've just got my, you know, they sound like a bunch of lying son of a bitches, right? Like, and I just got my knee-jerk reaction to that. And she's like, well, the data looks good. I think the vaccine's going to be, you know, should work. And, you know, it was somewhere in the middle. It was, the vaccine didn't work as well as they thought.
I remember when they were talking about that coming out, and going back to that point of me being painted in this corner, this like vaccine hater. My neighbors are both medical people, young people. We're good friends with them. They were tight. In fact, we did the 2 houses squared ourselves off for the quarantine period. Like, we let our kids see each other and we hung out, but nobody else. But anyways, they both work in hospitals around here. Like, I don't know exactly what they do, but they're smart people and they have some expert knowledge as well. And I remember when the vaccine was being talked about, it was like a positive thing. Like, we wanted the world to be kind of reopened, which, that sounds creepy now. But, you know, and it was like people were sick and people were dying. And I worried about my mom who lives down the street, who's got terrible COPD. And like, we all thought of the vaccine as this positive thing. And that's because everyone said it would never be mandated. Even Biden himself said that. And dude, that light switch flicked on very quickly. I'm not even sure what happened. Snap. Mandates.
Oh, yeah. Man. And I don't even I mean, I remember it was like in Seattle, it's like you couldn't go to restaurants, workplaces. No, I wasn't working.
And where, not to interrupt you, where are you, if you don't mind me?
I'm in Seattle.
You are in Seattle. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And you're
different
in
world, man. Florida. Yeah. Kind of the 2 sides of the spectrum, bro.
I'm in Antifa commie land. It's
Yeah, absolutely. If you painted the horseshoe, we're kind of the two edges.
yeah, it's very much so.
Yeah, I like your city though. I've been there once. I thought it was beautiful.
It's gorgeous, a number of months a year.
Yeah, that was back in the era of Eddie Vedder and fish flying around a market, and everybody was happy. I don't know,
Oh
man.
yeah, that different times for sure. Yeah. So okay.
Oh, hold on. Not to throw you off
Yeah.
because I feel rude interrupting you, but I
No,
wanted to throw one
please.
last page on what we were talking about. You made a point there where I was talking about how there was two prongs of that. The first prong is like I'm feeble bringing the weapon of bad cat because it makes no sense, right? So
Right.
my weapon is like disarm. But what's interesting is the point you made of I'm not going to defy my own eyes. I'm not going to believe that grass isn't green. The reason this all ended up bursting is they fortified down heavily on things that were just entirely nonsensical. Things like there is no natural immunity. Well, dumbasses, there was natural immunity to SARS 8 years later.
Yeah.
SARS-CoV-2 doesn't suddenly not have natural immunity. The masking, like the science didn't work there. They didn't talk about duration with the vaccines. They're letting people on airplanes because they have a card from 18 months ago. But I'm reading a study that shows it only lasts 24 weeks tops. Like, hey guys, that card doesn't do anything at this point. So the point is they fortified everything down, put all the chips in the middle on things that were as simple as grass is green.
Yeah.
And that's what made it all collapse. Like they overreached so intensely, man. That was the point I wanted to make.
Yeah,
I think that's important.
You're out. They overreach completely. And I remember this is actually sparking, memories of the discussions I was having with my wife. She's like, the data looks good. And I'm like, yeah, but how long could they have tested it for? Right. Like, how do you project? Normally these studies are done 5 years plus, I think.
Exactly, man.
Right.
Exactly.
Like,
it truly was a global safety trial. If you think about it, it truly was.
How do you decide conclusively on, I don't know, they tested thousands of people for months? Like,
yeah, and
how
dude,
do you get there?
Weave this into that, and I don't want to get too technical because one of the things I'm always quick to say on Twitter is I don't want to try to convince anybody that I'm a possessor of secret knowledge or I'm this amazing expert. I'm a lawyer that likes to read and analyze. It's that simple. I'm conveying what I'm reading and I think about, right? And the reason I went off on that, I'm not an expert, is I'm not trying to say I have amazing details on this, but I do know for a fact that the mRNA product, and your wife would know a lot more than I would, was applied for numerous times in the past on different applications, and for whatever reason it did not seek approval.
It was a completely novel usage with COVID.
Exactly. And what a lot of people don't realize is not only was it brand new vehicle, a lot of people get that, but they had tried to use this vehicle on other things. I think flu or an HIV or something. There were like other applications, and they had not been able to get it approved yet because it was under standard use. And it was only because EUA, emergency use only, became available in the theater of COVID. Asterisk became available for the whole freaking global population.
Yeah.
The mRNA vehicle as a brand new delivery device even got approved, right? So back to your point of, hey, they didn't have long-term safety trials. In addition to that, they weren't able to pass the application at the standard use level in all previous applications. That should bother people. And then all of a sudden we go multiple doses in a short interval across the whole planet. It's crazy, dude. Yeah. Right? A lot of people don't realize that stuff because no CNN or ABC has on their news, like, we want to tell you a story about why it failed on these previous times. And here's what's different. Like, they would never report that story, but that's an important story, isn't it? Like, this stuff drives me nuts, bro. Like, everything is hidden from our people. It's what I write about all the time. I mean, it's just endless, Yeah, crazy. So there's no way to have a safety profile. My dad always said that, he's like, they talk about, there will be no long-term. You can't know. Yep. You just can't know. And I'm not convinced these products are super dangerous. That's really not the point. The point is my children aren't your petri dish. So you're not going to force me to be the ones to find out. F you, right?
For sure. No, that's
true.
Have you read Chomp? Because I think you talk about the Truman Show a lot, and to me the story isn't even the science so much, or it's the lying. It's the
Correct.
and the Noam Chomsky talks about manufacturing consent, like how they capture institutions in order and use the media to shape opinion, right? And have you ever read the manufacturing?
Only people like yourself who I admire who reference it, so I kind of understand the basic concepts. But no, I've never dove into it.
It's not so. what he talks about in that book is like almost quaint compared to like what's going on now, because that was written back in like the 1970s. And the New York Times writes an article, and it's like, wow, the New York Times, sure, they're kind of influential now, but
Right,
it's like
right.
not even close compared to like the tech companies and Google and
Yeah. Or the American Heart Association running a study that says you're 5 times more likely to get myocarditis from the virus, when the reality is, in its own data they're using for that study, it shows the opposite for 18 to 22-year-olds. The second Moderna dose showed a higher risk. You're bringing a higher risk than it's preventing against. And that was in their own data, but they turn around and run that. The CDC, look at the study. You're 5 times more likely to get it from the virus. That was a population level number. So when you mix them all together, you were able to manipulate it and come up with that data. But on a demo by demo specific range, which is how you treat patients, right? It doesn't matter what this does for a 90-year-old woman if we're talking about a 15-year-old boy. And when you looked at the 15-year-old boy, it literally inverted. But there is all of our health agencies broadcasting 5 times more likely. So back to that manufacturing consent. I mean, holy shit, is that an intense example of that?
And this is how this is what one of the things Alexandros and I talked about was that the medical companies, the pharmaceutical companies, the FDA, and all of them, they are so good at like gerrymandering the data to make it fit the shape that they want. And it's
well said.
And it's very sophisticated, like how they're doing it. And if you're not trying to pick it apart and really paying attention to it, what kills me the most is how sloppy they get. I mean, in all due respect, it's not that hard to pull out, oh, that doesn't work for 15-year-olds, and you're doing it in 90-year-olds.
They got so what we were saying earlier, mocking us, boasting, right? I had a fascinating conversation early on in the vein of, they doubled down so intensely on things that were so overtly false, like we just talked about earlier, right? That to some extent, I'm convinced they knew going into some of these things. For example, hiding natural immunity. I think that's the most paramount one. They knew they'd eventually get caught. They knew, meaning, or caught's the wrong word. They knew the data would eventually be revealed of, oh, there was natural immunity the whole time. So my point being in that is, I believe they knew that going in. And if so, they justified the gains in the immediate for that harm in the far. They're willing to deal with the outcome for what they were getting up front. And if you look at it from that framing, it's very unnerving. It's troubling.
It's like the scene in Fight Club where he talks about how the assurance companies apply the equation.
Yes.
If you don't get enough, how many vehicles is this happening to?
Yes.
And if the X times Z is less than Q, we don't do a recall.
That was one of the best cases in law school we learned about, was the Pinto case and the forward engines, and they were hitting and blowing up, and they literally ran numbers and decided this many people would die. We'd have to pay this many lawsuits versus the change, and had meetings and decided we won't make the change. And then those people died. Bad stuff.
And I mean, I'm a big fan of capitalism in general, but that is,
that's bad. That's where punitive damages came from, by the way. I'm not sure that was the creation of punitive damages, but that is like the seminal punitive damages case of, we are going to let you be penalized to the moon to prove a point to society that you just can't do this.
Yes. And completely free. You need a legal system of some sort to resolve these sort of things, and you need proper structures in there.
I struggle with that a lot. Like, I'm a huge free market guy, but of course people on the other side can immediately counter back with that. Well, you don't agree in a full free market, and of course we don't, because once you start to break it down logically, it's not. So where do you draw that line? One of the weirdest things of our times is, so many of our issues are not black and white. They're all a spectrum. I see so much in life as a spectrum, and there's edges, there's fringes, there's the middle, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, we talk so much about everything being so binary. And for the most part, it's not. Like, even free market, us free market guys, we all agree that there's limits to that.
I mean, you need a significant degree of decentralization and ability for people to compete within a market, but you also still need a monopoly on violence that, we knock on wood here, is dispensing moderately fair justice.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's weird. It's strange that we can't have those discussions because everything's forced so binary, but that's the sign of our times. And that's why we can't talk about anything anymore. Like, couldn't we figure out where the right balance is of capitalism versus safety net and this, that, and the other. Like, we're smart people. We could figure a lot of these things out. Abortion, I think most of America would settle somewhere around Roe, but we can't talk about that. We got to talk about the super pro-lifers, super
Well,
pro-choicers.
what kills me about that is you know, the United States was really set up in a decentralized way where you had a centralized authority for that's the collective will of the states that
Yes.
you're right. And
Yes.
that within the state limits, though, you have a great degree of variation and flexibility on how to administer and to try out different models. And really, I mean, I hate to say it, but since Lincoln, I mean, that centralization to the national authority, really starting with Lincoln, and then in terms of you ended up with the income tax starting around World War II that was supposed to be temporary and grew and grew and grew. And now you just have this centralized monstrosity where the people who are running the government are so detached from the localities
Absolutely.
and the states that they're administrating.
Yeah, I need to research that history, like the history you just touched on there. I'd be interested to learn that whole sequence of how we got where we are. I'm kind of ignorant to that. But boy, is it a huge problem. I am 100% convinced, excuse me, that everything is going to inevitably fall down on states' rights. It's so easy to see that forming with the way Florida's pushing off and stuff, you know?
And you can tell, you know, it's like states' rights. I remember growing up and learning about the Civil War and states' rights, and it was like, yeah, but they wanted to keep the slaves. And
Absolutely.
it's like, you know, and it's like, yeah, you know what? That is what they wanted. But at the same time, what was the value of that decentralization and that independence that went away?
Right.
Regardless.
Right. And what you're touching on. Yeah, and what you're touching on, there's classic morality binary I always talk about, right? That we talk about states' rights, and because we're not allowed to have conversations anymore, it has to go completely binary and morality binary. And it's, oh, well, they only wanted states' rights for slavery and this, that, and the other. And yeah, you know, 2 centuries ago, you know, the point is, you don't have to argue that component of the states' rights issue to understand how important states' rights is. But we're not allowed to have that discussion because, like you said, in school, we only learn that negative taint. We only learn that negative side.
All the people who want states' rights want slaves.
Slaves, correct. Really? Even in 2022, that's why we still want states' rights, is so we can have slavery, right? I mean,
it's like, you know, I think there's merit to it beyond that argument, you know?
Right. And man, we are seeing that in my opinion, we are seeing those lines just really start drawing boldly, like the way Florida has gone in a different direction. I always talk about Florida like it's a unique animal. It's not. Texas has largely drawn lines like this. There's other states too, but it feels very central down here right now. And if you look at like the cultural difference between a Florida and a California, for example, a Newsom and a DeSantis, the people of Florida and the people of Southern California, just how different, or Northern California, how
Northern California is very different.
Yeah, it's
excuse me, I was thinking Northern Florida. I hung out in Tallahassee area, and I was like, this is a different planet for me.
Yeah, I've never done much time in the Panhandle. It's one of the only parts of the state I haven't been to, but you bet, man. Florida man, there's a lot of Florida man down here.
Oh yeah,
it's a wild species. But the cultural difference, I don't know, I've written on the Bird a lot about this topic, and we are supposed to be a collection of states. Not supposed to be. It's just what we are, is a union of these states. And what's happened is we've gotten this federal apparatus that is now trying to do this centralized moralizing. And the reality is, not all of America are supposed to share the same morals and values and worldviews and lifestyles. It's not supposed to be the same in San Francisco as it is in the sticks in Florida. It's just not supposed to be. And the people, therefore, aren't required to be the same. So the fact that we're at a point, Leah Thomas is allowed to stand on the podium in everybody's town for women, it's just not right. We've gotten to a point where the San Francisco types are now reaching out and shoving a very progressive and, I believe, leftist revolutionary energy movement down America's throat. And again, this is why I think this whole struggle is going to fall here, is the reality we as a people, and we're, not to sound arrogant, but we're largely doing this in the Sunshine State right now. We have to assert that right as an American of, we are Floridians. And no, we're not required to all believe and subscribe in whatever governmental Bible you are demanding on us, because we're at a point where that's dudes as chicks That's kindergartners being forced to protest. That's queering elementary kid curriculums. You know, it's Black Lives Matter, which is really intersectionality and radical feminism being shoved down people's throats. It was COVID mandates and vax mandates, getting people fired. I mean, shit isn't right now. So we can't allow it to be this discussion of morality binary where it's always forced down to these easy topics. So you're just saying you want to discriminate against people? If that's what you want, you just want to discriminate. You don't want to give this protected class this in your state. No, fuck you. That's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about what I just described in this right for us to preserve these cultural differences in our states. And that's getting totally pissed on right now. And when you spell that all out that way, where does it end, dude? It ends at states' rights. That's the battle line. That's where this is going to all fall. There's no doubt about it. And I worry what that means. What does that mean? It's where it's going to all fall. What does that look like? I honestly don't know, Jeffrey. It troubles me.
I do not know it as well. And this is one of the discussions that I was having with some family members recently. And I was describing the difficulties I have with the LGBTQ plus movement these days, and how, and the point I was trying to make was that the praise that people are getting for being gay or queer or trans or what have you, and the spotlight that's being shown on them is kind of like that archetypes tweet that I made earlier about the fringes being elevated for praise, and being confused for the ideal, and that people want to copy them. And I had one family member who, like, and this really pissed me off far more than I should have allowed it, made the comment, it's like, well, it sounds like you just hate gay people.
Bingo.
And I think it enraged me so much is because it's an ad hominem attack that I have to it's like I feel like I have to defend against that, basically saying you're a bad person, you know, because you dislike this group of people, without any nuance to the points I'm trying to make about this.
Yeah, and give me 3 answers to that. It sounds to me like you don't like gay people. I mean, like, let's even spitball 3 ways you can describe that. The easy one is I don't hate gay people. I don't have a problem with gay
I refuse
people.
to even answer the question. Like, I'm
yeah,
not
I mean,
discuss, like that's
like
not
the point is, no matter which direction you go.
Oh yeah,
the form has now been changed from whatever topic we were just talking about to whether or not Jeffrey hates gay people.
Exactly.
And if anybody's watching the conversation, the whole discussion is now whether or not Jeffrey hates gay people. Dude, again, F you. Like, that's not what we were talking about.
That's right. That's exactly right. Like, and to me, it's a complete weakness of the person who is participating in the conversation, that they can't argue anything about the details that are being brought up. It has to become an ad hominem attack, and which is, like you just pointed out, changing the subject.
Yeah, it is. And that morality binary, I abuse that term when I write on this thing, because I think it's so important. It's not only splits things into a binary, but then it presents one as the just inherent right and one is the inherent wrong. And if you can drive every topic there, then you just kill discussion. There's no such thing as discourse anymore. We will all do as that says. And what did we just describe? Our freaking federal government, the Truman Show, from all these different fronts down to even medical procedures. It became, you'll kill grandma if you don't get these shots.
I like to describe it as the politics of existential threats, where everybody, where everything is a life or death matter. If you're genociding trans people, you're disappearing, POC.
The earth will die if we don't.
The earth is going to die. Everything is framed as though there is a simple absolute evil, and on the opposite side is those fighting from good trade-off. And
I want to read you something real quick.
That's please.
I went blank on you here. I wrote something today. Hold on. A list. I kind of just went off on a rant of exactly what we just talked about, existential politics. Here you go. Ready? I did this off the gut today, but look how wild this list is. And I feel like I could have kept going 20 more. Racism, white supremacy, LGBTQ plus, bigotry, transphobia, climate change, earth dying, vaccines, masks, COVID hysteria, Ukraine, Russia, disinformation, fascism, end of democracy, gun violence, Jim Crow 2.0, voter suppression, misogynoir, however the hell you say that, MAGA. And then I ran out of characters.
Yeah.
Dude, I could have kept going. Every single one of those fronts is a morality binary where the other side is an abhorrent, awful monster. And clearly we all have to do what the left wants us to do, or we are those evil monsters. It's so simplistic and stupid, and it's consumed our entire culture. That sounds arrogant for me to say that, but that's really how I look at it right now.
And it's this, it's like the smothering mother, right? It's like, I care about, I'm so empathetic and I care about all these people so much that I've got to save everybody. And that any one of these topics is going to harm too many people that we absolutely have to do everything possible about it.
Yeah. And go ahead. No, go ahead.
And I used to think like this, like I used to be the leftist who I had these, this is how I went about arguing in many ways. Fortunately,
you live in Seattle, which is, I'm surprised you're not still, like, it tells me a lot about you that you're not still left coming from where you are. That's a central, like intensely left area now.
So, here's what kind of did it for me to get out of that is I realized that I moved to Hawaii. Hawaii. Okay, and I realized that nobody was ever going to think like I did there. Okay. And everybody there was tribal. Everybody just had their own little sects, their own little, and they took care. And I got deeply contemplative about it. And this is actually one of the questions that I had for you that I wanted to talk to you about, because you and Benjamin talked about I don't know if it's evil's the right word, but the downfalls of tribalism. And I actually think tribalism is inherent and good, and that people should be taking care of their own. And that when we end up thinking in this, like, oh, the best for mankind, we need to save the environment, this or that, that we sacrifice our friends and family and those around us of the interests that we should be paying attention to.
That's a great point. I think I 100% agree with you. We're on the same page. And the reason I was able to have a different discussion with Benjamin using the exact same word as you and I are here is kind of different use of the word. Tribalism in the context we were talking about is we do have this almost like fanatical, I'm tribal in like politics, really, like the red-blue binary of everything is just tribal.
Yes.
It's like, here's this fact pattern, shuffle it through my computer of tribalism, and I think this way about it. And by the way, although I rip the left all the time, this applies equally on both sides. Everybody is just fanatically tribal right now. And I said that more in almost like the way their brain is computing is tribal. Right. In terms of the point you just made, I agree with you, man. That same father-in-law who I talked about earlier, he's told me since I met him, he's a fascinating guy. I love my father-in-law. He's told me many times that the way he views family, and he's a big family man. I married a New York Italians. They're intensely emotional, awesome people. Yeah, fiery too, dude. But he's always described, I think he kind of was giving me advice, when I married his daughter, that the way you've got to look at family, he describes it as a solar system. And you are the core. The core is you guys. It's you, your wife, and your children. And nobody else is in that core. That is the core. That is the sun. And then there are a planet that's very close to that. And that maybe is your mom and dad. It starts to get different for everybody else, right? But this idea of, and really that is the tribalism you were just describing.
Precisely.
In life, the most important thing is that sun. That's these walls here. And if shit hits the fan, I hate to sound callous, but I don't care about any of y'all out there.
I'll burn down the city next to us.
Correct. That's the reality. Like, my son comes first, and if my family's threatened, this is first and foremost. And then in a non-aggressive battle way, you can start to expand out from there in a positive way. I love my neighborhood.
Yes.
I love my town. I think we picked the best town in Florida, and not to sound arrogant, I think it's the best soil on earth to live right now. I think it's the best state in the best country, like trailblazing this people's movement that's occurring. So I'm very happy in my town. I like my state. I have leaders that I trust. That's sort of a level of tribalism. I write all the time about Florida. Rah, Florida, we're doing something different. We freaking are, man. And like, this breaks my heart because I was a base brat and my dad's a lieutenant colonel. And I was like, I bled red, white, and blue my whole life. I was a cheesy guy who held my hand over my heart for the anthem and got excited when jets flew over, right? I just loved our country. I'm at a point now, dude, where my allegiance to Florida is stronger than the US. That's a hard sentence for me to say to you. Like, I grew up on army bases, man. I like love America and I'm really proud of America. And sadly, if you took me outside the context of our shores and put me in Europe or another continent, I'd be very proud of being an American. Like I'd still talking to them, I'd be proud that I'm from America. But inside my own country, I feel very threatened from my federal government and this moralizing, coercive engine coming in all these different directions and how we're being painted bad people for resisting. Dissent has become abhorrent. And I'm always the one being hit with it. And so anyways, like there's this sense of like the allegiance is more intense right now to Florida than it is to America, man. Those are chilling words for me to say. I've never spoken them before. Like it's almost like Civil War feeling stuff. I hate those kind of vibes, but I'm with you, Jeffrey. That ultimately is the kind of tribalism you were talking about. And you're right. Tribalism is healthy. And if you think about it, we were just talking about states' rights earlier. Isn't that a version of this too? We have these 50 tribes that all came together and said, let's make America. Right? Isn't that kind of what it is?
And, you know, to build off of where you were saying, where I think I previously went wrong, and I think other people, young people, go wrong in many times in the same way, is that I found myself feeling morally superior. And I think this is where Sam Harris goes wrong, to bring in somebody I wanted to mention with you.
I was ripping his ass today.
Is that Sam Harris seems to think that he can calculate the best moral path for the most people simply by his expert knowledge and intellect, where I don't think and once you think that you could do that, you really do turn everything into a black and white, wrong, right or wrong, more good or evil thing, where what's I think a more mature point of view, like you just iterated, is how can I cooperate with other people and expand my ability to be responsible for myself, to be responsible for my family, my community, and to grow the circle of cooperation in a mutual, in a way where we all are agreeing in of our free will to behave and get along with each other, as opposed to top down forcing our wills on other people.
Yeah, you know, it's fascinating because when you think about the states' rights issue in particular, if we kind of use that framing coming off what you just said, it's a very difficult issue to resolve because it's sort of like we talked about earlier with free market. We're like, oh, I'm a big free market guy, but we all recognize there's limits. It's the same thing here with the states' rights. Like, I'm not saying like every state can do whatever they want, because the reality is we have had to solve some very serious problems at a federal level. I mean, for Christ's sake, we had the Civil War. I can't stand how much our country gets ripped for having a history of slavery. Show me the other countries that sacrifice hundred thousands of their own to end it. You know, it's abhorrent to me. Like, we've gone through some serious struggles and then through the Civil Rights Act and everything. And it's not that everything's perfect, but as a people on this rock of, let's be honest, a pretty barbaric species going back millennia, we've done some amazingly incredible things to try to equalize and make things right and be good and this, that. And America is a beautiful product, man. And so anyways, I got off track there, but my point is a lot of that has come through a federal vein. So I'm not like anti-federal, you know, like there's a layer of that too. And if somebody from a different camp was on this call and we were having this thing, they could present an intelligent and well-grounded argument about like why we've gotten to this point of the federal. They wouldn't describe it as an overreach. They describe it as necessary and why it's needed. And I'm not dismissive of that. Does that make sense? Like it's a yin yang. And I do have a difficult time figuring out where is the balance of that yin yang.
I mean,
you know, as much as I rant about state rights, it's a difficult issue for me.
You need a military, and militaries are strongest when they are coordinated among large participants, right? Like you need intelligence services. You know, as much as I despise the influence within the mainstream media of like what seems to be going on there in the capture, like you need those kind of guys doing work to keep the baddies out. And you know, it's hard to know exactly how much they keep out. It's all cloak and dagger.
Military is huge. You need that. There's lots of things we need at national level. That's reality. It's a weird feeling now to feel like our institutions have become so captured and have failed us so overtly.
Right.
Messes that up a little, takes away my, okay, you're right. We do need this federal level. It to a spectrum, right? We're saying every topic's kind of a spectrum. So from hardcore states' rights, 50 do whatever the hell they want, stay away, to federal monarchy. and everything in between. The institutional capture and the level to which we've just seen our institutions cut their stomachs open for politics and for agenda that didn't match what they were telling us definitely pushes me real far away on that spectrum. Like, for example, when the next pandemic comes around and the CDC tells me to do something, I'm not doing anything you tell me, and we'll pick up rifles down here in Florida and fight you over that shit. I mean, I'm dead serious. That's how broken our institutions are to me right now. And that's a huge problem because it's pushed me way down that spectrum. Like, I'm a hardcore states' rights guy. I just told you earlier, I bled red, white, and blue. And so I was sort of much further down that spectrum, right? So it's weird, man. Everything's going to fall there. That's where this tension has to funnel. It has to. Or there's one alternative. The alternative is the federal government changes trajectory and course. I think that starts with a Republican overtaking, but I'm not a GOP guy, man. Another one of those corners I've been painted into because
the GOP has seemingly nothing to offer as an alternative.
Nothing to offer. Nothing. I say that to people all the time. The most important demographic in the country right now are the people from the center left who are walking away from the Democratic Party like plane crash survivors. And they're staggering through this cornfield like, I don't want to be part of that anymore. And it's so easy to convince them that they're right in walking away. The left is, I don't think, just broken, but dangerous. I believe it to be a radical element that is very dangerous. And I don't want to stray off point. We
can go this direction.
Yeah, well, we should go that direction at some point too. But I think it's valid that they're walking away, and it's so freaking easy for me to show them why they need to walk away. But the point is, there has to be somewhere for them to walk. So you have to have a product on the other side that is at least maybe not even attractive, but landable. Like, hey guys, come out of the cornfield and come this way and you can sit here. Dude, I don't even think we have that on the GOP right now. There's nothing to offer on the right.
So if you were to have some sort of influence over the GOP platform, what would you be suggesting to them as what they should be offering?
So, wow, great question. I wish I had known you were going to ask me that, and I would have prepared for it. And this could have been like a campaign stump for me, Jeffrey. Wow. I've never really thought about that question very much. And what a great question. Let me try to spitball it on the fly.
Yeah.
One of the things that's going to bring the GOP down is abortion. That's got to get resolved. And if they cater to the pro-life and go hardcore, it's going to cause catastrophe. And right now we have to get this dangerous left element, whatever the hell is over there, the Truman Show, out. We have got to root out the Truman Show for the sake of our whole freaking country. And I don't mean that hyperbolically. It is the most important thing, in my opinion. And we have to use the GOP as a voting vehicle right now in order to do that, because this leftist engine that I know I've identified on this chessboard for some reason is fully interwoven with the Democratic Party. If the GOP stays hardcore in abortion, dude, I think they're done, and possibly for multiple cycles. So you've got to resolve that. I think you end up falling somewhere around Roe, and I think most of the country would be fine with that. But I'm hearing rumors that DeSantis might want to swing his dick around and make a heartbeat ban or this, that, the other. I think it'd be catastrophic. So that's one way I'd push the GOP. In terms of platform, I don't know. It's hard for me to tell you what I would make a GOP platform, because I've never been a GOP guy. I'm undeclared on my voting card. I grew up much more socially left than what the GOP stood for. I was a base brat. My dad's a hardcore conservative, like politically, but my parents weren't super conservative platform wise. We weren't a real religious family. I don't know, like a lot of the hardcore, like traditional right platform, our family didn't really represent that. And then me even more, I was kind of a rebellious teenager. I remember the Cop Killer album. I bought it before it got banned, and I thought the right were crazy because they were banning lyrics and stuff. Right. So like, I've always lived more on the left, I'm not some hardcore GOP guy. So a lot of the things that are huge to the GOP aren't as big to me. Like there's a lot of religious overtones to the GOP, right? Not that religion and GOP are one and the same, but there's a lot of, like, since that, I'm a lifelong atheist, right? I've been pro-choice my whole life, and pro-life has been a big thing for the GOP. Growing up, I used to always say, I'm not into like traditional family values and blah, blah, blah. Like it was like the right growing up as a kid pushed me away. Ironically, in my 40s with kids, I'm huge into family traditional values. So life has a tendency to change you. So it's hard for me to tell you what a GOP platform would be, because I just don't really mesh in that like pure Republican world. That's just not who I am. I'm this hardcore warrior for them right now because I see it as a voting vehicle, right?
Yeah.
If we had to continue spitballing that, what would we do? The party, I don't know. Unlike a lot of political pundits right now, I think DeSantis is 100% correct in drawing these lines and fortifying down on these culture war issues. I'm doing air quotes over here, because I think even the use of culture war is manipulative and hand wavish away, right? Like these are huge, vital topics that affect my children's future, from the gender ideology to the anti-racism to the federal overreach to vaccine passports and QR codes and no more decision to be able to make injections. And dude, that stuff is real. That stuff is happening.
I mean, that's my biggest concern personally, right? About it's the indoctrination that's going on.
Yeah, it's really huge. So to like describe it as culture wars, it's always brought up, oh, DeSantis, all he's about is culture wars. That's never going to win at the polls. It is classic, and most of it comes from the center left. It is classic rubbing away, muting, blurring, making not as wicked what's going on the left, while always making the right seem like this overreach, authoritarian, blah, blah, blah. I think there's a lot of TDS.
It's amazing to me because from what have you ever read any or listened to any Curtis Yarvin?
No, I haven't. The name rings a bell, but I can't place it.
He what you call the Truman Show, he calls the Cathedral. He's a political sort of scientist, theorist sort of guy, and his model of the Cathedral is that we are is that like the universities are kind of like the modern day priests, where they're telling you what is right and what is wrong, and they're producing the managerial middle class, the private managerial class, or whatever the hell that term is.
Absolutely.
And and they're producing the politicians and whatnot, and they're sort of like, you used to go to the church to find out what is the truth. Well, it's now the universities.
Oh, and is that where Michael Malice will use the term cathedral? I hear that around.
Exactly where Michael Malice gets it from. He's actually done a couple of good podcasts with Curtis.
Okay, interesting. I always thought the cathedral was being used to describe the deep state, what I would describe as
it's both.
Deep state, NatSac, IC, that kind of thing.
It is. Okay. So the cathedral, there's different levels to the cathedral, right?
Okay.
And he would describe it, the top is the priestly class, which is your Harvards, your Yales, your what have you, your academia. Because
I think are a huge problem, by the way. I said the other day on Twitter, Harvard is a cancerous organ.
I've worked with, I know a lot of Harvard guys.
Yeah, I think right now it is a cancerous organ in our country. I do. I think it's like a Trojan horse.
I think it's a lot different from when we were kids too. I mean, I worked and grew up with some people who went to the Harvard, and was like, the kids coming out of there now don't even seem recognizable to me.
Yeah, and the influence of China is very unnerving to me there. China like owns Harvard. It's disturbing.
Does it really? Huh.
Well, that's a wrong way to say it. There's massive influence of China and Harvard all over the place.
I know they caught some spies or something in there. They
had the big spy thing in December of 2019, which in the Twilight Zone, no one talks about it. You would think it might be one of the biggest stories in the world, but no one even knows about it. But Harvard's weird. Yeah. Back to that cathedral thing. That's interesting. I never really knew what that term was. I thought it purely talked about the federal apparatus, like the NatSec, IC working against us apparatus. But now I get the idea of this priestly
division of it, and the whole. It's like it also includes like NGOs, because they're going to take the way in which you influence foreign countries isn't necessarily just through the State Department. It's through your NGOs that are, like all the ones that were operating in Ukraine, right?
Absolutely.
Like, and that are backed by, and they have UN involvement, and there's, this is WEF is all part of that. So
Absolutely. It's just UNESCO, all those things.
Yes. Oh yeah. UNESCO is something else.
Pardon my bad habits, by the way. I smoke a lot.
Do what you got to do, man. A little sidebar, UNESCO. I don't know if you know Jason Bradley. He's Everybody Shook is his account, but he does a lot of stuff on eugenics and whatnot.
Yes. Everybody should produce the videos.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I've seen his videos, and they are mind-blowing to me, to be honest with you. When I saw his first one, I was absolutely blown away at the level of like professional polish to it. Like, it was a great watch.
He's an obsessive.
Really well done.
In terms of his video editing.
It was really well done. But the first one in particular just really blew me away. And I don't know. I've never spent a lot of energy going down a lot of those rabbit holes, because I feel like I'm not James Bond for the world. And there are people at a higher pay grade who are in better positions to figure that out than me. And I'd rather kind of work on what are the applications of all this stuff to our life. But his first video, I've never gotten out of my head.
He encapsulates these things really well. And the reason UNESCO jumped into my head is because they have within their training materials to teach about the gender stuff to people as young as 6. Like I think they're introduced, and it's right there in the like UNESCO, like
Weird.
this is what you should be teaching your children at these ages for these countries and things like that.
Wow, that's really creepy. It's very strange how almost like an infrastructure this leftist movement is. The infrastructure is everywhere, from the universities to now these scientific and medical institution takeovers to Hollywood and TV, music, professional sports, these NGOs. There's so much institutional and structure, like infrastructure to it, right? It's
Yeah.
not theoretical shit on liberal arts campuses anymore, boys and girls. You know,
No.
it's very much taking over the world. I mean, it sounds
the
crazy.
thing that
You sound
Jason
crazy
would-
when you make comments like that. But
and
it's
what
true.
the point that Jason would make is that this has been something that's at least been going on for 150 years for in terms of like a lot of the policies, you know, if you get into the population control stuff,
Yeah.
but like Julian Huxley, and the policies don't all point in a direction, but they aren't necessarily born of their original purpose anymore.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So it's like these things have taken on a life of their own mimetically, like the memes transfer from person to person, and nobody's actually exactly in control.
Wow, that's an interesting way to phrase it. That's an alternative to the idea of globalists. There's being this very almost formalized high level branch that does control, is the idea of all these cogs that are now firing off on their own. My father and I, as timing would have it, my dad was over here a couple hours ago, and I don't know how we got talking about this. We only had a quick conversation tonight, but he was telling me about a Greek mind from 2000 years ago, 1 AD. And I forget who it was. My brain's kind of tired, but anyways, how was talking about the 7 tenets of something, and no shit, if number 7 wasn't gender, how men and women was it? I'd have to text my dad while we're on the call and find out who the hell this was he was talking about. But anyways, it was from 1 AD, and the 7th tenet was freaking about how boys and like boys can be both boys and girls and boys, just utterly bizarre. And I said to him, I said, it can't possibly be that we are still grappling with and engaging with the struggle that's been going on for 2 millennia. Like when you say that out loud, it makes you sound like a tinfoil hat wearing crazy wizard. Like, what are we talking about here? But the reason I'm going on this rant is when my dad left, I sat there and chewed on that for a bit because it really messed up my mind a little bit. Like, holy shit, they were grappling with this 2000 years ago, like so similar to what we are. And it hit me exactly what you just described, Jeffrey, that I'm not necessarily sure we are in a struggle that's been going on for 2 millennia, the same struggle, but rather these energies, these cogs are now developed 2000 years later and firing in different, maybe independent directions, right? Kind of similar to what you just laid out.
I think you have all of it is manifestations of the way that people are. You know, there are masculine and feminine traits of both men and women, right?
Absolutely.
Like, you know, we do, and you can still observe that women tend to have groupings like this and men tend to have groupings like that. So for somebody to say, hey, I think my personality, I'm a man, but my personality tends to be more like a woman, that's going to happen, right? That is completely natural.
Hermeticism, would that date back to 1 AD?
Oh yeah, well they're hermaphrodites are different.
Because I'm not. This is a total place of ignorance for me. So many people in our sphere of Twitter are really into philosophy and tracing this back centuries. I know none of that. That's a black hole for me, man. I know what I've picked up from smart people like you guys.
I mean, hermaphrodites are different, but maybe they're not using. That's not how the word's being used.
I'm trying to find who the actual speaker was and what these 7 tenets were. And what I'm looking at, by the way, did you happen to read the article in The Distance by Matt Osborne?
I don't
titled
believe so,
"Gender
no.
Identity as a New Gnostic Gospel."
Oh, I heard it sounds.
It had an intense picture of I don't know how to describe it. It looks like a Halloween costume, intensely like face painted, purple haired, LGBTQIA2S plus sort of
Yeah.
thing in a church, looking
Oh,
at
that
it.
picture.
And I,
Yeah.
yeah,
I've
and
seen
I
that
describe it in
picture.
that manner because this person's making a mockery of identity. Nobody seriously would
Yeah.
dress like this. This isn't somebody's personality or the way they feel they need to live. This is clearly a performative thing by how much they're dressed up. They're almost in drag.
Yeah.
But anyways, and there's a priest sitting behind him. It's a
Yeah.
chilling picture, really defines a lot going on in the West. But
Yeah.
man, that article was really wonderful. And I've grown close with Matt. I think he's a brilliant guy and I'm enjoying getting to know him better. But my dad mentioned that what he's referring to is in this article. So while we're chatting here for the rest of the evening, I will find it at some point and give you the name.
Cool.
I couldn't get
Cool.
over the fact that I don't know, they were it was the it was in this kind of leftist vein too. That's what's so weird. I guess it's just mind blowing for me to understand these energies have percolated for centuries like that, right?
Yeah. Well,
Weird concept.
You know, you have, there's a long period of time that occurred before the Greeks, you know, Socrates, Aristotle, Plato, and when they really started writing a lot of this stuff down. And that was like in the Hellenistic traditions. But they had all of these things, all of the archetypes, all of the gods. There are all of these tensions that exist that I still think we relate to today. It's the exact same stuff, different, you know, old wine, new bottle in many ways.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely. And that's really the theme of Matt Osborne's article is that this Gnosticism, which again, I'm speaking of ignorance here, that's not my expertise, but you know, the idea of the sort of this ethereal separate being of yours that's almost more important than the material self of your own. And he kind of walks through the history of religions in this vein and how this gender ideology is in essence another flare up of this type of religion that you can trace back centuries.
Whoa.
And that's what he does in that article.
That doesn't surprise me at all. Like,
yeah. And yeah, but what one thing that I found interesting is that as I'm reading that, and this may offend some people. I never mean to offend people when I give religious views. I've been absolutely. I've been a lifelong atheist, and I've developed my views so they are what they are, and I don't feel offensive sharing them because if you're offended by them, that seems like your problem, not mine. Like I'm not rude about them, you know. So, anyways, growing up an atheist was weird where I was from in the '90s. Where I was from, most people were religious. I was treated like something was wrong with me, that I didn't believe in God. Even family members would speak to me of sort of like well, that day when you finally find God, you know, like you'll be good kind of thing is weird, man. You know, nothing was wrong with me. My brain had done a calculus and decided it didn't make sense. And I didn't base my life around it, but I never turned anti-God or anything. Right. But anyways, the comment I was going to make was that if you think about it, Christianity, those kind of religions and the idea of a soul, it's the same thing, isn't it? Gnosticism, this idea of this separate ethereal being that's almost more important than your material self, isn't a soul right in that same vein? Now, it's
I mean, I think Scientologists call it Thetans.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's like we would paint these religions that are talked about in Matt's article. We sort of have it in our head of they have this negative taint, almost seems like witchcraft to us. But then if you think about it, we look at these other ones in a more positive vein, but we're not talking something that's really different. It's sort of a manifestation of the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly an greatly not understood connection between the experience of consciousness and the physical world. We know that these things are, you know, in the world and the people that we interact around with, we know that there's a connection because we know when people get hit in the head, you know, the consciousness changes and their behavior changes and whatnot. But
all you philosopher guys are unbelievably smart, and you all end up in this black hole of the discussion of whether you have willpower and whether the material and the thing. And I'll be honest with you, it's just a topic that's never grabbed me. Like I just kind of, I don't know, man. I've just sort of stayed away from those topics my whole life. But it's funny because I read a shit ton of it on Twitter because a lot of the people who I like the most are really into those topics. So I read a lot of their stuff. You know, I never contribute in the discussion. I
won't try to pitch you on religion right now, but I think there's a way to reason into it. I'm a reformed atheist now, but now I get the God thing a bit.
Yeah. Well, interestingly, I don't know if you know this about me. I am a lifelong atheist, but I'm married to a devout Catholic and we're raising our children under the faith. So I go to mass almost every Sunday. I'm around the church all the time. I think the church community is wonderful. I love listening to homilies. It's my favorite part of it because it's typically current. We have a young priest right now, which is neat, at a really old cathedral. It's actually where the first Catholic mass ever occurred on American soil is this cathedral.
Wow.
Yeah. It's in St. Augustine area. That's where the first people in the 1500s arrived, and they were Catholics, And the first thing they did was set up a church, man, and to pray
Yeah.
there, or, be around that now all this time later. It's where Catholicism literally landed on American shores. It's really beautiful. So I spend a lot of time around church and God and even hear scripture, and it's beautiful to me. I look at it as a moral guidebook for humanity.
Okay.
And as I've grown older now, I realize what a valuable set of moorings it is. And I see it in my own children. My daughter's soon to be 10. She sings in the church choir. It's absolutely gorgeous to see her sing. She loves God. She was a little girl. She looked out the window and said, "This is so beautiful." We were driving by a beach. She goes, "God created all of this," had this smile from ear to ear. To these hardcore militant atheists, that's like gross to them because they don't think it's real. So then it's like, ew, why would you want her to believe that? I've never seen it that way. It's beautiful. Her eyes lit up with wonder and joy. And I said, "You're right, honey," and put my arm around her when she goes to church. Like, so I've never been able to have these conversations with my daughter yet. I don't know when I will. So I think she knows something's up because I don't, my brain's so tired. I don't go up and receive communion. I don't kneel to pray when everybody kneels. A lot of kneeling in Catholic mass. They put the thing down and kneel. I don't do that. I sit there respectfully, as though those are the lines I draw. So I'm sure she's picked up on it. We've never had these conversations, but my point in all of this is, like, I love the church. In fact, I joked on Twitter a few months ago. I'm like, it's weird that a lifelong atheist has become a salesman for the church, but I really have. I see so much of, it doesn't have to be like Christian or Judeo-Christian, whatever we call it. Just, I see these more, I see it in the Muslim community a lot too. I see these moorings that I'm now realizing are so freaking valuable. And when they're lost, the human finds a substitute, and the substitutes we're seeing aren't good, brother.
Okay.
So if my daughter grows up
I'm going to latch in
Christian,
on
that's
that.
wonderful. All right. Yeah. I'll give you the microphone. Go ahead.
What is not good about them versus what is good about the Catholic traditions as you've noticed them?
Sure. I'll give you a great example because I wrote a thread on Twitter about this. I was sitting in a homily one day, or sitting in mass, listening to a homily, and the man, the priest, started talking about, it was really a contrast between the scripture roots of it were taking the lowest place. It was about sacrifice and helping, right? So that was the scripture introduction. But really the homily was about how far off of that, particularly youth these days, but modern culture has fallen, and that everything is me, narcissism, Instagram, pictures of myself. People don't want to do a favor for somebody to make themselves feel good anymore. They want to do a favor for themselves and take a picture of it to make them. So almost the antithesis, the polar opposite of taking the lower place is where everybody's spun. I sit there in that church, that beautiful church where Catholicism landed, and I realized that every child who is in there being, let's use a term that's fair, indoctrinated with that, it's benefiting them. Those are positive words that they're hearing, right? So that would be a recent example to your question.
And would it be fair to say, in your estimation, that it is true that is good for them?
100%.
Okay. What is truth?
I was drinking
to
water,
you?
but yes, 100%.
What is truth?
Truth, and now I feel like you might push me down those philosophical black
holes.
Oh,
we're doing it, baby.
Truth doesn't need to have a meaning to me. One of the things that is so different about me, and I just say that in terms of not from an arrogant perspective, but from those I've met around me, that tends to be different from me, of those I've met almost uniformly in life, is I'm comfortable with the unknown. I don't need to have every question answered. And it's one of the reasons I'm able to be a happy atheist. I haven't figured out how we got here. I can't answer the questions that theists throw back at me. And I'm okay with that. I don't have to fill that with what they're telling me to fill it with. So back to truth, I don't really feel I need to have an answer for that. What truth means to me is what my brain as a little computer has been able to absorb, rationally process, come to logical conclusions, and says, boom, 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 boom. This makes sense. That becomes sort of my immediate reality. And if you do that over and over and refine it enough, that is truth, right? That's how I was able to figure out as being lied to in COVID.
Okay.
So truth is, it's analytical, it's computational, I think, right? I don't think you can ever necessarily prove too many things are true other than like grass is green.
But you do treat things as though they are true.
Yeah, absolutely.
So is there much of a difference between acting as though something is true and believing something is true?
No, that's a good way you asked that question. I think the answer to that would be, after doing those computations, that analysis over and over and over, certain topics, I would say the vast majority of them in life, cross a certain threshold where you've now just accepted that is true.
All right. So it's not okay. So, 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 and the things that the church
Jesus,
is
that's why I don't chew
teaching.
on this stuff, bro. This stuff will bend your mind in a pretzel.
I'm leading you to how I discovered God.
All right, good. I'm gonna fill my vape up. Go ahead.
But so if you take that idea and you take the idea that the things that your daughter is learning in church are true, that they're good for her, and then layer on the idea that ideas remain true over time within a people or a culture by that which survives.
It's a great sentence. Say that again. Can you say that sentence again?
Truth within a people's or culture, that which survive become the record of truth.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Sort of like the victor writes the history almost to some extent.
So that is how I would describe the truth of God.
Interesting. I like that. I will. Let me,
because it helps
pick
for
my brain in this direction, because you're welcome to.
What's that?
No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to ask you a question back, but then I realized I'd kind of rudely talked over you. If you still want to,
I'll just that is how I think that people. That's how I reasoned my way into God. Basically, is that the idea and it's something like I think your daughter does. She experiences it, and it's not a fuzzy man in the sky kind of experience. It's the awe and wonder of the beauty and the truth that
my wife very much experiences God, and God is a huge part of her life. And in fact, the reason my daughter is who she is because of the influence of mom. And religion is a beautiful, wonderful thing to them. Interesting thing you might appreciate. When I first met my wife, I always use her first name, by the way. I'm trying to keep a little bit of a wall up. I caught myself, but
I can always edit it out. So,
oh yeah, cool. I forgot about that. Yeah, doing these live would be a whole different animal. When I first met her, she came from a Catholic family, Catholic upbringing, kind of didn't know any difference. So she was quite a religious person. When she met me, I didn't try to erode her views in any way. I think it was more like metamorphosis, like it was me just kind of wearing off on her. But I didn't appreciate this that much at the time. But she's later told me, we've been together almost 25 years. She's later told me that she started to drift away, religious wise, philosophically a lot during this time period, sort of largely, I guess, in ways, things I had explained to her. And then her father almost died of a heart attack, like basically died in a parking garage, and was lucky to be found, brought to a hospital, survived, had a pacemaker put in. He was only 55. And that traumatic event really drove her back to her faith. And since that time, it's become a much richer, and this is a long time ago, that's 18 years ago, I'd say, but it's been a much richer, more powerful, like you said, like experiencing God to her. And that has been a big influence for my daughter. Dude, the two of them, the Catholicism is wonderful. It's funny funny was the wrong word. It's so bizarre to me to see how much Christianity, I use the word Christianity, I just sort of mean all those religions as one, because my family's Catholic, right? I'm not a big theist. I'm not very smart on religions. It's weird how hard they get attacked in our society right now, because all over the place, even mainstream media outlets and stuff, because it's so positive and wonderful. Like the stuff that my wife and my daughter are into through the church is all wonderfully fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
Why would you want to fight against this and strip it and erode it? I'll never understand. Right. It takes a level of evil to want to do that. And who I tend to find most militant atheists who want to run and attack God have trauma. And it's a projection of that trauma.
Yeah.
I think it's true.
I filled those shoes before. I get it.
Yeah, that's how.
For sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. So my point is, it's story I'd love to share. I was somewhat more of a militant's the wrong word, because I never had a negative towards God, but because society always had a chip on its shoulder towards me because I was an atheist, I grew to want to engage it logically. I guess that's surprise. I'm still doing that all these years later. So I wanted to engage it. I wanted to explain to you why I thought your view was wrong and why I thought I was right. And I was into that when I was a teenager. And around college age, maybe early in college, my old man, I don't know how it came up. We didn't talk about this much. I don't remember how he told me this, but it was one of the most influential things he ever told me. He said, and for the record, he believes there's something greater than him. He grew up in a somewhat religious family and therefore like kind of rebelled against it, raising his own. So he's not very outwardly practicing, but he is spiritual, I guess, is who he is. He said to me one time, I guess when we were talking about my atheism, and he said, religion largely fills a hole for many human beings. And he said, you are very lucky in life. The family you were born to, not wanting for things, being loved, being able to do the things you want, being healthy, being not disabled. You don't have a lot of holes to fill. And he's right. I was a very fortunate person. I was dealt a good set of cards in life, mainly because I have two amazing parents. And most importantly, he said, that's not the case for most people in this country, much less this world. And religion largely fills a hole for a lot of people, gives them a sense of purpose, sort of a driving light. It becomes a positive engine to fill a hole that may otherwise kind of cause a lot of problems. And his last part of it that left the lifelong impression of me is he said, you would not want to see a world without God, where there wasn't religion, meaning like the impact of that being stripped away from everybody is not a world you'd want to see. And man, it was like a chilling moment for me as a late teen, early 20s. And what it did is
goosebumps right now.
Yeah, man. And what it made me realize was, what the fuck am I doing engaging people to convince them that they're wrong? If religion is doing something positive for them, more power to you. Why would I want to take that from you? So it got me to a point where I don't really even like engaging it philosophically, logically with people, because I tend to find it drives down that funnel to where we become sort of me arguing like, no, this is why I'm right and you're wrong. And like, I don't want to do it anymore. So it's interesting we're talking about this. I tend not to talk about religion.
It's
talk so much I'm sweating. That was a long one.
Yo, I think you're right about the militant atheists and the trauma and the and all of that. And one of the things that popped into my mind while you were describing that was to go back to the truth part, and you act as if something is true. It's Jordan Peterson was actually one of the people who kind of got me down this rabbit hole of rethinking religion. And one of the points that he makes about his own personal faith is, well, I act as if it's true. I act as if there's a God and there's, and
you almost
what's the difference? What
that's a good point.
The difference? Like just because like, if you're going to go through the motions and the motions are good and beneficial, like what's the difference between believing intellectually and believing through your behavior? Which is more important?
Yeah. And even that's not the difference, is maybe not the right way to say it. Or even better way to say it might be, why does it matter?
Why does it matter?
Meaning, like, because I do it, it doesn't, like the debate of whether it's true or not has no relevance. It is of course true to my life.
It's almost like it's almost like a side thought, like whether exactly what capacity you believe it's true, because you believe it's true enough to go and do it. The rituals.
Well, so I'll throw two interesting things back at you, or two things I think you'll appreciate chewing on. So I don't describe myself as an agnostic, because I feel like that's used as sort of
that's pussy shit.
Yeah, the thing I always rail against is this herding, this I heard you through labeling you. And it's like people want me to say I'm not an atheist, and I'm actually an agnostic, because me saying I'm an atheist is sort of offensive to them, because I don't believe and they do believe so passionately. It's like, can you just say you're agnostic? And so as a result, sort of as a man of principle, I've drawn the line on that. Like, no, I have no reason to believe this. It did not pass my fact test. So I do not base I have not structured my whole life around it. And therefore, I'm not going to allow you to make me label myself as like somebody who isn't sure. It's almost like forcing me to call myself cis. I don't need to be called cis. I'm just human. Like, I don't need to have a definition. Like, no, I just don't believe, right? So I've always like drawn that line. But I will admit, for the record, since you somehow got me talking about this to the public, I don't not believe to the level that like I can tell you I can disprove the existence of God. Like, surely not. They are like the great unknowns. I also similarly cannot answer the questions absent God. And so anyways, the two interesting things I wanted to share with you, with that being the backdrop, is, so I guess in essence, I am almost agnostic, but damn it, if you ask me to claim a label, I'm going back to agnostic.
Or are you just, so here, Christopher Hitchens is one of the most famous atheists ever.
I wish I had gotten into him before he died. I only knew who he was. I read no of his stuff, and now I feel like he would have been a hero of mine.
He wrote this book called God Was Not Great, and it was but here's the thing, what he did, and he was trying to prove religion was bad, and like but he
was like a militant atheist.
Yeah, sort of. But here's the thing, he was a sophist in his approach to defining what God was. It was a very There's this magical man in the sky that's got everybody on, as a puppet master and this and that,
Right.
and it's like, okay. And he went around disproving that particular approach. So it's like, yeah, but what if he was conceiving of the idea of God wrong, right? Like, what if that
Yes.
wasn't exactly what is meant? Maybe it's what some people mean, but
yeah. So
other
let me
ways
throw
of
those
thinking
things.
about it.
Let me throw those things that I said I think you'd enjoy chewing on. So one to the point you just made is, what if he's sort of misunderstanding the idea of God? My dad he's spiritual, but he's not, kind of doesn't subscribe to something. He explained the idea to me. I keep backing myself up. One class that interested me in college was about religions.
Mhm.
And one of the religions they covered was atheism, sort of the
Yeah.
absence of religion and what the arguments are for it. And one of the strongest arguments for atheism is called the multi-God theory. And it simply
Mhm.
means if my tenets are
Yes.
factually true, yours must be wrong. So the existence of all these different belief systems proves everybody's wrong. And the way that he looks at that, and I think it's quite brilliant, it's not his idea, but he was the first to share it with me, is that they're all talking about the same thing.
Exactly.
It's the same
That
energy
is the argument.
manifesting culturally in all these different
Everybody
ways.
just has their own bottle that's getting filled up with the same stuff.
Exactly.
And it's a
Makes
slightly
sense.
different shape, and there's a little spillage here and there every, and
Right,
like,
right. It makes sense, man. It makes
right.
sense.
Yeah.
So the two things that I wanted to throw at you. So back to, I don't even know if I'm sure I know what agnostic means. I always thought that meant I'm not sure. I'm still debating. I'm on the fence, if you will. But I guess in essence, I am, because there are two factors that I can't fully grapple with that still make that needle of the fact conclusion we talked about
Yeah.
still bounce back a little. The number one is, for as long as humans have existed, or I guess for as long as we have a written record, there is spirituality and faith to the level of, I am 100% convinced that if you just take a group of, I don't know how many it would take for them to survive, let's go with 100 colonist people, and you just created them as new human forms that had no contact to anything else, and dropped them on this volcanic rock in the middle of the ocean, and they lived there for 200 years and created a little colony, I guarantee you they would have spirituality, a faith system, and some sort of practicing religion
100%.
uniformly across human history. So because of, and what's interesting about it is there are examples of people who did not touch each other. So you cannot say it came from a common. You know what I mean? Like you'll find Mayans that you can prove never had contact with other humans, and they believed in Ra, the sun god. It manifests every
It's
time.
like language. It'll spontaneously manifest itself among groups of people.
Interesting. So that is one of the strongest arguments for God. And it's one I've never resolved. If there is no God, why does that happen? I can't resolve it. I think it's a very strong argument for God. And lately, go ahead.
Yeah.
And comments on that one. And
where I think everybody gets it wrong is that it is that you're just looking at the same thing from a different direction and putting different clothes and ritual on it. And I do think and what proves the correctness of one religion or another is its fitness and survivability over time for the peoples that practice it.
That's a good point. Back to moral guidebook, back to moorings. That's a good point.
Because ideas have to, for an idea to be true, it first has to exist.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting.
And it has to exist with
that's an argument almost against God, though, that you're in essence saying it's almost become like an evolution survivability thing. You see, it's selected out. So that's interesting.
Selected for another way of thinking about this is like, people have genes and they have memes, where memes are the religious set is a set of memes or a set of ideas, but you can also invert that in that genes and memes have people, and that they use people to reproduce themselves and move through time.
That's really deep, man. I like that. You stretch my mind. I like that about you. So the second one that I've grappling with only recently, and it's through all the time I've spent ranting on Twitter, where I've now gotten to a point where I'll get on a soapbox and write out these 12 street long things. So doing that process, instead of just responding spontaneously to other people's posts, has led to me very much forming my views, crafting them much more than I had them before. I feel like I have a platform for, like, a personal platform for the first time in my life politically, like sort of who I am. I feel stronger on that than ever. But anyways, 100%. In that vein of a lot of thinking and developing ideas and analyzing what's going on in our culture and I've written a couple of threads in this exact vein. I'm almost unable to not see a level of good versus evil casting in what is going on.
Well, yeah.
I'm almost not able to. And back to that church photo, it's almost represented there. And no, that's not a bash at LGBTQ people. That's a bash at somebody who would show up in such weird looking drag. They look like a monster in the middle of a church when they know that's meant to be offensive. It's leftist cultural takeover. It's something different. When I look at this photo I post all the time of this group of evergreen kids, let me back that up. Let me scratch that off the record and say I didn't say evergreen kids. This group of kids who are standing on a patio. One's got green hair. They're multiple or non-binary. They're holding baseball bats. They're all pierced up. None of them look happy. They all look like they're have childhood trauma and are projecting misery and all this kind of shit. And I look at this porch and I think, my God, I hope my kids don't come out like that. And I don't care if people who are listening to this are offended by that. Those are values I'm willing to defend. I hope my child doesn't end up running with a crew into that shit. There's lots of other crews I hope they don't run with too, but this is a unique and certain type of crew. Why am I bashing that group of kids so hard? Am I some asshole that would bash children? Those were kids at Evergreen College who chased around Brett Weinstein with baseball bats over an anti-racism meltdown. Those people were psychopaths, and they were being rewarded through an administrative structure and able to become psychopaths who were given bludgeons of morality in the form of baseball bats to chase professors around. I mean, it's fucking crazy, dude. And that is a good versus evil casting there. And when I start to look at the dogmas, the doctrines that those kids on that porch are into, again, I don't care if this offends people. I'm unable to see or unable to not see a good versus evil casting. And what's really crazy, and why did I bring this up in the context of God? Well, I've spent a lot of time forming these thoughts, and I realized that Christianity and the principles of it largely stand in direct polar opposition to a lot of that dogma and those doctrines. If it were a chessboard, they're almost figures standing on opposite sides of it facing each other, going, only one of us can live on this chessboard. And dude, when I start to see it in a good evil binary and that level of this leftist cultural takeover and how directly, fundamentally opposed it stands to Christianity, and I start to see the media coverage using all this Christian nationalism, making Christians seem like they're wrong and demons, I start to realize that there is a large element of destruction of Christianity in this movement. And back to Karl Marx and shit, they've always talked about destroying religion and replacing it with the state. And when I see all of that, I guess the point of this rant I just went on is it's become an argument for God to me. It just has. It's become one of the strongest arguments I've ever seen for God, Jeffrey, to be honest with you. I'm seeing a good versus evil casting.
I am glad that you used the word demons, because that was what was going through my head the entire time. I see people who are demonic possession, right? They aren't personally demons, but there's demons in them. And those demons are, we could talk about it in another form. They're ideas that have overtaken them and that capture their behavior and their ability. And I think one of the points that you're getting at is if you have the habits of a church-going person, you have a certain level of immunity or resistance to that kind of possession. Like,
yeah, absolutely. And the reason I say it's only an argument for God and not conclusive for me is I'm also able to package all that back into my computer-like rational logic-driven mind. And I think you just described it very well when you talked about demons. I've seen actual demons in life, people who I can see something is wrong with them. They are literally like bad human beings. Jeffrey Dahmer would be a good example.
Sure.
We'd all agree, right? He was a demon. He wanted to cook people and eat them after drugging them and strangling them. The BTK killer. I read about serial killers for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh yeah.
The demonic shit that the BTK killer did to his victims in front of children is the most horrific stuff I've ever read in my life. That person was a walking monster. Yep. They don't necessarily have to be a demon and spiritual related. It could just be their wiring in their brain made them just downright evil, but they are just downright evil. But anyways, back to what we were just talking about, the framing of the kids on the porch. They don't that's a very different thing we're talking about. That's an indoctrination. It's almost a Jonestown. It's in the vein of a Jonestown instead of the vein of a Jeffrey Dahmer. So my point is I am able to, even though I just made the argument that it pushes the needle towards God, I am able to also frame it in my logic bound mind to where it doesn't have anything to do with spirits. And what's happened to those kids on that porch is they're captured.
But shouldn't there always be different ways to frame reality, regardless if there's God or religion or not? Like, we have these different models that we apply that we can use to different degrees of focus or what have you.
Yeah.
You know?
I agree. Yeah. It's an
I
interesting way to look at it.
because I feel like I can describe these things in psychological terms, but I also feel like the more the biblical terms also apply, and you can convey that meaning and understand it in both ways.
Yeah, sure. It's interesting because as a lifelong atheist who's thought about this stuff my whole life, and I've just ultimately landed in a more science grounded or more just logic. My mind wants to explain things through. I was a computer major. Computers are binary. Everything's a series of one and O's. You turn the one and O's on and they make a language and do fabulous things. My brain sort of works the same way. It wants everything to be a binary. And instead of landing in these places where it can't be binary, it sort of just settles on a, oh, okay, I'm good with the unknown, but what's interesting is having lived that way my whole life, and I feel very comfortable with that. One thing that theists, strong religious people really have a hard time understanding about me is I'm not lacking in my life because of my lack of faith. I'm actually super happy. I have a rich life. I feel lots of love. I'm a good person. I'm bound. People always ask me, where do you get your morals if you don't believe in God? I don't really have an answer for it. I don't need one. I just enjoy doing good for people. Like I see someone fall, I go help pick them up. I hold doors for people. I enjoy positive interactions. It's almost in the vein of karmic reactions to me, karma. If you just do positive into the air all the time and are happy. I talk to everyone in life. I check out at Publix and I'm ringing up my groceries. 90% of the time, me and the cashier will end up shooting the shit. Strangers. I just enjoy positive energy, right? And I got off track there. I don't know where I was going, but to go back to where I was, having lived that way my whole life, it's interesting how much time I now spend around the church. Like not only am I physically around it, but my wife's very religious. My daughter, we're raising them that way. I know the father at our church very well. I really enjoy speaking with him after mass. I become like a salesman for the church online. I posted the other day that I have so much more in common with your average Christian than your average progressive. It's not even close. I mean, it's just.
I think you might just be having an identity crisis,
right? So it's funny. I'm like marching with the Christians, at this time in our human time. It's an utterly bizarre concept, but yet I don't have any unsettled feeling of like, do I believe? Do I need to get into the scripture and church? I don't know, man. I'm in this weird.
I love it.
Weird
it's
lost
great.
in the middle state. Yeah, it works for me. Like I'm super happy. I don't struggle with these thoughts. Like I don't.
But you're
go through my
acting as
days
if
grappling with it.
there's nothing in your behavior, from the sound of it, that conflicts with Catholic practices.
Well, it's a mental game for me. What ultimately
Right.
slammed the door on religion for me is to believe in God is to subordinate your entire existence to something greater. And I simply have not seen enough evidence to persuade me that I should subordinate my one shot on this earth, my entire life, into the idea that I am lesser, there's something greater, and I know this ends up sounding narcissistic and selfish, but I don't mean it that way. It's sort of this way that I live very scientifically. I believe, and this will bother some people, but this is why I don't talk about this subject, by the way. Religion and politics don't make for good conversation, even good people. You and I will get along, but some people will listen to this and these kind of comments will bother them. I believe, fuck them. I agree. People have to get over being offended because I love religion. I got one of the most flattering compliments the other day. Tom, one of my favorite followers, Tom Buckley, awesome dude. He and I have chatted forever. We're like-minded. He's an older gentleman, loves to cook. But anyway, he and I interact almost every day. He's like part of what I call my Twitter family. And I talk about these subjects. I talk about being an atheist a lot because it's one way for me to try to connect into this issue because the other side is largely atheist. Sure. So it's sort of like the black person being able to say something the white person can't in our society right now, right? I'm the atheist who can say something that the Christians aren't able to. So I often talk about my atheism, but he and I have grown really, really close. I wrote this intense thread laying out some thoughts, sort of in the vein we're talking about how I haven't connected with the scripture and the faith, but I see the moorings, this, that, and the other. And man, he writes me this tweet at the end. He said, like, I've always read your words or something. I wish I had it pulled up. It's something along the lines of like, I've always read your words and I respect the way you formed them and the way you live your life. Dude, it was a picture of a Bible and it said Reverend Tom Buckley. The man was a priest. And here he and I have engaged on me like billboarding my atheist views for so long. And it gives me the chills retelling the story. I literally got the chills when I saw the picture. It was such a special moment for me. It's like, look how close he and I grew, even though I've been almost directly speaking out against that which is the fabric of his life. And it was a beautiful moment of like humanity to me, We don't have to agree on this fundamental issue. We've grown to love each other. It was so beautiful, man. It was like he gave me a gift with that photo he shared with me. It's his way of saying, like, you've won my respect. And like, oh, it gives me the chills retelling the story. It was really cool.
How do you think you would act differently if you went through this subordination process?
It just simply leads to a conclusionary thing for me. Like, so for example, when I sit in mass, there's a whole lot of we thank you, God, or this talking to this higher figure. There's getting down on your knees and praying. There's this like element of one of the things that fundamentally bothers me about it is it's I hope I phrase this the right way, because I never try to offend people with these views. It prioritizes the afterlife over this one life. And that's just a factual statement. People can argue about the meaning and everything. That's fine. But that is a factual statement. Getting to heaven, doing the scriptures, meeting the tenets in this one life, so that whatever equal ends up being, in all these different religions, they all have something that's going to happen in the afterlife. And you've got to do these things. And in my opinion, what it ends up doing is it ends up putting in front of your own life's value what is going to happen to you in the afterlife. And I don't believe in souls and spirits and afterlife. I think when I die, it's the end. It's like a tape recorder that's running. And if my head were to get cut off halfway through this podcast, that's it, man. There's no Theo tomorrow. I'm over. I don't believe in spirits and souls. So there's this notion of, why am I going to live in a mental framework where everything is about what's going to happen when I die throughout this whole short run of tape that I have before then? It's never made sense to me. And where I ultimately land, and the words that I worry will offend people, I don't think humans are any different than another life form on Earth. Like, we're just intelligent lettuce. We're not any different. We're just a species on Earth of carbon life in this tiny rock in this huge, vast solar system. And to be frank with you, I just don't think humans are all that special. I think we're an amazing creature, but we're just this one creature on this vast, never-ending. I've never figured it out. It blows my freaking mind.
Yeah,
I don't know. Give me some thoughts back on that. I'm going to sit back for a minute.
I'm with you on the afterlife thing. It's like, that shooting for the afterlife and a better afterlife just doesn't do it for me. But even talking about it, like, I don't want to talk about how like the afterlife's more important. No, it's not. What's most important is how I spend the day tomorrow with my family. You know, and of course, religious people get that too. I mean, I'm not saying they don't. It's just, this is how I reframe it in my head. I don't think that the scripture is actually talking about life after death. I don't think that's the point. I think the point is you're sacrificing today for tomorrow, and giving up current pleasures so that you can reach for a better heaven tomorrow. I think heaven is a place on earth.
That's interesting. I mean, my mind can work with that a whole lot more than the notion of this is also whether or not I'll get let in the pearly gates, because I don't happen to believe in them. So why am I doing that? You know?
Yeah. So that to me is, I think, the intent behind it, and that maybe over time we've gotten away from. But okay, with that said, I also consider the meta pattern of some way that there seems to be this thing of consciousness that we don't understand. And there seems to be, I don't know how it goes away, how it's created or anything like that. And if there is this meta pattern in the universe that I don't understand completely, I imagine that a framework like what the religious texts talk about being a good person in this life leads to good things in the next life, that might be true. I don't know. You know, I mean, if it works anyway, it seems like it maybe should work that way.
Yeah. My dad always said to me, he always threw this back at me. He would always say, I look at it like a parachute, and we don't really know either way. So like, wouldn't you rather have the parachute on? And those are the kind of thoughts that were thrown to me as a young teenager that just pushed me away. It's sort of the morality binary approach. It's like you're taking my ability to critical think away by just telling me like, oh, well, you just need to do this. Well, when need to do this is walk around and openly say that like, my whole life is based around devotion to God. Like, no, I don't need to do that. You need to convince me of that pretty convincingly first before I'm going to do that. And for some reason, much of our society just never walked that way. Like, I truly believe, and again, these are those straying into boundaries may offend people. I don't mean it that way. I truly believe that if the tenets of religion are not, this is going to clash with something I said earlier, but if the tenets of religion are not pushed on children from a young age, a much higher percentage of them will grow up with the mindset that I have. And this is largely why my wife and I chose to raise our children the way we are, is I do view religion itself, even the belief itself, to be such a positive, moral guidebook system that I don't want to deprive my daughter of that. And I think if I had engaged her logically at 5, I think I would have lowered the chances that it attached to her. We had these conversations when she was a baby. And what's funny is 10 years later, we were correct, because it's really attached to her. We love it. It's wonderful. It's made her and mom grow really close. I go to mass every Sunday. It's really cool. I love that what church has happened in her life. And I think if I had engaged her with these thoughts early on, I might have stripped that from her. And that is a strong argument against God for me, is that like there does tend to be, for example, my friends growing up, I think I'm one of only 2 atheists. These thoughts developed with my best friend. I have one friend who's like a brother to me. I absolutely love a guy. And he and we've been best friends since we were kids, and these thoughts we developed together. But anyways, everybody else in my friends growing up all ended up being religious people. They all went to CCD classes. I always remember that. It was like a Wednesday, every other Wednesday. They all had to go to this class. I didn't. My parents didn't send me to that. And I don't think it's coincidental that I grew up the atheist. Like to converse, to contrast what we talked about earlier, take any humans, drop them on a volcanic rock, they grow up with religion. I still believe that to be true. However, there does seem to be this opposite energy that if you don't, the reality is it's indoctrinate. If you don't tell kids from a young age, yes, God created the world, this, that, and the other, a high percentage of them tend to grow up without religion. So that's a strong argument against it to some level, isn't it? Right? I think it is, but it ultimately rubs heavily against the notion of human history and how every group grows up with.
Well,
like you can't resolve the tension between those two, is what I'm saying.
So atheism, how many completely atheist societies? Are there any?
I'm not sure we've had any, dude, in like human history. That's really bizarre. Like, yeah, that's the strongest argument, that there's got to be a God. If there's not, why every, so yeah, I mean, I guess I'm admitting to the world here on your podcast that I am more of an agnostic, and that I haven't closed the door on it. I don't run around going, oh, I know for a fact there is no God. I believe what my computer has run to a green light. True. Turn the 10 on, right? It's like, okay, this makes sense. And that the ideas of religion themselves, the scripture I hear at mass, just doesn't make sense to me. My mind wants to think about the cosmos and black holes and star creation and nebulas, and look at deep space photos. That's almost my church, as crazy as that sounds. I get high and I stare at space photos, and it's just, honestly, it's spiritual for me to some level. I just get lost in, what am I staring at? What's that cloud of green glass? What's that light that's shining in the middle? Is that a star? Is that a supernova? Are those planets swirling around? It blows my mind endlessly. That's where I get lost in almost a spiritual vein of space. One of my favorite followers, when I was saying exactly this on Twitter, came back and said, you realize that's God, right? Yeah. A hard thing to defeat. He's a very religious guy. And it was a hard thing to defeat to some extent.
Yeah.
Kind of what you're talking about. What does it have to be true? Or is it more the application? See, to
what's
him,
the difference?
Correct. The cosmos are God to him.
Yeah.
Right. And that makes sense to me. I get that. I get why it's God to him. For some reason, I see it as stars. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was a cool quote the way he said
that. To quote the meme, why not both?
Yeah, why not both?
Why not both?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
interesting. I never imagined you'd get me to diagnose atheism.
This is not where I thought this was going to go at all.
It shows your talent, because I don't even have this conversation with anyone, man. It just never leads anywhere good. But it can be respectful. Back to me and Tom, right? It doesn't have to be an adversarial, ugly thing. Like you and I weren't having an adversarial discussion. Our society has a very difficult time doing that, because there's such important views to people,
Yeah, it's the ability, conversation is about finding the overlaps where you agree, and then try to figure out things where you're disagreeing or not thinking about things the same way, right? And all we're doing in this discussion is talking about where the boundaries of our conceptions are, and trying to rough out, do you mean what I mean? Do I mean what you mean? Are we understanding each other? And as we try to sort that out, that's when our minds go like, oh, okay, I hadn't thought about it that way before. You come up with new combinations of ideas. And
Are you,
And I
by the way,
actually think that that's how religions evolve. Oh,
Jeffrey,
is it?
human beings who interact through discourse? Is that what you're describing? I mean, the way you just described that, you're right. That's so important. What's utterly bizarre is how did we ever get away from that? Like, that's all what we should be doing as humans is sharing ideas and growing from them. And we sharpen blades by talking our
It's
ideas, right?
100% sharp,
Yeah.
because that's how I think about what I do on Twitter is I'm sharpening that blade.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
absolutely.
the
Absolutely.
people who are
I
arguing
ran,
against me, I'm figuring out how I can just cut, chop
yeah.
them down fastest. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
the
absolutely. And you
people.
develop stuff and eventually you can change minds and stuff. The positions that, excuse me, that I express and write passionately about and boldly about, I tend to have formed very strongly.
Right.
So like one counterpoint back doesn't necessarily, oh, you're right, so I'll step off that. Maybe it's, oh, you're right, I'll need to chew on that for a bit. And it starts
Yeah.
computing again. But yeah, discourse. Sorry, I threw you off track of what you were saying, but it's just weird that we got off discourse. Like, of course we should share ideas and swap them like wares back and forth and make the product better, right?
Well,
Every idea.
And this is the, where I think we get hung up, to go back to the politics of existential threats, is that we end up making these, being unable to talk about difficult subjects because, what happened after the Weimar Republic and why were the Nazis, why did the Nazis come to power? Why were they was everybody in Germany just bad people?
Yeah.
Set the
yeah.
stage
People
for
can't,
that.
Yeah, people can't talk about sensitive subjects at all. And I think that is a result of propaganda like tools that condition society.
Yes.
We are going to use the term I created, for the record, and I love it, weaponized empathy. We're going to weaponize people's empathy.
Yes.
We're weaponize it against them to make them do what we want, right? And even to like that level right there, like the Holocaust and the Nazis and everything, we are as a people are unable to talk about anything surrounding that. And we get it to some level. That's like a global scar, and deservingly so. So, I mean, I'm not exactly bashing that we do have a hard time talking about it as a people, but it's unhealthy to not be able to talk about topics.
But the Holocaust is how people dealt with enemies up until that point in time for all wars. Like,
oh yeah, but people forget how
the Civil War in the United States was almost an aberration that they kind of just stopped, moved on.
Yeah.
Everything
what made
else.
the Holocaust particularly unique was the system level design to go after one ethnicity. Now, it's not actually unique.
Well, it wasn't one ethnicity. There was a lot of different.
Or you're right. Tons of ethnicity was the wrong term. Yeah, but to target one type of, and in his monstrous manifestos, he described them as like filthy people needed to be exterminated. So the unique like evil hatred of like one breed, but in terms of like the barbarianism against other humans, sadly, there is no giant gap between that and human history. Some of the things that have gone on are horrible.
The scale and the mechanization in particular, and the scientific disposal of was the thing that actually impressed me, and that I don't know of a thing in history that's comparable to it.
Where that's a good point. The level of operation of it is bizarre. But I mean, you talk about like human slaughter, like Genghis Khan.
Oh,
the level of slaughter that man caused, barbaric, horrific slaughter that really is no less horrific than the Holocaust. Again, the Holocaust is just this unique theater where it was so of design and targeted at people for this one reason that it made it particularly monstrous. Right. But in terms of humans slaughtering and being horrible to other humans, man, sadly, that's what we are as a species. One of the greatest scenes I ever saw in a movie, I forget what movie it was, maybe Contact, which was a great flick, by the way.
Jodie Foster, right?
Jodie Foster, dude, that movie is awesome. I showed it to my daughter when she was 8, for anyone listening to this, and she connected with it and loved it. So show it to your young kids. Contact. But the aliens look at Earth and they play back this history of war, cannon shooting and death and Khmer Rouge and all that. And they're almost weeping, the aliens, looking at the planet Earth. Like, what have they done? Sadly, we are this horrifically barbaric, blow each other up species. We just always have been.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, can you tell me a period of time where humans were peaceful and it was all flowers and let's help each other out? No, it's been conquest and barbarianism since day one. Right.
Genghis Khan enforced a good peace for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is bad people did do good things. And in a world of very cruel, the dark ages were just such a different time. And I'm fascinated by that era, the era before electricity and of horses and candlelight and castles. And, I don't know. One of the greatest fallacies of modern man is this just obsessive need to want to judge old people by the standards of current times. And it's so stupid.
Oh, it's so stupid.
If you lived in the dark ages, life was just so different. Like, you can't analyze it from what we do now. Oh, well, but you wouldn't be moral if you did that. Bullshit. Like going to the Colosseum in Rome was not an immoral thing.
Right. You also wouldn't be around if you didn't do those things. That's right. Like you have the first virtue is survival. Because all other virtues stem from the ability to have those virtues, which means you have to survive first.
Yeah.
And so when I get to like truth and morality stem from the same thing. It has to exist. So you can't be a pacifist. And if you're only a pacifist if you're capable of violence. Right. And
sure.
It's a choice not to do violence. Pacifist societies, they don't survive.
No, there's no such thing.
They only survive by the generosity of a benefactor who is protecting their asses.
Absolutely. In fact, one of the reasons everything's gotten so weird is we are moving away from the globe being a collection of tribes and survivals, needing to survive. We're sort of in this evolutionary period of human history where we are sort of becoming global citizens. And I hate that term with a passion.
People are.
Yeah, everything is changing largely. And that goes back to what we were talking about earlier on this chat of tribalism and stuff, or even America being a thing of 50 states and this, that, and the other. Well, then there's the countries, and we've all been very much apart. That's why we have wars and all this. But if you go back, our history goes back hundreds and thousands of years. The time is so long. And in the last 50, 60 years, things have compressed really intensely. I was teaching in seventh grade. I was working at a daycare center, but it had a lobby or a library. And I ended up in the library for lunch or something. And sitting in there was a book called Globalization and the Terrorist. It was called The West and the Rest, Globalization and the Terrorist Threat. And I forget who wrote it, but it was a great freaking book, man. And it was largely focused around 9/11 and how 9/11 came to be. Mm-hmm. So that wouldn't have been seventh grade for me. I must have been a different time. Scratch that off the record, because I know they talked about 9/11 because it talked about the Saudis that were behind 9/11 and how a lot of their anger was one story in particular stuck out to me. And it was that the architecture in one of the terrorists' hometowns started to be taken over with Western shit. I'm not sure he didn't mention McDonald's arches or something, right?
Yeah.
It sounds weird to us. Why would that bother you? But I guess it bothered him to a fundamental level. It wasn't about the architecture. It was what the architecture stood for.
Oh, they were conquering them.
Conquering and globalization and the terrorist threat, the West and the rest, and this sense of the West is coming to tell us how to live and this, that, and the other. And that drove a lot of those people and why they were willing to fly those planes. We think of them all as Al-Qaeda, which they were, but there was also a level of radical Islam and anti-West radical. They were truly fanatical, and it had largely been driven by the idea of, conquering, right? Globalism is sort of a sense of conquering.
I mean, if you read Osama bin Laden's manifesto, it was all about taking down the West, and because of the crimes that they committed and the encroachment upon their land and people.
Islam and their land. And absolutely. And where I'm going with that is that the process of the reason I brought up the book is I thought I was young when I read it, because I remember it being shaping for my mind at the time. But I realized that the author was right in what he was laying out, how it was sort of a globalization was a problem for some of these cultures and how it was going to collide.
Yeah.
And he was correct. And what bothered me is I realized it's unresolvable. You can't stop globalism. So we're in this weird part of the evolutionary time for human history where that is now happening. And obviously social media is what lit that on fire. we're now able to talk to each other. I could talk to someone in Japan to learn how to care for a bonsai tree right now online. It's wild, right? And we're all now sitting at one lunch table. Dialogos, whatever you said.
Dialogos, yes.
Dialogos.
We can just say dialogue too.
Dialogue. There you go. So, but you were talking about, people coming together and those energies kind of happening. Well, imagine if you think of it as like little dots coming together. You got a lunch table full of people, and they kind of make like a little spark between each other as they share ideas. Imagine throwing 1 billion of those things together. Yeah. Like, so it's just such a wild time to be alive in this sense of globalization, and we are on almost across planet Earth quickly losing the boundaries of almost countries and nations and continents. You know what I mean? It is progressing really fast, and there is a need for it. As much as I rant about the globalists and the NGOs and WHO and freaking evil Klaus Schwab and stuff, you can't. Part of this process is we are going to have to formalize some structures. This will be a very different rock in 100 years. Very different rock in 100 years. When my daughter, by the end of her life, I think it will look nothing like this. The globalization process has been lit, and it cannot be slowed down. And it's going to cause some just dramatically wild things. It's going to cause some cultures to get steamrolled. It's going to cause war and anger. It's going to cause more 9/11s. It's going to cause the creation of NGOs who want to run everything. That's almost inevitable, isn't it? Weird stuff. I don't think you can slow down these progressions, be it technology, social media, space travel, just
it's hard to
population.
predict at a minimum. Like I don't,
It is hard to predict. And you just can't slow the shit down. Like, the population is growing. Like, the suburbs around here, bro, are just, the farmland is turning into just endless strip malls and shopping centers and HOAs. Well, eventually it'll just be one big of that. Ooh. Right? I mean, I don't see how you slow these changes down. I don't think you can. I think they continue to accelerate.
I'm not like this. To me, it's like emergent. If we hit peak oil or something like that, or we started having less energy expenditure, dramatically less energy expenditure per person globally, like that could slow things down, for example.
Yeah, that's true. There could be,
run
out of resource.
I don't know if you can predict your design or, influence it exactly in a way, but I can imagine scenarios like what I think we're seeing in China, like right now with I think their economy is like, I don't know too much about it, but their economy is not doing so hot, right?
No,
like,
yeah, things aren't good in China, man. I don't know too much about it either.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much of it is in anybody's grasp, how powerful you are. It's kind of like an emergent effect that goes on, or at least that's how I think about it.
Yeah. It's unquestionably what's led to such turmoil, I think, in our world, though. I mean,
even certainly you have, like the 9/11 guys, I think, and the Ace talks about the Afghanis. It's like these guys, they're just gonna go hide in a mountain. They're not giving up their culture. They're just gonna wait forever, and like,
right. And those are the kind of things that you have a hard time figuring out if you just, or someone like me likes to play out things in your head, contingencies. How are things going to go? You have a hard time seeing how that goes when globalization ultimately rolls into Tora Bora. What the hell happens? Because you're right, they aren't giving up their culture, nor should they have to. For the record,
but even they started using social media because they realized their image was important.
It's like funny you'd bring up Tora Bora because they're using drones. So yeah, I guess.
I mean, Putin is framing his entire, who knows what the real motivation is, but he's framing it as the war of civilizations of the corrupt West against,
it's wild.
The Orthodox.
I watched a speech the other day. It was freaking bizarre, man. Bizarre. This just Twilight Zone times that we're living in. I mean, just truly Twilight Zone times. So much up is down and down is up. And it's so weird how across the globe, people are living in like diametrically opposed camps and are both convinced they're on the right side of history. It's a weird concept. It's all over Earth right now, particularly in our country. It's heavy in our country. The right and the left are both convinced they're righteous and the other side's the bad guy. And they're equally convinced of it, man. It's crazy. It's like global, that sense right now, that tension. It's not good.
Yeah. Do you have any particular takes on the Ukraine-Russia war?
So, yeah, I mean, I've got some takes on the Ukraine-Russia war. I haven't talked about it because it's just so freaking hypercharged. So here's how I'll wade into the
Sure.
Ukraine-Russia topic. So I'll start by saying my number one thing, as those who read my stuff on Twitter know, is information. I'm fascinated and troubled by how information is being relayed to us and presented, and as a result, the way that people are living in alternative, or that's the wrong way to say it, living in complete knowledge existences that don't pair with reality and they're not aware of it. That's the
Yeah.
idea of the Truman Show. It's what I reference
Yes.
all the time. That is what has my interest because I believe it's the number one problem on earth and particularly in America right now, and it's hurting all of us around. So Ukraine most interests me in terms of the time I spend on it is through the lens of that. And the information side of it bothers me greatly. I don't spend a ton of time on the conflict itself because I talk about it with people off Twitter a whole lot more, people in my life, because I do have opinions on it. It's such a hypercharged topic in our country right now, and you're so immediately attacked and framed horrible if you don't just bow down and genuflect to everything Zelensky and Ukraine, that for sort of the mission I'm on Twitter, there's no value in me talking about the nuts and bolts of that conflict. If you want me to give you the cliff notes, I think it was very clear that Putin was going to take the land bridge. The land bridge was extremely valuable. And when he took Crimea away back, and I don't know the history there, I don't profess to. I'm not some savant of the Ukraine-Russia conflict at all. And in fact, I read a lot of people on Twitter who know a shit ton more than me, and that's where I know a lot of things. But from just like a military strategy standpoint, once he took Crimea, I think it was pretty obvious that he was going to take the land bridge. I just think we all knew that was coming. And what's kind of weird about the Ukraine conflict is this wasn't Putin's first conflict or conquest.
No.
He took over Georgia. When was that? 10 years ago? 15 years ago? Right?
I'm not sure.
There's been lots of times that he's just taken over territories. This wasn't like the first time he's done that. So the world didn't really look at him taking the land bridge, at least in my opinion, as some World War III starting incident. And maybe people who are really into the Ukraine conflict have strong opinions otherwise and think I'm an ignorant asshole for saying that. That's fine. I don't profess to be some savant of this theater. But in my opinion, if Putin had just taken the land bridge, I don't think we are where we are today at all. And in fact, I saw that move coming. And to this day, I don't understand why he amassed the force and attacked the entire country and went at Kiev. And there was that weird trade-off of like information war that occurred right before then, where our own officials almost like broadcasted to him they wouldn't do anything if he invaded, which was just odd. It was like they talked about the war before the war started. I've never seen that before. In fact, I joked at one point that it was a wag. Well, not joked. I thought it was a wag the dog situation.
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah.
I was like, something is going on here. It's like our leaders are already talking about a war that hasn't happened. Like something is just not, there was something artificial feeling about those weeks when that happened. And then Putin invaded the whole country, which I just think was a fatal move for him, man. And I understand the blurry dynamics of how that was once part of the USSR, and there's still a lot of Russians there, and a lot of them do feel part of Russia, and particularly back on those far southeastern edges where it's kind of more disputed territory. And so I'm not fully dismissive of the Russians' plea to the conflict, but from my lens, it does seem to be an unacceptable conquest of a Western developed territory. And I'll get to a part of that in a second, but just talking about it purely from a military strategy perspective, I really don't understand why he invaded the whole thing. I think it was a really bad move. I understand NATO at his doorstep. I do think he was kind of taunted by NATO. He worried about that, but I almost feel like he was goaded into making a bigger move than maybe he even wanted to, and definitely that he should have. And dude, I don't see a good out for him here. I think he made a catastrophic and fatal mistake in invading Ukraine. I mean, you just can't go blow up their downtowns with bombs. And I don't know, man. I'm definitely not pro Russia in this conflict at all. I mean, he fucked up here, and the guy's a maniac. And well, one last point, and then I'll pass the mic to you because I'd be interested to hear some of your thoughts. It's weird to hear him talk with those speeches because a lot of the things that he talks about are issues that also are important to me. And in these large global conflicts going on, I see them present. I do worry that Russia has always been masters of propaganda. I mean, the KGB invented a lot of that shit. And I do think there's absolutely a layer of he's playing Western heartstrings. right?
Oh, of course he is.
So so I have a hard time figuring out, is anything he's saying true? Is it all Western heartstrings? And everything that comes out of Moscow is so fucking artificial. I have a hard time believing anything that you get from the Kremlin.
Yeah, I mean, he's a warlord, like mafia
It
boss,
truly is.
like
It truly is. He's an evil megalomaniac kind of guy. I mean, he's a true James Bond villain.
I don't. I have a hard time saying evil megalomaniac.
I think he's a megalomaniac. Maybe evil was the wrong word, but I think he's a megalomaniac. I also think he's a Bond villain. Do you know he has a headquarter hideout on the side of a cliff of a mountain? Have you ever seen pictures of that?
That's awesome.
Dude, it looks like you could film the start of a James Bond flick there. You clearly can only get to it by helicopter or something. It's on the edge of this black, like volcanic looking cliff that goes down in the water. And it's like this dope looking little structure sticking off that looks like this little fortress. I'm like, yeah, of course he has that on that mountain. You know?
I do think that, like, I think it would be amazing, because it does seem like the United States goaded him into attacking. You know,
it was odd.
They did the coup in 2014, you know, and then he took Crimea during the Sochi Olympics, and then, you know, the Ukraine, as far as I understand, had been shelling the Donbass region for I don't know how many years, or whatever small regional conflicts that they had over there. And, you know, I gotta say, if the West really locked him into another Afghanistan, you know, in a war of attrition to weaken the enemy, that he's going to inevitably lose, it's like, wow, that's actually pretty impressive military for military planning there.
Yeah, he's getting smashed. I mean, you know, he's losing tons of equipment and people, and that's why the move to attack the whole country, I just think was weird. Kind of my overriding point with the land bridge part was, I think if he had only taken the land bridge, I think the world accepts it.
Yeah.
So, like, I just think it was so odd that he invaded everything. Let's shift gears a little, though. Yeah. And let me tell you where my interest really lies in Ukraine. And that's largely because I'm not an expert on the conflict itself. I do think there's a very clear, I'm not convinced by Putin's story that he had to invade Ukraine for the safety of Russia. I believe he took it as a conquest. In my opinion, it was, I wanted the land bridge, I decided to take the whole thing. Again, I recognize the history and that there's blended people and some of them claim to be Russian, all that. I'm not claiming to be some expert on that. But there does seem to be a right and a wrong to it of, I guess where I'm going with that is, I support the notion of stopping Putin from feeling like he can just roll over Ukraine the way he did. I see a clear right and wrong in the conflict. I'm troubled by the idea that America potentially is going to go as far as it takes. There's been some rhetoric in our articles and from our leaders in that vein of as much as it takes for as long as it takes. And
it's crazy.
I'm not sure I want a full-fledged conflict with Russia. I'm not sure that's in our purview to have to get in. And what's most troubling at all, go back to the lens I care most about, is the information. We're not even allowed to have these discussions again. It's just like vaccines. We are to believe that everything is perfect. Zelensky's motherfucking Teresa, and we don't have to worry about where our money's going, and it's righteous, and we're giving it to these, you know, the people who are using it the right way for these great purposes, and Russia must be stopped. They're an evil monster. And if you don't agree with every one of those statements, you are a horrible, abhorrent term. You know, a Putin supporter, a Russia person, a MAGA, a piece of shit. You are once again derided as this evil monster if you don't inherently agree with everything they want you to agree with on this topic. It is fucking identical to vaccines, man. And you know how hard I fought on that vaccine front, that I'm once again under that coercive pressure where I can't even have these conversations without being told, oh, no, you're wrong because you're not agreeing with exactly what I'm saying. And dude, that raises such huge red flags to me that I am not some big Ukraine supporter. And the main reason I'm not is because I'm once again under this shroud of secrecy and coercion and misinformation and morality binary. And I'm at a point that it's like, it's frustrating the shit out of me. So am I pro-Russia? No, but something is wrong on this front. Something is wrong. It's clear as day. And you have to be tribal as shit and head in the sand and ostrich to not realize there's some misleading going on and something just doesn't smell right. Very similar to the vaccines. You had to be pretty freaking sanctimonious to be running around saying people should be fired 6 months, a year into that. It meant you had shut critical thinking off. You weren't getting information anywhere but MSM outlets. And for you to be attacking others and silencing views on that is despicable. And I'm not going to allow something similar to form on Ukraine. And you can sort of sense it. It's happening. The same thing's happening again.
Yeah.
Right.
I end up getting bothered less, I guess, by the Ukraine thing. I mean, obviously the amount of money that's going over there is just astronomical, but you know, we put so much money into so much bullshit. I care a lot more about vaccine mandates and people losing their jobs and being forced to take jabs and stuff like that. You know, there's also
Me too. Me
you
too.
know,
In terms of issues
and
of
another
importance.
reason with
Yeah.
the war that I'm like, okay, war is the art of deception, and with the internet and the global information, it's, I feel like it's almost impossible to be absolutely truthful in a democracy and have effective national defense.
I think that's
I
a valid point. Yeah, I think
I
there's
just
there's validity to that.
I used to say, you know, going back to the Iraq conflict, it's like, oh yeah, they lied, you know, and it drove me nuts, right?
Yeah.
Back then. But then, you know, I feel like I grew up a little bit with talking about that stuff and thinking about it. And it's like, well, you can't ever in a military strategic just be an open book. It's like, and in fact, the more secrecy and the more surprise that you can give your adversaries, the better. And the more, so
Yeah.
I just don't know how to resolve that with a truly representative democracy that is following the will of the people, though.
Yeah, it's a
Like,
good point. I mean, war is a very ugly creature, man, and it's also a necessary one. And it's always been that way. It's always been both necessary and ugly. You think back to open field battles
yeah,
back in the day where they slaughtered each other, tens of thousands of men in an afternoon. I mean, just horrific shit. And war is just ugly. I remember somebody said to me the other day, somebody who's very against the Ukraine cause, commented to me the other day, oh, they got a video the other day of Ukrainian soldiers torturing Russians, as if it was some huge deal. And I thought to myself, so what, man? It's
obviously.
war, dude. And there's Russians torturing Ukrainians too,
Yeah,
because guess what? When you go out and your best three friends get their heads blown off, and then you find the guys who
Yeah.
did it later that night, men end up doing some awful things to each other in that context. And to be honest with you, I don't really hold it against any of the people out there on the battlefield. I mean, war is fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
So there's a level of like, I agree with you. It's kind of hard to resolve of how do we have this monstrous apparatus that we need while binding it to democratic principles.
Yeah, I don't think it's yeah, I don't think I think we get what we get.
Yeah, I mean, you do. We're the world superpower, right? And that's a reason a lot of people hate us. Is reason. So let me throw one more layer on top of the Ukraine story,
go for it.
I don't talk a lot about the conflict itself for exactly what I said. There's just it's so supercharged again that it's just not worth it for my mission on Twitter. And whereas with the vaccines, it was, I was willing to give my whole freaking life to that, man, because it was so wrong what was going on. I knew I could prove it and blah, blah, blah. Ukraine doesn't have that value to me. So I just sort of stay away from it. But I will tell you one side that is so frustrating to me that it's not interjected. So I just mentioned to you the information, how we can't talk really troubles me enough that it makes me question the whole freaking conflict. I'll be frank with you. And it's kind of like the myocarditis concern. It's not a huge number statistically. And if you'd let us talk about it, it may not be a big deal, but because you won't let us talk about it, it's the biggest deal in the vaccine world. Yeah. And so same thing with Ukraine. Maybe everything is on board in this, that, and the other, but the fact you're smothering us with such a coercive chilling effect, we can't even talk, starts to turn me against you, even if you might have the right cause. With that as the backdrop, we can't be dismissive of these realities. And those realities are, everybody thinks we had a hand in the coup that ultimately led to Zelensky being installed. Okay. And I'm not saying we installed Zelensky. I'm saying everybody was the wrong term. There's a lot of talk that America had a strong influence in the coup that ultimately led to Zelensky being installed. I believe that's just a factual statement. I'm not saying I can prove that. The U.S. doesn't admit to its roles in coups, but we play in elections around the world. And it's funny when we talk about the end of the world of like, oh my God, Russia tried to muddle in our elections. You mean like the U.S. has done in every one for the last 100 years? You know what I mean? Like,
I view the United States, and I mean, I don't know if it's just the United States, but you know, it's an empire of another form that has client states, and we have businesses and agents of various sorts and NGOs that are there to help manage our clients.
Absolutely. And we've straight up overthrown governments and shit. I mean, people don't talk about it a lot, but there's actually documented history of the CIA, of the federal government of America going down in South America and Central America and shit and single-handedly changing regimes.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it just happens. But anyways, where I was going with that is some of the facts that trouble me in Ukraine are the following. Number one, there appears to have been involvement in America that led to this regime change. Again, I'm not saying we went and caused that. I'm just saying there seems to be American hands involved in that chapter. Okay, so that's fact one. Fact two is Joe Biden has been heavily involved in Ukraine for a long, long time, a history that goes back to what? What are we talking about? 2008, 2012, something like that. Fact two. Another fact, fact three, Joe Biden's son worked at Burisma. Burisma is the gas giant of Ukraine. It's huge. Fact four, Ukraine was widely discussed as the most corrupt nation in the West for a long time. It wasn't an offensive thing to say. It was the most corrupt nation in the West. And it was kind of just openly talked about that. We all knew that. But all of a sudden, when this chilling effect came in, we aren't allowed to talk about that anymore. Everything blue and yellow, again, is Mother Teresa. So Zelensky, we're supposed to think everything's great. While Sean Penn flies over there and gives Oscars on camera, and it's promoted like a fucking movie, we're supposed to believe everything's great. But 18 months ago, we talked about this country as an absolute cesspool of corruption, okay? A lot of that corruption centered around what? Burisma. Surprise, surprise. Where Hunter Biden, the vice president of America's son, is sitting on the board there, and if my understanding is correct, was being paid $1 million a month. I know he was at least paid millions, plural, from Burisma. I could be wrong on the million a month figure, but he got millions of cash from Burisma. Do you know what he did for Burisma? Absolutely fucking nothing. He sat on the board of directors as Joe Biden's son, okay? That alone is enough of a red flag to be like, that bothers me. What was Hunter doing there? Why did Burisma want to pay him millions? Does it somehow involve Joe? Okay. We then have that video where he openly says to a crowd full of people that he leveraged $1 billion of loan something money to Poroshenko or whatever at the time and told him, if you don't fire the prosecutor by the time we get on the plane at 6 o'clock tonight, you will not get the $1 billion. And he says, well, you don't have that authority. And he says, call Barack. And the whole crowd laughs. And he says, and wouldn't you know it, son of a bitch, or I'll be damned, or something like that. Before he get on the plane, he calls me and they had fired that prosecutor. What was the prosecutor investigating? He was investigating corruption at Burisma. Okay. We're not even allowed to talk about this in American society. There's not CNN coverage or ABC, CBS, CBC. None of the outlets will touch this shit. But the reality is everything I just told you is factually true. Yeah. So the prosecutor was investigating Burisma, the company that ends up paying his son millions to do nothing but be his son. They're investigating corruption at Burisma. What we are told on that, the surface level spin, because I'll be honest with you, Jeffrey, we don't even get beyond the very surface on this story in our media anywhere. No one will talk about it. The surface level spin of that is, they were investigating corruption at Burisma before Hunter's time. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that Burisma has been corrupt for a real long fucking time, okay? But you don't need to worry about the story that we're told is, they were investigating Burisma before Hunter Biden was ever involved. And the reason that they had the prosecutor fired is he was actually the corrupt prosecutor and they needed to install a good one. It's the classic propaganda 101 where we're going to tell you we did, you know what I mean? Accuse the other side of that which you've actually done. We had to fire the corrupt prosecutor. Well, that may be true. I'm not saying I know this. These next parts aren't facts. They're my own theories. I'm not saying I know that that story is not true, but I believe more likely in those factual computers we talked about that Biden may have been influencing with $1 billion to fire a prosecutor who actually was investigating his own son. Yeah. And then more importantly than that, isn't that what Donald Trump ultimately faced a full impeachment for? Was a phone call where he said, if you don't do what I want you to do, you're going to get money. He went to fucking impeachment for that. And we can't even get a story on CNN. Why did Joe Biden have that prosecutor fired? Why was leveraging $1 billion not an impeachment worthy thing if Donald Trump's phone call was? I mean, and I get it. It's different. They claim he wanted them to muddle in the election, right? That's how they made it different. But the point is, it's not that different of a fact pattern. And I'm not saying Joe Biden needs to be impeached for it. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying if on the end of the spectrum is impeachment, way before we get to the left side of the spectrum is some sort of freaking news coverage, isn't it? And we can't even get the news coverage on that story. So you ask me, what is my thoughts on Ukraine? Well, when I look at the military stuff and who's right and wrong, it appears to be Ukraine's right, Russia's wrong. I get why we're supporting it. There's a massacre going on and awful things are happening to the Ukrainian people. But I'm not able to talk about this topic once again, just like vaccines, which tells me something is wrong. And then I've got a decade and a half long history of our current sitting president when he was in vice president that involves corruption at a multi-billion-dollar gas giant, a fired prosecutor leveraged with $1 billion of US funds, the vice president's son being paid millions of dollars to simply hold that name while being on a board. And let's mix in the last fact, the laptop. The laptop has information about all this shit. It talks about money. It talks about money from Burisma, cash from Ukraine, all types of shit, right? And we had our entire deep state federal apparatus come in before the election and tell us that was Russian disinformation. They had 60-some former IC officials sign a letter saying it had all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation because, like a George Orwell novel, they told us the lie was truth and the opposite was disinformation, and the entire country just moved on. They now admit that the laptop was true. Like we talked about earlier, we can't talk about the contents. They won't talk about the contents at all, but they admit it's true 2 years later after all of our media said it was false. Well, guess what's on that laptop? A whole bunch of discussion about money in Ukraine and Burisma and Hunter Biden. And there's even a comment in there about 10% for the big guy. And we can't even get coverage about this. So when you weave that in with how corrupt Ukraine was in the past, how billions are going over there like a fucking hole in the water with almost no tracking and responsibility for what's happening. Afghanistan shut down where billions were being poured by the defense industry. Boom, Ukraine opened up where billions are being poured by the defense industry. We're getting almost no responsibility for that. I don't trust Zelensky as far as I could throw him. The guy looks like he's made out of plastic to me. He's a former actor. There's this bizarre clip out there of him in this LGBTQ plus movie wearing heels and leather pants and this, that, and the other, and doing this weird sexual dance and shit. And he's been in these weird movies with machine guns shooting up courthouses. And I'm not saying any of that's wrong. I wasn't bashing him for wearing tight leather pants and women's heels and dancing in a music video. I'm simply saying that's his background. This isn't some great politician of times past. You see what I'm saying? This is literally a former actor, an actor who is speaking at Stanford, speaking at our Ivies at their graduation ceremonies, talking about misinformation, allowing to speak at our Oscar Awards, coming to the White House. He is like the epitome of the Truman Show. We aren't allowed to question him. We are only required to worship him. We are all required to worship him. If you don't, you're a Putin stooge and an abhorrent monster. And motherfucker, it feels exactly like it was with the vaccines, Jeffrey. And so I've reached a wall with Ukraine where they're about to lose me on the whole front, because they won't even talk about what I just laid out to you. And all of that is directly relevant to Joe Biden himself sending billions of dollars to frickin' Ukraine, right? So if you want to give me some media coverage of this, then maybe I'll get much more on board with the conflict. But if it continues in this trajectory, they're going to lose me completely. And that's not because I don't have sympathy for the Ukrainian people. Of course I do. But we aren't the world's police who have to go and solve every single war. I don't want nuclear war with Russia, right? So that's a huge decision to make. And I can tell you one thing, I will not support it as long as you won't even answer these basic questions like, why the hell did Joe Biden have that prosecutor fired? What's on the laptop, guys? Right? I'll step off the soapbox.
I gotta say that was a grade A rant. That's gonna make a fabulous clip. That
was a grade A rant.
You just made it really easy for my editing to do like a 5-10 minute clip right there.
That's awesome, man. I'm sweating under the armpits after that, dude. Hey, can you hear me? My lights just turned yellow.
Oh yeah, you're good.
All right, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
So give me your, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I write about that kind of stuff that I just shared with you a lot.
Yeah.
Okay. And largely on Twitter, I scream into the wind. And I don't mean that rudely to my followers. My followers are the most wonderful people, man. And I missed them so much when I got banned, by the way. And the interactions, as I've said a million times.
Oh, what did you get banned for?
I'll tell you that story in 1 second. Okay. The interactions under my post and the sense of community we have and just these brilliant, intelligent, worldly people who feed into all this dialogue. That is the beauty of Twitter to me. But I spend a lot of time just screaming into the air because I feel like these topics are important and people aren't informed, right? So everything I just presented to you there on that last rant about Ukraine, give me your objective analysis of that. Am I wrong? Is that actually correct to you? Give me a rant back.
I don't know if I can, because I'm 100% on the same page with you on there.
Okay, so you think everything I said was true?
Everything that you said I was familiar with.
And I believe everything I said to be a fact. Like, I'm not a guy who likes to blow bullshit I can't show receipts for. I believe everything I just said is factual. The only parts that are not are Did Joe Biden have that prosecutor fired for corrupt reasons? We don't know that, but
we
boy,
know
the
enough.
facts seem to show it.
We got it. We know enough. It's
Yeah,
like,
exactly, man.
I mean, if
Exactly.
it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It's a fucking duck.
Yeah, if it looks like Ukraine and it has billions of dollars everywhere and Hunter naked rolling around in the middle, it probably has something to do with Joe, right?
Yeah, clearly the Biden crime family has some shit going on over there.
Yeah, and now for anyone listening to this who's like, oh man, so Theo's one of those people who thinks Joe Biden's, is some horrible criminal and all this and this, that, and the other. What I'm trying to what I say all the time, the broken information environment. If this stuff's not true, then just prove it to me. Tell me what's on the laptop. Why did we have to wait 2.5 years to have the laptop reported as true, and yet they still won't talk about what's actually on it? Right? I mean, that's just mind-blowing to me. So if there's nothing dirty here, then just show us and prove to us it's not. It's very easy to prove. Show me why that prosecutor was fired. Show me what he was working on. What was the corruption at Burisma? Show me where the money went from Burisma to Hunter and where it went after Hunter. There's paper trails for all this stuff, folks. The reason that they're now admitting to it is because independent journalists who are not captured by whatever monster has our whole legacy media industry captured went out and confirmed some of the emails on the flip side. So if I send an email to somebody in the Netherlands, then there's a copy on the Netherlands guy's email, right? And they went and found the emails enough to prove that the content matched, and Politico finally did a piece owning up to the fact that the laptop was true. Dude, the FBI, Twitter Files has revealed that the FBI had that laptop in early 2020, possibly 2019, during a time that all of the media is telling us that it's fake, right? Do you remember Tony Bobulinski?
That name rings a bell, but remind me.
So the series of one of the reasons the laptop thing was so strange is the way it was presented, right? It came through like Jack Posobiec and shit and Rudy Giuliani.
It's like a blind computer tech.
Yes, from some, wizard looking gray haired guy at a computer tech who produces a laptop and this, that, and the other. It was so unbelievable that it's not surprising nobody would believe it. And one of the things that bothers me so much, it's what I talked about earlier with El Gato Malo. We are only able to get these stories out through channels like Jack Posobiec. We're only able to get the real data coming out on Germany that shows kids aren't at risk from needles from El Gato Malo. And no one will believe me because it's coming from the bad cat, right? So my point is the laptop, it's not that something was wrong with the laptop. It ended up being true. It's one of the flip sides of the Truman Show. It's not just that they can broadcast a faux reality onto people that can now consume them 24 hours a day. They are convincing those same people to disregard all other information as not true. And when you can make information come out in channels that are as shady as Twitter accounts like Jack Posobiec and Rudy Giuliani, who seem to have lost his mind, then you're already at a disadvantageous position where nobody's going to believe it. And it's like sort of an extra wicked layer of propaganda, right? Tony Bobulinski was Hunter Biden's business partner. Sounds like an important guy to talk to.
I remember this now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the way that story comes out is we start hearing chatter about the laptop. This is maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks before the election. There's a laptop. I'm following Jack Posobiec, who he and I have never interacted or anything. I don't dislike the guy. I'm not a huge fan. I think he drives a lot of clickbait and stuff. So he's just not my style, but I don't hate him. And I appreciate the fact he fights for the cause. But anyway, so he's like teasing that they've got the laptop, and it's like we all hear that they have the laptop, but no one will produce the laptop. No one will acknowledge the laptop. It's leading up into the election. They release all this Russian disinformation thing from our intelligence community it turns out bald-faced lied, guys, to tell us that they had proven it was Russian disinformation. They had not. It's a true laptop. Tony Bobulinski shows up about 3 days before the presidential vote, and it comes out in like the morning that we're going to hear Tony Bobulinski talk tonight. He's Hunter's business partner. And those who had been following the laptop story, there was one point where Jack Posobiec was claiming he had the laptop in his hand on like a restaurant's bar roof in DC. And he's tweeting out like, if you want to come see it, come to this bar. I remember thinking like, are we living in a movie? Like, what the fuck is going on? Tony Bobulinski, it's announced, Hunter's business partner tonight, TV interview. We're going to learn it all, right? So it turns out they had reached out to a whole bunch of media outlets and not one of them would touch it. They wouldn't touch it. Think about that. It's 3 days before the election and the
biggest story in the world.
Biggest story in the world. The presidential candidate's son's laptop with money from Ukraine, and the media won't touch it. So they ended up trying to get it on some sort of like internet outlet, and that got like shut down. They weren't able to get it on that. Dude, it finally ended up posting. The poor guy looked like he was in a hostage video shot at an old Ramada. It was like these tan painted walls in the back. He looked utterly terrified. There was no backdrop, no people. He walked up there shaking, holding a piece of paper, and told what might have been the biggest testimony of our lifetimes. I don't know if it's all true. What once used to be the fourth estate and investigated all this shit is gone.
They correlated his claims to the emails. Like he had emails.
So a lot of
the
the stuff he
side,
talked
right?
about is the stuff from the laptop and the emails.
Yeah.
And 3 days before the election, Bablinski literally can't even get the story out. Think about how chilling that is. Not only do we no longer have the fourth estate and investigative reporters who are the ones finding the story. Remember the comment I made to my father-in-law on the couch? Aren't the reporters the ones who are supposed to be finding out what's on the laptop? So not only are they not digging on this for us, they are putting up a wall for the information to get out to the level that this poor guy had to shoot it on like an 80s VHS cam in this weird looking room. And as a result of that, Jeffrey, what happened? Nobody cared. Nobody listened. Nobody saw it. 3 days before the election, that might have swung the whole thing. And they couldn't allow that to happen. And the entire deep state jumped in and didn't allow it to happen. So I don't know how I got on those long tangents, but the point is that all revolves around Ukraine. And until they're willing to discuss these topics, they will never get much support from me on the Ukraine conflict. And if you dislike me for that, because, oh, how could you do that? The people of Ukraine, they didn't make those choices. I understand that, but I'm talking about our national interest here. And it is appalling that we aren't having conversations about things that are just factual. Have Joe Biden explain the prosecutor. Why was he fired?
Well, remember what you remember what the FBI, the computer agent, the computer tech guy said the FBI agent said to him, right? It's like, guys who don't, guys who keep their mouth shut don't end up having problems.
Wow.
It said something to that effect.
Wow, very deep statey, very deep statey. But here we are, 3 years later, and our outlets, the media outlets, the ones that touch people like my father-in-law, he's sitting there on that couch watching CNN.
Yeah.
Only 3 years later are they even acknowledging that the laptop is real. And while they're doing it, they're not using one word. I mean, not one word about what's on it. Like, how can you cover it for an hour and not talk about what's on it? Why is no one talking about what's on it? Because it'll prove all these things. And my point in all this, people go, oh, it's Hunter. It has nothing to do with Joe. He's not the president. And, oh, well, look what Don Jr. and Ivanka did and this, that, and the other. The point in all of this is if there's no dirty hands here, then the laptop will prove that too.
But we've already seen what's on it. We've seen the shit. It's
right. Yeah, exactly. But for them to rely back on that saying of like, well, there's nothing wrong here. It's just drug pictures and this, that, and the other, as if like, oh, there's nothing here. Well, then if that's the case, just present the story like you're supposed to do as news organizations.
Yeah.
And
do
America
60 minutes on it.
And move on. Right. Correct. The point is they can't, right?
Yeah.
And that should fundamentally bother every American. And it doesn't, dude. It seems to bother people like you and I, but it doesn't bother enough. It doesn't bother a critical mass because here we are tomorrow. Right. And it's chilling to me. And that's part of that like evil force I talked about that the left is hiding. There is something corrosive and evil going on there. What they did with Russiagate and how they made it seem like there was the Russian collusion. Twitter files revealed some really bad stuff on Russiagate. So that was all the deep state.
I mean, another thing that the media doesn't report on whatsoever, the biggest story of literal, First Amendment violations between tech companies and the government. And if you really want to talk about fascism, that's fascism.
It's literal fascism. And yet I've got like Ben Collins.
Mussolini would be impressed.
Exactly. And yet I've got Ben Collins, who works for the NBC, and on his Twitter page, he is on the dystopian beat. I've got him, who's supposed to be our reporter. He is on every day telling us reasons why we shouldn't read Twitter files, why Elon Musk is a racist and disinformation guy we shouldn't listen to, and all these reporters are assholes and this, that, and the other, and ignore him. It's like, dude, you work for NBC. Shouldn't you have been Twitter files? Like, doesn't that bother anybody that this was going on? And the only reason we found out was because Elon bought the company, brought in Taibbi and Bari and, a whole bunch of people like journalists. By the way, quick side note, brilliant choices by Elon on his reporters. Michael Schellenberger out West, he drove, Ken, I'm blanking. My brain's so tired. We've been talking for hours. Lee. I'm sorry, Lee. Lee Fang. Is that his name? I can't believe I'm butchering his name. My brain's half asleep. But he's been a reporter I've followed for a long time.
Or whatever. Like,
and I just have such high respect for him. Yeah. So like to see him come in and deliver that content gave it such a sense of trustworthiness and objectivity. Taibbi, you can't.
Taibbi was fabulous.
Yeah. Now a lot of people try to paint him as like. A lot of people on the center life's like, oh, he's a Russian asset. He's a Russian asset. No, he's not. He's not a Russian asset. He's not a distrustworthy or an untrustworthy person. But what Twitter files revealed is just so deeply disturbing, the level of coordination they were doing. And like, why aren't our reporters the ones getting that story? They're telling us not to read it. Like, that should bother every American, and it doesn't. Let's talk about 2020 for a minute. That chilling time piece they put out about fortifying the election. Remember that fucking article, dude? Like, they were literally gloating about it. Hold on. I want to read you a passage really quick, dude.
Yeah. The Twitter files in particular, it's like, I knew that there was coordination going on between, various aspects of the federal government and the tech companies. This was obvious.
Yeah.
What I was blown away by was the brazenness and openness and lack of secrecy and the volume of it.
Absolutely.
It was truly phenomenal.
Yeah.
And what that speaks to is the absolute comfort and
Well said.
and just feeling of untouchability that everybody involved had.
Yeah, and look how egregious this is. This is an email from Andy Slavitt, who I despise. That guy caused so much damage while prancing around like he was super righteous and had science on his side. He was a government servant. I think Andy Slavitt is just an absolute scumbag, and that one is definitely for the record. But anyway, so this is an email from Andy Slavitt, from who.eop.gov. It's a government email, and it's going to it's from Twitter or Facebook back to Andy Slavitt. And he says, Andy, thanks for taking the time to connect on Friday. Per our discussion, I wanted to follow up with the next steps. And number one is about consistent product team POC. Number two is about sharing additional data. But check out number three, levers for tackling vaccine hesitancy content. You also asked us about our levers for reducing virality of vaccine hesitancy content. In addition to policies previously discussed, these include the additional changes that were approved late last weekend and that we'll be implementing over the coming weeks. Mind you, he's saying this to our federal government. This is social media abiding by the commands of the federal government. As you know, in addition to removing vaccine misinformation, we have been focused on reducing the virality of content discouraging vaccines that does not contain actionable misinformation. This is often true content, which we allow at the post level because experts have advised us that it is important for people to be able to discuss both their personal experiences and concerns about the vaccine, but it can be framed as sensational, alarmist, or shocking. We will remove these groups, pages, and accounts when they are disproportionately promoting this sensationalized content. More on this front as we proceed to implementation. Proceed to implementation. Yeah. That is the federal government reaching out to social media and saying, you will censor, ban, and silence people who are giving Americans true information, because that true information, if they know it, might lead to them not taking needles that they don't need. And like, dude, that should be enough for all of America to be ready to go to civil war. And you know what, brother? People in blue shirts, I would say 80% of them don't give a flying fuck about that email I just read to you. Yeah. Don't care at all. They
won't.
Sorry for my swearing. It got
no, go for it, man. We're a grown-up podcast here. Right. I was told that I'm just not allowed to swear in the first few seconds or something, because otherwise Twitter will, and it can't be too much swearing. But gotcha. I mean, I think it goes back to where we kind of started. It would require people to rethink their entire model of who the good guys and the bad guys are.
Correct, Mundo.
And their way of understanding the world.
Yeah, let me read one more quick thing.
Yeah, please. So we were
talking about that Time magazine article. And for anyone listening to this who that doesn't have a frame of mind for that, this was a article that they put out, and I am reading the title. This is from Time magazine. I'm reading verbatim the title: Politics 2020 Election: The Secret History of the Shadow Campaign That Saved the 2020 Election. You can type those words into Google right now. It'll bring you to the same Time article link. And I encourage
you're going to have to send me the links so I can include them in the timestamps.
All right. Awesome. I sure will. So if you have not read that article and you're listening to this, I mean, I would pause it and go read that article because it's chilling. This is one passage from that. The too long didn't read is that they are in essence bragging that in 2020, the corporate sphere, the government, the media, Everybody came together to what they would describe as not interfering, guys, because remember, this is the moral, not the monsters. The monsters interfere with elections and threaten democracy. They say in this article that they were fortifying the 2020 election. This is a verbatim passage from a Time magazine article, right? That's why the participants want the secret history of the 2020 election told, even though it sounds like a paranoid fever dream. A well-funded cabal of powerful people ranging across industries and ideologies, working together behind the scenes to influence perceptions, change rules and laws, steer media coverage, and control the flow of information. They were not rigging the election, they were fortifying it. And they believe the public needs to understand the system's fragility in order to ensure that democracy in America endures. They were fortifying the election by, and I quote, steering media coverage and controlling the flow of information. And you guys need to know they did this because it's the only way democracy will endure. Fucking Heinrich Himmler would be thrilled at this level of propaganda. They are literally doing the propaganda 101 trick of accuse the other side of that which you were doing. You need to allow us to lie to you, use the Truman Show, basically overt in your face fascism. Otherwise, you'll lose democracy, guys. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that has me so fired up, bro. And I don't understand how everybody's not fired up. Like, that's from Time magazine.
Yeah.
They're owning up. These are the people who spent the last 2 years red in the face talking about, what were the terms? I'm sorry. End of democracy, election denial, election interference. Well, I could never vote for an election denier. I could never vote for an election denier, right? And all this, end of democracy. Oh my God, Ron DeSantis is the end of democracy and Trump's the end of democracy. Dude, they're literally admitting to interfering with democracy and saying they're doing it in the name of democracy. It's hard to believe that's real, Jeffrey. I mean, it's just hard for me to process still that that's real, right?
Well, the thing is, like, the people who do this sort of stuff, they are convinced that they are on the side of right, and they do want to talk about and brag about their achievements. It's very
Absolutely.
hard. It's very hard for people to keep quiet about things that they think that they're victorious about and not get credit for it.
You mean like this quote from Sam Harris? At that point, Hunter Biden could have had the corpses of children in his basement, and I wouldn't have cared. Censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story was a left-wing conspiracy to deny the presidency to Donald Trump, and I think it was warranted. So there's Sam Harris signing off on the same machine that Time magazine just described to you. And these are the assholes who tell us they're preserving democracy from the other side that's going to end democracy if you vote for them. I mean, dude, wake up, America. Wake up or we're going to lose it all. And it's like, people, oh, dude, don't become the monster. Don't stare in the abyss too long. You'll become the monster. No, bro, this stuff has receipts behind it. You tell me that because you don't want to face reality. Yeah. It's crazy, man. But we've got half our country brainwashed into believing you can't vote for election denial. So they won't engage any of this stuff. I mean, it's chilling.
In a way, it's like, if you can cheat and get away with it, I don't blame them. Like,
sure, it's human nature to some level.
It's about, Curtis Yarvin would talk about it this way. It's the best use and only legitimate use of power is to secure power, so that you're able to exercise your will over the system. And that I think that's all that they're doing. They're simply saying,
I agree.
And it's like, it's not democratic. Well, or maybe it is, and democratic functions just happen to evolve cheating, and they're better at cheating.
Yeah, that's a good point. The thing that really troubles me about it all, though, is and I don't want to drift too far off track here, but how it's all being presented under a shroud of morality binary.
Well, it's the people who deny that it's going on that blow me away.
Correct.
It's like, I actually have more respect for the people who are doing it than I do the people who can look at the situation and not go, oh, this isn't completely on the up and up. Like, what planet do you live on?
And how many things have gone through this cycle in both media coverage and discourse on Twitter and just mental processing in general? That's not happening. That's not happening. That's not happening. Okay. All right. That is happening. All right. It's happening. But you know what? That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Dude, I go through that process on a daily basis with people from the center left on a daily basis, man. And then our media does the same thing. CRT is not in schools. CRT is not in schools. CRT is not in schools. It's a law course at colleges. That's it. Oh, okay. These videos prove CRT is not in schools. You don't want CRTs in schools? You racist? You're racist?
Yes.
You want a country that's white supremacist? You don't want CRT in schools? It's like, dude, you just told me it wasn't in schools. You spent 6 months on coverage of that, which influenced the election, telling me that was saving democracy.
Yeah.
Right. It's crazy what's happening in our country, man. But, you know, I land on so many of these rants. Like, I do a lot of these, you know, talking, writing, ranting, whatever. And then your brain kind of crashes to, okay, what's your physical reality? What does it look like around me? And I wrote about this last night, actually. Another Twitter thread that I ranted out last night was that I ultimately land that I am in like the best place I could be. It's like so much of this stuff doesn't surround me, dude. Like I'm almost fighting this battle for everybody else. Like my neighborhood's great. My town's great. My state's great. I trust my leaders. We don't have vaccine mandates. Ron DeSantis is getting gender theory out of our schools, racism out of our schools. The whole nation's taught that he hates Black history. Dude, that AP history course was just riddled with intersectionality, radical feminism, queer theory. It was freaking Kimberly Crenshaw type stuff, right? It was all that radical legal overhaul based. It's really radical feminism based, even though it packages itself around racial issues. It's really a feminist engine driving that all. They talk about that in something called the Cambachi River Collective. I don't know if you've ever read that manifesto from 1971, but it is a chilling document to read. It's KAMBACHEE River Collective. They issued a manifesto in 1971. It describes to a fucking T what they are doing with James Lindsay always says that this leftist cultural takeover, this leftist revolution that's occurring, his quote is rode in on the back of feminism. It all rode in on the back of feminism. He's absolutely right. And they describe it in 1971 in that manifesto. I got off track completely because of the Comedy River Collective. I was going somewhere with that. So DeSantis is, so that AP history course, the whole country is taught that DeSantis hates Black people, right? DeSantis doesn't hate Black people. We're not getting Black history out of school. We're not going to allow our schools that have state involvement to push things like intersectionality and queer theory and radical feminism and call it Black history. It's actually the Black community that's getting taken advantage of that. That's not their history. That's radical leftist doctrine. And that's what DeSantis has taken out of our schools. And so my point in all that is like, I'm in this safe haven. And it's both keeping me sane. I would move if I was living somewhere else, but I also have like, it breaks my heart because so much of my country doesn't live there. So like in a weird way, as much as I want to rant about this, I don't have to go tangibly fight these battles, man. And that goes back to this whole states' rights thing we weaved in a lot here tonight is like, I don't know what's going to happen in this direction, but I can promise you one thing, Florida's turned red forever. Until the left fundamentally changes, they will not win another election down here. There was such a palpable change in energy since COVID that the activism-driven DNC model is dead in the state of Florida.
So all the cool kids are red now.
All the cool kids are red now in Florida. Miami-Dade, Florida, which is largely Latino. Calle Ocho. I lived in Miami 8 years. Awesome town. Hard, you know, I would think the white population in Miami is less than 50%. It's mostly Latino folks down there. Very cultural, vibrant cultural town. It's been blue forever. It went red hardcore this time. It will never go back. Broward County, I think turned red, or West Palm Beach did. One of those two. The other one will flip next cycle. All of Tampa flipped. There was only three blue areas. It was Tallahassee. It is Orlando, which is the last pocket they have. And then Gainesville, where University of Florida is. Those are the only blue places in the whole country and one little piece of South Florida. And more importantly, man, it's not about GOP. That's what so many people can't understand. We just came from Trump, right, on the GOP. So everybody's got this notion of like cult of personality on the right. Big character, Trump, fill the room. And everybody wants to paint Ron DeSantis that way. Do you mind if I rant on this for a second?
Oh, please.
It's getting late. All right. So everybody wants to paint Ron DeSantis in the same vein, as if he's this cult of personality, culture warrior, and all that. And don't get me wrong, he's definitely fed into that. He enjoys that. The migrant buses up north, which I thought was brilliant, by the way. But
fantastic.
Yeah, but so he definitely swings his what around in this culture war stuff. But what so many people just can't understand is that red map was not there because of the energy that was behind Donald Trump largely, particularly the energy that's behind him now, which is very much a cult of personality driven energy. We love Ron DeSantis. And if he could go into a stadium in any part of Florida, including those 3 blue squares, and he'd fill it up tonight with no notice. I'm not saying that's a campaign for the guy. I'm just telling you it's organic down here and the energy is intense as hell. And why it's so important and why I think it's so critical in the analysis of what's going to happen in the future of the country. It's like a barometer. is the energy behind Ron DeSantis is not because of Ron DeSantis. He's done everything right. And he seems like a really good dude. He's a family man. I'd like to have a beer with him. He seems like a good guy. He's standing up for these family values and shit that I like and what's important, getting our schools cleaned up and all that. But ultimately, it's not about him. He won us over because of his policies. He won us over because in February of 2021, I was at a carnival, like a typical roadie carnival with Ferris wheels and circus games. We were throwing beanbags at bowling pins, no masks, no vaccine mandates. Half part of our country was still locked down. Everybody was in masks. No circuses were open. Most beaches weren't even open. I was at a freaking carnival, man, eating candy apples with my kids and no mask. And you know why? Ron DeSantis. My kid didn't have to wear a mask in school after the first year. Ron DeSantis. No vaccine mandates. Ron DeSantis. Nobody talked about vaccines down here. Nobody gave a shit if you had them. Nobody knew if you had them. It was just your business, like all vaccines are, right? Ron DeSantis. So my point in all of that is it wasn't him and him stumping at the podium and that we got all yay at his rallies that turned the whole state red. It was Ron DeSantis's actions, his policies, and he got blasted across the country as don't say gay. If you've read HB 1557, then you'd know all it does is prevent gender theory in kindergarten through third grade. Guess what, guys? 99% of Floridians do not want gender theory in kindergarten through third grade.
Yep.
I called the AP history ruse, don't say black. He was painted that he hates black history.
Yep.
No, he doesn't. He was taking radical leftism out of a public related course. Guess what, guys? 90% of our state doesn't want that shit in our schools.
Yep.
So there is this intensely organic people's movement that is behind Ron 100%. I feel like I'd go to war for the man. And I've never felt like that for a politician before. But my point in all that is like, big Trump fans tell me, well, do you realize Ron's actually a globalist? He's all tied in with all that globalist shit you hate.
Yep.
So you're going to end up seeing that you're sold out by Ron. And what they don't get, dude, and I tell them all the time, I say, you see that red map that happened? This ain't a Trump cult-like following around Ron DeSantis. If I find out he's turned rotten, he's not serving our interest, we'll red his ass just like that too. We'll go to the election booth and knock his ass out too. It's not about Ron DeSantis, and he understands that. That's part of the reason he feels so cavalier in pursuing these parties. He understands that if he loses the people, he can't go to a podium and get us back. He understands that. And what the rest of the country doesn't understand is we're behind him, man. People might look at this as, oh, well, did you hear down in Sarasota? They took out this one book that was actually just about penguins, and there really wasn't anything about the penguins, blah, blah. Okay, big freaking deal. What are you asking me to do? You want me to invalidate this entire initiative we've done to save our children because of the penguin book? No, dude, we're not going to defend leftist doctrine anymore. And there are no surgical tools in either direction to solve this issue. One way or another, you have to cut a little too far. You may have to, through a process, tailor things back. And I can promise you in the education environment, it's gone one way for way too long, dude.
Yep.
And we've got teachers saying you got to be called MX and ear and zer and they and freaking children being told they can choose boy, girl, and all this anti-racism in schools.
Oh,
And
I
the
can't
point is-
imagine how I would react. It's one of the things that I fear most about being a father now. It's like I've got a 7-month-old, so I got a little while for this, at least a few years.
Hallelujah, man, because it's going to be a while before we can clean stuff up, particularly in Seattle, dude.
I just can't imagine having to go in and dealing with school teachers or an administration that's trying to insert those kind of ideas into my children's head.
So let me tell you a quick personal story. So part of the reason I'm so passionate, you asked me at the very beginning of this, you said you're real prolific when you tweet, and where does it come from? Where does all the energy come from? This, that, and the other. There are some incidents that have occurred that are just permanent fuel sources, like a little piece of nuclear chunk inside me that's going to run me forever. The vaccine mandates were one of them, because I wasn't going to allow that to happen to my children.
Yeah.
And it wasn't really even about the one shot. Do I think they were going to die if they got a shot? No, but I think their future was going to be forever different if we didn't fight for it. My daughter is a tomboy, and she's always been that way. She didn't like princesses and ponies. She'll be 10 soon. I love her. She's the greatest thing in the world. She liked dinosaurs and robots and trucks, cars. She's cool as shit. I've always loved her so much. And she just wasn't a girly girl. In fact, part of her personality was rejecting that. She would, we'd go to a toy store and she'd make sure to tell me she wasn't interested in going down the pink aisle. Okay. It's just kind of part of who she was. And we embraced that. I think tomboys are awesome. I'm a big football fan, and I love chicks who can watch football with me. So we encourage that and let her embrace that. But because of that, I recognized that she was a dream canvas for one of these gender ideologues. And if any of them could get their hands on her, they were going to convince her that she was actually a boy. Okay. So I've been real sensitive to that. And I spend a lot of time swimming in the sewers of that issue on Twitter. So I'm very aware of how much is out there. I am aware for the audience, those who criticize me, that the stuff we talk about on Twitter is not omnipresent around the country. And we have a tendency to overhype what's going on. And maybe it's not reflective of everywhere. I get that. But back to broken information environment, we have to highlight these things because you're not letting us talk about them. So I've been very sensitive about this for a long time, but I've always known. I was in Florida and DeSantis had taken some steps and this, that, and the other. So I felt kind of good. Sitting in my house one day, son is maybe 1 year old and daughter comes home. We hadn't been talking about this at all. It's just out of the blue. She says to me, Daddy, is my brother not a boy or a girl? And I said, in like a kind of weird joking manner, I said, I go, of course he's a boy, silly. What else would he be? She says to me without blinking an eye, that fish that can change from a girl to a boy. Bingo, ears up. Because if you're familiar at all, there's a clownfish is actually able to change gender. And it's one of the gateways for gender ideologues to introduce the subject to children is we aren't all set as a boy or a girl. Here's this cute fish. It's Nemo, by the way. It's the orange and white one that's so cute from Disney. That one can actually change genders throughout its life. So they introduced the Nemo as, isn't this thing cute? It's actually not a boy or a girl. It can change for what do they tell my daughter? From girl to boy. If it ever wants to be a boy, it can be a boy. It turns to a boy in its own thing. We aren't binary. We are non-binary. It's one of the gateway lessons, just like the gingerbread man and the snowman. I don't know if you've ever heard of those, but those are tools that ideologue educators use to introduce, to open door these topics to young children. And the clownfish is the number one thing in the gender world. So if you ever hear your children come home from school talking about the fish that can change from a girl to a boy, they have a gender ideologue talking to them, unless they're at an older stage in school where they're learning about that fish from a scientific perspective. That happens too in like middle school, high school. And I'm not trying to dismiss science here, but in second, my daughter was in second grade at the time. Second grade, there's no lessons on gender changing fish. Okay. So my radar went off huge when she said that to me. I didn't say anything to her. We moved on from the conversation. Daddy's ears perked up massively. And I said, okay, she's getting influenced from somewhere. But I didn't want to bring the topic up to her because then I could be the one who puts seeds into her head. Like I was just this concerned dad. What do I do? And I didn't have enough to go off, right? And there was more that she said. It was clear that she had kind of been told something at school. For the record, so the story makes sense to people as I'm telling it, I would later find out, she would tell me a year later that came up in a music class. Her music teacher was teaching about a gender-changing fish. Her music teacher was a leftist ideologue educator. She's now gone. So people always ask me, did you go burn down your school? No, I did not, because by the time I found this out, that teacher was gone. It wasn't an incident big enough for me to go take a flaming pitchfork down to the school. It was a daddy's ears perked up moment, right? So something else happened. She came home and made another comment about something that led me to believe this was at some level in the school. So, dude, I actually reached out to Billboard Chris. You know who he is?
Yeah.
I reached out to Billboard Chris by direct message. And I explained the situation. I said, I don't want to talk to my daughter at this age about this stuff. I'm worried I'm going to be what causes her to indoctrinate with this. Like, how have you done? And he gave me some, he took time to send me like long DM chains of thoughts and help me prepare. And dude, I ultimately engaged my daughter on the topic to get her to understand what was out there, man. So I got on that whole long story because you were saying, I don't know what I'd do if this shit was being pushed on my daughter. Well, I'm in Florida in a county that is known for great schools. Part of the reason we moved here, we're really happy with her school. We love her school. We're happy with her teachers. And dude, even in all those layers, it reached out and touched her.
Yeah.
So how is it in Seattle schools, man? Right? What will you do for school, by the way? What will you do?
I mean, we're looking at Montessori schools right now, but you know, she's 7 months old, so
you got a ways to go.
It's a bit, but you know, my ultimate desire would be to homeschool her, but you know, that's going to be very difficult to manage.
I don't think we could do it. I'm also a product of public school, and the social aspect of it was kind of important for me. My boys and dating chicks, and I don't know. So, but public schools are so broken right now. It's a scary concept. We may end up going to Catholic. I won't put her in one if she doesn't want to go, but she hasn't really attached with a lot of girlfriends yet. Doesn't have a lot of reasons to stay in the public one. So she's interested in it because of the church choir and stuff. And my daughter always, or my wife always says to me, Sean, all that gender and anti-racism stuff, you won't find that in the Catholic school. I'm like, you're right.
No, I would consider that. I mean, my biggest concern is, I think that any place that you're going to spend, you send your child like that, they're going to spend as much, if not more time with that environment than they are with you.
Yes,
And
100%.
it's very, and time spent is very important in developing who that child is going to copy and be like, because we all
Yes.
copy people around us.
Yeah, I love that post you made about the archetypes and how if you elevate, if you elevate and uphold the fringes as the models to esteem for, if you
Yeah.
champion the fringes, it confuses society because
Yeah.
society centers itself through the middle. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
anything's wrong with the fringes. It means we center and role model and champion the middle because it keeps society grounded in models for children. I thought that post of yours was just brilliant.
It's I've been working very hard at developing ways to communicate these ideas that are obviously true and obviously not bigoted, because I end up
Bingo.
running into I have to lay the groundwork and the framework of thinking in ways that make it, I can get somebody to agree along the way, and then for them to go, oh, right, we all copy the people. Oh, if you put people around like this and display them in this way, the children will copy them, you know, and
No, I agree. It's easy to take that and run it in a bigoted direction of
yeah,
you are against the fringe. The fringe aren't bad people. The fringe are just off the norm. So there's nothing wrong with them. And in fact, there tends to be on different spectrums you're looking at. For example, if we look at economic status, on the fringes of those tend to be protected classes and groups. So it's very easy to take this analysis we're talking about, this cultural framework, if you will, and turn it into what you allege is a machine of bigotry and racism and what preservation of the cis hetero patriarchal white supremacy, right? You can use it in that vein of, oh, it's this oppressive structure, but that's not fair at all to the philosophical point you're making in that, because it's really important. What you said was really important.
There's also, in terms of the trans movement and the gay movement in particular, and my concern ends up being, trans to me is just bonkers. I homosexual tendencies make a hell of a lot more sense to me than people thinking they're gonna change their
material
sexes,
reality
like
through
that,
language.
change material reality. It's just,
it's absolutely.
homosexuality, I think of it largely as masculine and feminine and personality types and life experiences that, people develop desires of different characters.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I heard Andrew Sullivan describe his life of being a homosexual the other day when he was chatting about Bill Maher, and he describes it so comfortably. And it's just who Andrew Sullivan is. And it doesn't bother me in any way, shape, or form, but I still defend the nuclear family. I still think it's good to model dads and moms to children.
And
it's not because I dislike gay people, and nor would I mean that any rudely to Andrew. And this argument that and he doesn't make it, but stepping away from him, this argument that we are wrong because we don't model the fringe is absolutely absurd. It's inverted logic. Like there's a lot we don't model, and that doesn't mean that we oppress or abuse or bully or sanction or cut off or any of that shit. It doesn't mean you can never have an actor in a movie that's gay, this, that, and the other, right? But we don't take that spectrum dial to the level that the Disney execs are openly meeting on live recorded Zoom meetings, talking about how eager they are to queer all of their movies, queer up their movies, put in trans in movies. And oh, by the way, not coincidentally at all, they're all talking about how their own children are trans and pansexual and asexual and all these weird fucking leftist terms that are part of this identity cult apparatus that is completely out of control. So like we have to get back to a point where we're allowed to talk about these topics, man. And I have been. It's like part of my mantra on Twitter is one of my main missions I had 2 missions, man. Inform people of things they weren't being informed of and help build strength to people in the shadows that I knew agreed with the things I was talking about, but didn't have the confidence or the abilities or the willingness, or I don't know what it was, to get up from the shadows and start talking. That's really been my MO, my driving force on that platform, and why I bang out content all day on there. And to be honest with everyone, it's worked. I've got a lot of people following me, listening to the words, spreading awareness. And I can't tell you how many people have sent me messages and said, thank you for giving me the courage to speak, for being a beacon of light when everyone was lying about COVID and shit, man. And like, we have to get our balls back, right?
Yeah. I mean,
that's
that, and I watch I grew up in New England, and everybody was left wing. People who went to good universities and shit like that were my social circles, and it was, and then I broke out of that, but and discovered, I guess, lean much further to the right of, if I'm joking, I say that I'm a little bit to the right of Genghis Khan, but
I know times have changed a lot of us, man.
but in all seriousness, like, the plenty of, specifically guys and men, I will say these sort of things, and they will in private talk to me about them. Like, in private, they'll like be agreeing with me, and
Right.
like, yeah.
But
And
can't in public. It's that
yeah,
chilling effect again, right?
it's really, because it's so, because the zeitgeist of the popular culture. I mean, this is why I asked you whether the cool kids in Florida were, on the right now, or the DeSantis kind of guys,
Yeah.
is because the cool kids and all the elite, the cathedral acolytes, are all on the left. And the
Correct.
popular media is all on the left. So it's
Correct.
I think it's very difficult for anybody who is worried about what people think of them, to fight against this. I just
Yeah.
happen to
Yeah.
have a nature, the character of my personality is, I've just never, I revel a little bit in the not giving a shit what other people think.
Yeah, I was very troubled by how out of control it really peaked. It was the apex in 2020 of how our youth embraced just overt leftism, very anti-America, very anti-capitalism, tear down our monuments, throw paint on George Washington, America's white supremacy, Trump's the devil, and all this. Like, the youth, you are absolutely right. It became, and that goes back to Truman Show, doesn't it? Right? If you can project it intensely down all our cultural channels, it takes over the people and molds them in a direction you want them to. That's why the left completely controls Hollywood, sports, entertainment, all that shit.
Yes, precisely. And they're pushing it, and they're influencing it, and it's both emergent, but also on purpose.
Correct. I find it very inorganic, but I agree there does have an emergent element to it. When you plant all these kindling out there, eventually you get a fire, and the fire burns on its own, right? But without that kindling,
that's a very good analogy.
Yeah, we don't ever get there. So I was very troubled by how the youth had just strayed so intensely in this direction, and it really peaked around Evergreen and those kids on that front porch I talked about. Who was that Jeopardy kid? Real heavy set Asian dude, Arthur Chu. He was a fucking madman leftist. He won like $1 million on Jeopardy or some shit. But anyways, he would post the craziest shit on Twitter. And I remember the theme of his rantings would always be, you don't matter, old white people, right wingers.
Oh, yeah.
You don't matter. You can bitch until you turn red in the face, but you're all going to be dead soon, and all of the kids hate you, and they're all on my team, and it's going to be our world soon, and you can piss off. And he said it as a multimillionaire out in California. And man, that this notion started to rattle me of, dude, if we don't get this back on track, we are going to lose our country. Now, what ended up happening wasn't necessarily that this grassroots movement got things back on track, although I don't think we get back on track without it. But what largely happened is the completion of the cycle. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. The roaring 90s, the era I grew up in, where nobody had struggle anymore. The biggest struggle was social elements and stuff. Nobody had survival anymore. Everybody was doing great. Those good times made the weak men, which are these Gen Zers, those people on the front porch who have caused so much trouble. And then the weak men create hard times. And we've created this cycle. Now the hard times will forge the next crop of strong men. And no, feminists, that doesn't just mean males. It means people like my daughter, because I'm seeing it now where these hard times, these weird leftists that my church choir singing daughter rejects, look weird to her. In fact, she describes them almost the way we describe goths in high school, like sort of outcast. And her friends don't want to be that anymore. So you ask me, is it cool to be on the right again in Florida? It's not quite there yet. Ron DeSantis only won by 30,000 votes in 2018. In 2022, it went to 1.5 mil. So it's been happening quickly. But Miami-Dade turning red, that means you go to Calle Ocho now and have Cuban coffee with Cubans, and they're right-wing voters. That's hard to wrap your mind around. I mean, not just the Cubans, just the multi-population. It just wasn't a right-leaning place. That's why it's always stayed blue. South Florida has been a hardcore blue bastion for a long time, and it is solid red now. And there's always been a different element down there. I mean, you're a very intelligent person. There's the element of the Latinos down there, very different. A lot came from socialism, communism. They hate that shit. And the left, they see an embodiment of that in the left, and they don't like that. So they've always been a different breed. But even amongst that, they've always been more like, how can I describe this right? Puerto Ricans. Do you know a lot of Puerto Rican people? Puerto Ricanos.
Not a lot, but I know I've met a number.
Yeah, they're an awesome breed. I love Puerto Ricans. They're passionate and energetic and intense. They have a very unique culture, and they have a very unique political bent. They tend to be pretty passionately, almost in an activist vein to the left. And South Florida had maintained that character, even though they rejected socialism. And you could feel it start to tug away a little, like as the left started getting more and more socialist with Bernie, when they started adopting Bernie a lot, you could sense in South Florida, the Latinos down there going, whoa, dude, like, nah, we're not going that way. But COVID kind of snapped everything. And then it was like a fire that lit. Now the Latinos in South Florida are against the leftism in schools. They don't want gender theory in schools. Guess what Latinos are, bro? They're Christians. They're like 80% Christians. They're the most intensely Catholic and Christian demographic we have in America. They're intensely religious people. They're not into all this crazy identity cult shit. They don't want to be called Latinx ever.
Is that how you pronounce that?
That's the only way I will ever say it, is Latinx. Yes. My greatest, the greatest meme of 2020 was the typical leftist, hairy, white, meme thing. And it comes out and says, hola, my Latinx friends. And then four, like an Argentinian guy, a Mexican guy in a poncho, they stare at him with this angry face and they say, shut the fuck up. I mean, that is such a powerful and poignant and factual meme. That leftist crap telling them they are to use Latinx. Our Latino Americans don't want anything to do with that. You might find some Latinos in blue pockets of activism who do, but that's not because they're Latinos.
Well,
it's because
they've
they
gone
become
to
rabid
the fancy
activists.
schools, and they've had all the friends, and they were told what was, they get rewarded, they get patted on the back, they get rewarded, they get A's, they figure out what to write in their, their poli-sci classes and whatever.
The overreach across so many fronts was just so bizarre, though, like Latinx or let's Latinx, right? The thing that is so strange, I minored in Latin American civilization and culture in college. I freaking love Latin culture. I think South America and Central America are maybe the most fascinating chunks of land on earth. The cultures are so rich, they're so different, they're so hostile towards each other. Like, do you know most of South America calls Guatemala Mierda Mala? That's a horrible name to call, but they say it openly. Yeah. That's just how they refer to the country. It's like they hate Guatemalans more than they hate anybody else, but their cultures are almost identical across that one border. It's like these rivalries. It's this machismo of Latin culture. It causes this intensity. And I love Latin culture, man. And I lost my chain of thoughts there, but the population, the Latino population in South Florida is so unique, and something changed in the last 2 years where they embraced like freedom, and we don't want COVID restrictions. And no, we don't want this wacky leftist stuff in schools. Yeah, we're cool with that DeSantis law that's going to get it out. Because again, these are like church going people and stuff, right? And like, it has, I promise you, it has changed forever, because the Democratic model is this activism driven model. And the reason I've talked about this so much, because I don't understand why the whole country is not talking about it. The biggest political question in America is, did Florida stay red because of elements that are unique to Florida? Like the red wave didn't happen anywhere else, right? But it happened profoundly in Florida. Yeah. So did it only happen in Florida because of elements unique to Florida? Or did it not happen elsewhere because of elements unique to 2022? That is the biggest question in politics.
What's interesting is if you break down all the other states, there was a red wave in single men, married women. The only demographic that skewed heavily blue was single females.
Yeah, and it was to historic margins.
Single white females, in fact. Actually, I think black females also, but
yes. So you were a lap ahead of me in that thinking. That's exactly it, dude. So people on the center left in particular want to tell you that there's something in the water down here, that Florida is almost a write-off now, and it's just different politically, and they almost don't worry about it, that like Florida is different. And what I try to tell them, and they don't like hearing it, but I'm telling them it's going to come true. It wasn't something unique to Florida. It was something unique about 2022 that kept the red wave from going elsewhere. And you just hit it on the head, Jeffrey. Yeah. It was Roe. It was the intensity of this matriarchal energy that's fueling this leftist movement. Do you ever see masculine males at BLM events? No. You see Black trans lives matter signs. You see this one specific type of activist male that's very involved in activism, largely LGBTQ plus, right? There's this weird matriarchal energy that dominates that leftist movement. And that goes back to the Kambachi River Collective shit I talked about. It is a radical feminist energy. But all of that represents, in my opinion, the unique factors of 2022 that pushed exactly what you just said. Married, of everything. The only thing that went the other way was single women. And it went D plus 37. That is such a shocking number. And I don't believe that will happen again. Now, it could if the Republican Party pushes abortion too hard, like we talked about earlier. But absent that one factor, that ain't happening again. So if that doesn't happen again, then what's going to happen? I believe it will be the red wave. I think the can got kicked down the road. And everyone tells me I'm wrong on that. They're like, oh, well, Roe is going to do this. Abortion's going to do this. Well, we have women down here too, right? Why didn't it carry the day down here? Why didn't it carry the day down here? The answer is the Democratic Party's activism-driven model has been extinguished down here. Towards the end of midterm campaigning, dude, there was this pocket of rabid activism near Orlando. And in fact, a couple state representatives, one in the Orlando area, that if you go to their Twitter profiles, they've got the mask with the bullhorn. They're yelling fucking slogans and hashtags all over them. Just the activist politics, right? That dominated politics for 10, 15 years. Well, it's dead in Florida. And those people look so stupid. I guess in their one little pocket around Orlando it was popular and they won a couple house seats. But other than those 3 blue squares that you see on that map, everywhere else laughs at those people now. Like, we don't want to hear you shouting in the bullhorn. Shut up and go home. We're fixing our state, right? And I'm telling you, man, that change is permanent, from the Latinos in South Florida to the people in my city, Jacksonville. Jacksonville's been a blue city for a long, long time. Jacksonville went red. Like, it's changed, dude.
I think the mockery is actually very important. Like,
I think so too.
And the look, like the people who are these protesters who are, the whatever, the Antifa, the BLM, the, bullhorn people, they don't look good. They look disheveled and terrible, and like their lives are out of order.
Right. Right.
And if we, I think it is important to mock them. Like, I think, like, because people, it's again, like, who do you hold up in praise, and who do you say, oh, that's somebody we pity?
Right. I agree. And what happened, well said, man. And what happened was, we, through weaponized empathy, through the inversion and the dismantling of these oppressive structures, we got to a point where we were not only tolerating, but elevating and championing derangement, like abnormality to extreme levels, deviancy, criminal behavior. I mean, look at those fucking wackos near that, just for the record, I'm absolutely exhausted. We've been talking a long time, but we have to make it till 2 now so we can officially say we went 4 hours. Are you down for that?
Oh yeah.
Awesome. All right. So you're not hanging up on me in the next 14 minutes.
If you want to go for like another 30 minutes, I think we could say we'll have the longest podcast out of all.
I'll do that. I'll do that too. Absolutely. I wanted to set some sort of record with you, man. So these are the kind of stories no one talks about. And if we had honest conversations in America, this country would change profoundly in a matter of weeks. There are a group of leftist radicals who have set up camp around a police. They're building a new police training facility outside of Atlanta somewhere. And it's like an outdoor compound.
Oh, is this the Antifa people?
Yeah. And a bunch of these leftist radicals set up a camp because it started as defund the police shit, that we don't want them spending a whole bunch of money on a cop facility, right? And at least they're consistent. So I appreciate the fact they're out there for their cause, but they set up tents and stuff and made this tent city. Well, very quickly, the tent city turned into Molotov cocktails. And they were throwing cocktails. They were cutting power wires. They were sabotaging hardware and equipment. So a whole bunch of them got charged with domestic terrorism. Didn't even make the news. Literally, domestic terrorism charges. We get told how the right wings are domestic terrorists, right? They don't have very many domestic terrorism charges. These folks do, and you won't hear about it on the news. So, dude, recently they shot at a cop. One of them got killed. And CNN could barely even report on the story. And when they did, they tried to make the left-wingers sympathetic. They described them as environmentalist activists who were there because of the fucking trees. They were there because of the trees. They didn't want this camp to cut down all these trees. Dude, they got arrested for domestic terrorism a second time because of the shooting incident. CNN is describing leftist radicals with 2 sets of domestic terrorism charges as tree huggers. That's where we are in America, right? And nobody even knows about this story. I wrote something about it on my Substack. And as I'm
I
writing
mean,
this article, I'm
I've
realizing
read
like no one
something
knows
about
about
it,
Yeah, I
but
mean
yeah,
you do. When I
it's
say no one, I mean the general public.
oh
Like
no,
nobody knows
and,
about this.
and
you
I
know?
don't do the CNN. I don't go to those sites like you do. It's like it just makes my stomach turn every time. I mean, every
I do
time.
want a plaque from society when this is all done, because don't get me wrong here. I do not enjoy it. It's not an enjoyable process, but it's needed, damn it.
Yeah, it's
So
the
what I do,
comparative analysis is, I mean, my news workflow is largely Twitter. I mean, I get through people like you what is being said
exactly.
in the the mainstream media and whatnot.
Exactly. And that's what's so cool about the web is I'm getting much of what I'm saying from what others are saying, right?
Yeah.
So we're informing each other. We are the new fourth estate. The new fourth estate are people like Alexandros, who spend so much time putting studies together for us, and Eugipius, who wrote an article about original antigenic sin in October of 2021. And every time I posted it, I got attacked by fucking scientists and doctors telling me I was an anti-vaxxer. And I'd laugh and tell them to fuck off, even though they had all this great pedigree and degree, because I knew they were wrong. And then a year later on MSNBC, what are they talking about? Original antigenic sin. How funny, huh? But nobody would believe Eugipius back in October of 2021. He was spot on. He was dead right, Man, it's so crazy. I lost my train of thought. 2 a.m. brain. 2 a.m. brain.
It's
I was
like,
going to say, I want to, if you don't mind, I want to play with your archetype spectrum one more time. So for everybody listening and put you back in the right frame of mind, I read a post from Jeffrey this morning that I thought was brilliant. I know I've said that 10 times already, but it was that good. And it described, if you think of like human behavior, and I recognize that I'm going to use a bad word here, Jeffrey. I'm sorry. I recognize we've become such pussies that we can't even have these conversations anymore. Yeah. But there are spectrums of human behavior, and make them like a bell curve in your head. They go high arch in the middle, they go out wide, and they have really skinny edges on the edges, right? You can put so many different things in that spectrum. It really doesn't matter. And that's why it's not bigotry or racism or misogynoir and all these stupid terms. It's not about that. It's about an analysis of what do we model. So if you look at any form of cultural behavioral stuff, you're going to have that curve in the middle. And what Jeffrey framed this morning, and I just had never thought of it that way, and that's why I thought it was so brilliant, is the idea that we model the center of them. And if you feel like this inherently has to be a bigoted or a racist or a transphobic analysis, then put your bell curve into a category that doesn't involve identity categories, because there are other ones where it applies too. Finances would be one. We want to model good financial behavior, right? If there's a bell curve of finances, the people in the middle are rich as shit and have good financial habits. The people on the right live paycheck to paycheck, or maybe they're on welfare. They're broke as fuck. We don't want to do commercials and modeling culturally of poor financial behavior. We want to model the middle. That doesn't have to be bigoted, does it? Now, you can apply it into categories where people can flavor it bigoted to run away from the same discussion. But the question is, the point of the whole thing, and why it fascinates me so much, is it lays it out so cleanly. I know I'm talking to you, Jeffrey, but I'm kind of talking out loud. I feel weird.
You're talking about my great ideas, so I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's weird because we're staring at each other, but I feel like I'm talking past you right now. I don't mean it that way. So I think it's so important for us to be able to have the conversation again, that societally we model the middle for a reason, a wholesome, healthy reason. It's about moorings. It's about what Jeffrey and I were talking about earlier on this conversation of how things select out, of how the dominant cultures, the successful ones, those survive. Those are the ones that carry our species forward. So we model this center. That doesn't mean we have to persecute the fringes. It's not about that. We're not saying the fringes can't exist. We're saying as a society, you model the middle, obviously, or the society would collapse. And one of the greatest examples of where you see that is in this idea of modeling gender dysphoria to young children. Yes. And I wrote a thread that I think is one of the most important I wrote on Twitter that has a picture of, what the hell's her name? Lady Hipswish or some shit. And she's a drag queen person, obnoxiously dressed, not very sexual, like more like a clown, but it's just obnoxious. And she was hired by New York Department of Education. It was produced by PBS, which is a public run channel for children. And Lady Hipswitch, or Swish Hips, did this program that was sent around for third and fourth graders, or 5 and 6 year olds, through the New York public school system, modeling drag queens and transgenderism, and she was putting her hands on her hips and saying, the drag queen goes swish, 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 swish. So there's always an element of sexuality. And the question is like, why the fuck? Oh, sorry for the language. I'll try to cut out. Why would we be modeling this completely radical, very edge of the fringe here? And it's not about saying the people are radical or they're wrong. It's saying that it's like a 0.001 subset of society. And more importantly, it's literally a mental health disorder. It is in the DSM-5, which is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health Disorders. It is in there, gender dysphoria. It is a mental health condition. It's not that much different than anorexia. The only reason it's vastly different than anorexia or body dysmorphia, limb dysmorphia, is because the priest class that Jeffrey talked about earlier in the cathedral have granted it holy status. Other than the holy status, it ain't much different than anorexia. Can you imagine if we used affirmation as the only treatment for everything in the DSM-5, if we told the schizophrenic that the walls were caving in, if we told the anorexic that they really were fat and they should keep dieting, if we told the person who didn't like their right arm they should cut it off, affirmation, let's cut your arm off, right? And I'm speaking bluntly here for a reason, because we're chopping up kids and telling them they can be a boy and so they should cut their boobs off. They can be a girl, so they should chop their penis off. And these are lifelong catastrophic impacts. Now, I recognize that there are certain people who suffer from gender dysphoria, and they truly are born a way that they don't feel comfortable, and they've become convinced in their mind it has to do with the gender they are, and they want to live their life the opposite gender. I support gender dysphoria 100%. There's a poster on Twitter named Buck Angel who was born as a female. He looks like a guy now. He's gone through full transition. I don't know about his sexual parts. I don't care. It's not my business. But point is, from the exterior, he looks fully like a boy. I use pronouns he for Buck Angel. And if I had a beer with Buck Angel, I'd use the pronouns he. Not because I think he's a male, female. He doesn't even think he's a male, female. He's not one of these trans activists who demand you use pronouns, demand you subscribe to gender theory, demand you treat him as a male human. He'll tell you to your face, I'm a female human who wasn't happy with myself and I chose to live this other way. He's a really cool dude. And what's ironic is he gets attacked by trans activists relentlessly because gender theory and gender dysphoria are mutually exclusive. They cannot coexist. If we are going to consider these people as of the male-female categorization that they were born, but with a mental condition called gender dysphoria that makes them want to live of the other, then Leah Thomas doesn't stand on the podium. Guys don't go in female prisons. We aren't teaching this to children. We would never model anorexia in kindergarten classrooms. So the only reason any of this is happening is we have granted it this blessed status. We have decided from academic churches that transgenderism is going to be something so holy that we are going to model it to children. And there's a lot we don't model to children. This does not mean that we therefore have to persecute young children who might be suffering from gender dysphoria. It doesn't mean that Buck Angel should be treated poorly. In fact, I'd love to have a beer with Buck Angel. But what it means is back to that archetype, back to that bell curve. We don't possibly send drag queens into school to model a mental disorder to young children. I have a worksheet from a school in British Columbia where it was for kindergarten, public school in British Columbia, had a series of name tags to cut out. And it said, my name is whatever. Okay. And they were clearly like male, female, and my pronoun is this, that, and the other. It said to cut those squares out, hand them to the kids, kindergartners, 5 years old, and have them go around the room and role play the names they were given. So they were giving female names to boys. They were giving some that had the pronoun they. They were forcing children to role play dual genders simultaneously. They were literally seeding gender dysphoria. And they will come and say, well, we want to make the transgender kids more comfortable. Bullshit, man. That's not what it's about. And even if you think those are your intentions, we would never possibly model something that radically fringe that is literally a mental health disorder. Why would we be doing that, right? It shatters that archetype bell curve to, I almost think, the destruction of society. Mic drop.
Yeah, I
appreciate it.
I wish I could rant like that. That's you, but you nailed it.
I've done that my whole life. I'm kind of a crazy guy.
Yeah, no, that was perfect. One thing that popped into my head while you were saying this, so this is kind of a concept that I there's when you label something, you make it real. Now, this isn't a good or a bad thing, but it's a way that the human mind works. When you give something a word, you create it as an idea in somebody's mind that gets played with and gets manipulated and combined and compared to and ranked. And also, so when you name something, you make it real. And when you do that for a child, you're introducing concepts and thoughts and giving life to something that would not otherwise exist for them. And truly feel that you have to be very, very careful with that when you start playing with shit like this, because
Very well said.
It won't affect. Now, it's probably most kids, 90% of kids, I don't know, whatever, water off a duck's back, who knows? But that one kid, and maybe that one kid, it latches on so far hard, and like they have a group of friends, and because that one kid latched on real hard, you now have a group of kids that latch on to it real hard.
And we have teachers, school children, real life instances reporting waves of girls all living as boys in their school. And yet we're told social contagion is abhorrent to talk about.
Yeah.
No, it's clear social contagion. Abigail Schreier's book was correct years ago, and it's one of the most important things written in our time, man. Like, there is an obvious social contagion going on here. One of the lines that I draw so intensely is that of indoctrination in schools. And you know, I'll tread on these waters somewhat carefully because I recognize it sort of it in some ways logically like blends religion into the same category, and I recognize that can be offensive to some people, but it's so important to have this conversation. So one of the things that I've posted a million times is this door wrapping of a public school teacher, and the door wrapping says that her name is Mix, MX, like Mix Cudgel. Okay, and it says right on there that she's neither a boy or a girl, that her pronouns are they and them, and then gives a couple examples to the students of how to use they and them. And importantly, because these dumbasses on Twitter will be like, we've used they to talk about a single person forever. Like when your friend leaves and you say, hey, where did they go? Like, how juvenile is our dialogue here? Obviously, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about referring to them in a singular manner as they. When is their birthday? You know, like referring to them. And the reason they're claiming they, them is because they're neither claiming female nor male. They're claiming a non-binary gender identity. That goes back to that Gnostic idea that you have an ethereal soul or gender identity in this case, that in this ideology supersedes your biological sex for human classification purposes. Even if you claim a dual one, even if you claim that your pronouns are ze and zer, you're no longer a male or female, you're a zer, okay? So this one girl has on her door wrapping that her pronouns are Z and Zer, Xexir, and like ZIR, okay? To me, that is like cult speak. That is like out of Mars cult speak, okay? Importantly, I don't care if she lives like that. I don't care that she calls herself Mixer. It doesn't bother me at all. Now, unlike Buck Angel, I would not call her Mixer if we had a beer together. In fact, I'm not sure I'd be comfortable having a beer with her. She looks so uncomfortable on the exterior, but I'd try to. I'm not a hateful person, but I could tell she's the type of person who would sit down at the table and demand I call her they or Mixer. And if she did, we'd stop having our beer together. Whereas Buck and I, this topic would never even come up. We just shoot the shit. I treat him like he was a dude, not because I think he's a dude, but because that makes him feel comfortable. So go back to this door wrapping. That's in a public school. Children are walking in the door and they're being told that their teacher is not boy or girl. So already you've seeded gender theory that they too don't have to be a boy or a girl.
That's introducing a concept.
You betcha.
Didn't exist in their mind before. And you don't know where that's going to go.
Yep. So we've already said we're not a boy or girl. Then we're going to take it further. We're going to say, well, here's what we are in replacement. Zer and Josh Dawes wrote a brilliant thread about how this isn't about pedophilia. Pedophilia is just a demon that lurks in these shadows. What this is actually about is creating leftist activists and revolutionaries. And you do that through getting them to embrace an identity like a gender identity or an LGBTQIA2S+2 infinity identity and make it their whole personality, radicalize them with it. Their parents reject it. When their parents reject it, you offer leftism as their new family. They claim leftism as their new family. Their family are the opponents, and you just created a lifelong activist, okay? So when you see that door wrapper, like you're saying, you are introducing the idea. I use the term seeding. Grooming bothers everybody, and I understand it to some extent because
it's the same thing. It's just different words.
Same fucking thing. I know.
I mean, look, you groom people for good things, and you groom them from negative things.
Correct. In fact, one of the greatest What? Let me go somewhere. That's
You
kind of
groom
jumping ahead of
somebody
my.
for CEO. We're grooming him to be
yeah.
CEO.
One of the great, exactly, dude. You sound silly, but you're making such an important point. One of the greatest I'm going to go ahead and jump my own point, but one of the greatest counterpoints that people throw back at me, people who are really hardcore leftists and are into gender ideology and are arguing with me in good faith why this should be on that door wrap, why it should be in schools. Okay. And I am willing to engage in tense narratives and positions in good faith. I'll engage vouch like a hardcore leftist and let him present views that I totally disagree with, as long as he's not a dickhead to me about it, or he presents everything in a morality binary where I'm a white supremacist if I don't agree. At that point, I'll tell him to piss off. We won't get along. But my point is, it's not the ideas themselves that scare me or offend me, and I'm willing to totally engage with them. It just typically doesn't go well because, unlike all the other jellyfish in society, I don't back down.
Yeah.
So anyways, so my point is, the counterpoint that's been thrown back at me by people who are arguing the other side in good faith is, well, now this steps out of schools a little bit. It's talking about parents' rights discussion, which is a really creepy tension to tease out of society right now. Leftists will straight up, overtly and openly fortify down on parents don't have supreme rights. Kids are not property. And in essence, it lands on the state supersedes parents in many situations. It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. But anyways, the thing that they've thrown back at me when I say the state does not have the right to indoctrinate children, they throw back at me, well, what do you think religion is? You don't think it's indoctrination when they teach them that Jesus created everything and blah, and they're going to hell and blah, 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 blah. And what I tell them is it is. And I'm like, I'm so glad you've arrived at this point with me. Yes, it is overt indoctrination, and it is indoctrination that the parents have chosen is right for them. Largely, most of them believe it's true as well, but that's actually not important. Like you say, right? It's the practice, not the truth. So they've decided it's right for them. They've decided it's the way they're going to raise their children. And you're gosh darn right, they are indoctrinating their children with their religious beliefs. The point is, the state doesn't have the right to trump that. So go back to that door wrap. When I walk in the room, and my children are forced to accept that you are not a boy or girl, but rather you are a Z or Zer. You are requiring them. And this is conclusionary. This is conclusive. It's not at debate. You are requiring my child to accept your ideology. In my opinion, it's very much a secular religion as true. That you aren't a boy girl, that non-boy girls exist, that non-binaries exist, that Z-Zers exist. And my child now has to adopt that worldview as true. The reality is, would any of those leftists allow a door to be wrapped in teachings of Jesus? No. We established this decades ago that ideologue educators from the Christian vein cannot wrap their door in Jesus is Lord. Kids, you better believe in God or you're all going to hell. And we all agree that they're not allowed to do that. You can do that at home if you want to, but you can't do that in a public school. But we're going to allow these leftist ideologue educators to tell children that they're Z's and Zers and theys and thems and they can change their gender. It's the exact same thing. And when America finally sees it in that framing, it's over. It's over. That's when it ends. That's when it ends. And we're trying to get there. A lot of people are talking about it. James Lindsay rants about this daily. Osborne has written some really good stuff. That distance. That magazine, they're doing, a lot of people are. Ironically, who's pushing back hardest on it? The old guard, LG, and even Buck Angel kind of people, because they realize they're the ones who are going to lose the most ground here.
Oh, I mean, it's the actual lesbians, and actual lesbians lose. I'm not even say the gays, the lesbians lose out the most, because all of a sudden all these dudes are becoming lesbians.
Yeah. And it's actually really sad because
really.
Tomboys that we've had forever. And I actually, like I said, I think they're an awesome breed. In fact, some of my favorite, we had girls who hung out with my teenage crew, like they were like the boys. And I bet most of them were Tom girls as little girls. I love those chicks. I would have died for those chicks, man. I love them.
Everybody has feminine and masculine characteristics, right? You have masculine women and you have feminine guys.
Exactly.
But the idea that this makes you an actual boy or a girl,
it changes your whole thing, and it's such an irony.
It's just batshit crazy.
It is batshit crazy. And one of my favorite ironies of leftist discourse is that I am convinced transactivism is the final perverse pages of radical feminism, and the idea is women are not inferior to men. Women can do anything that men can do. Any physical attribute of a man is not actually a male attribute. Aggressive, confident. Women can be aggressive. Women can be confident. Are you telling me that women can't be confident? Well, okay, of course women can be confident. So we strip away all of the positive attributes from males, okay? And what's left? Negative attributes. What do we call that? We call that toxic masculinity.
Oh, yeah.
So now we're going to a road. We're going to really beat up. We're going to erode masculinity. We're going to turn all of the men effeminate. We're going to make men real feminine. Now gender roles start to blur away. They start to blur away. That was kind of the point, wasn't it? We didn't want the effeminate boys to have to be stuck in rigid masculine roles. We didn't want the non-feminine girls to have to be stuck in girly modes and have to wash dishes and wear pink dresses all the time. So we were fighting to get rid of these gender boundaries. So we finally did. And we got to this point where now the gender boundaries don't matter anymore. And what happened in the final page? We got to the point where the boy who's real girly is now told he's a girl. The girl who's a tomboy is now told she's a boy. It runs off the same fucking gender stereotypes that they were running away from. It's the
madness.
snake eating its own tail. It's complete and utter madness. It runs off the same stereotypes. It's crazy.
You know, and it's like, look, I think I would like my little girl to be a relatively feminine, straight woman when she grows up.
Right? Middle of the bell curve.
Guess
right?
what? Life's easier that way.
Sure. Yeah.
It's like if you don't have to conform to every standard, but there's certain railroads that like things just work out a little bit easier. Now, if she ends up if she ends up as a tomboy or a lesbian or whatever, great, gonna love her anyway, right?
Exactly.
But it's like these people that are going out of the way to point their kids towards the fringes are they're doing their kids such a horrible disservice in life.
Correct. And what's happening is that we are seeing this really perverse championing of the fringes to a level that it's really crossed into the realm of the bizarre. We're seeing trans activist demands that you get sexual with people that have the opposite body parts because they're telling you that they're a different person. I saw Vice run an article that accused straight men, boys, actually, it was targeting teenage boys. It showed a picture of about a 15-year-old. It accused heterosexual boys of something being wrong with them. And the title of the article was, "Why Are They Not Experimenting with Their Sexuality?" It almost presented them like something was wrong, which it is. They would then join the dreaded white cis heteronormative group that nobody wants to be because they are the oppressive monsters destroying all of the West, right? So the way to get away from that is to claim an identity. One of the saddest things I saw, man, Twitter follower, I don't want to drop his name, but guy I really respect. He posted pictures from a journal of his 12-year-old female niece. Okay. He would later delete them because he worried they were going to get back to her. And I, for the record, DM'd him because I had written a bunch of threads on his pictures to see if he wanted me to delete them. And to his credit, he told me no. And if you're listening, guy I don't want to name, if you ever want me to delete those threads, I always will. In this journal, man, it was a heartbreaking journal, for the record. And I don't know why he had the journal. I don't know. I never heard the backstory. I didn't care. I wanted to tell a story with the pictures because they were so important. But I just want to talk about two pictures real quick. One of them was a self-portrait that she drew of sad-looking stick figure. It almost looked like an anime character. And it was sitting at what looked like almost a piano, but it was a desk with a computer and a laptop screen open. Coming on, and this was kind of a rudimentary drawing, black and white stick figure-y. Coming out of the laptop monitor was what almost looked like music notes, but it was chaos, just chaos, these angry notes of chaos, just pummeling this child in the face. And she drew sadness in the eyes to a level that gave me the chills because the face had no detail. It was a stick figure, but oh my God, I've never seen a sadder looking stick figure in my entire life. Okay. Picture two is a front-on, full-page self-portrait of her that she had drawn in her own journal. It doesn't look like a human being. It looks like some sort of cartoon figure. It looks very anime. Everything in this vein is always in this anime vein, kind of anime-looking thing. And had these evil-looking purple eyes. They didn't look like human eyes. They looked demonic, evil-looking little eyes. And it had black clothes on and weird piercings and colorings and stuff. And it was holding up a triangular flag. And the triangular flag had a very specific pattern of colors drawn on it. It's part of the new 400 plus different pride flag. And on the top, it said, "I'm asexual, boy," BOI with an exclamation point. It looked like a little punk broken anime thing going, I'm asexual, boy. Right. But just think about that for 1 second. Asexual actually means you're not attracted to anything.
Yeah.
So this girl's been driven to such a point of having to claim an identity that at 12 years old, she's saying that she's not attracted to penises or vaginas, because that's really what this is. And we can frame it that way without being offensive. If you ask somebody, are you gay? Are you lesbian? Are you bi? What you are actually fundamentally, what you are literally, everybody uses that term wrong. What you are literally asking them is, do you get off sexually on penis or vagina? That's the question you're asking them, or both penis and vagina. Okay. So when you go into a school and you give surveys or you ask kids, are you gay? Are you bi? Are you lesbian? Are you gay? You are in essence asking them, what gets you off sexually? What arouses you sexually? Is it penises or is it vaginas? It's very disturbing to me that we'd be seeding or surveying or talking about that much at all in a young age. But let me go back to this girl real quick. She's been boxed into such a corner that she's chosen an identity that in essence just means she's not into anything. But do you see when we talked about earlier, the grabbing an identity, being this white cis heteronormative person is now a negative. So they have to grab something to join the non-oppressive group, to join the abnormal, to get to the fringe, because we've now, not only are we championing the fringe, we've villainized the middle. We've demonized the norm. So she's got to flee the norm, and she's taken a fucking avatar that was purple and gray and thing. She drew the lines perfectly. They were the right colors from the flag for asexual, because she's been let in the club. She's an asexual. Okay. Last chapter of the story. Final page of her book was suicidal thoughts because, and I quote right from her journal, her friends told her she was not queer enough. Dude, if that story doesn't rattle you as a parent, as a human being, I don't know what to say to you. The poor girl's been so mentally tortured that she had taken on what I call avatar culture. She had taken on an avatar to be part of avatar culture, and it wasn't good enough, man. And she was thinking about ending her life from that noise hitting her from the laptop. And I come close to tears retelling that story, man.
I think especially young women, but also young men too. We all have challenges of fitting in and being group identity and melding and being accepted.
Absolutely.
This particular, you had the goths and the, when I grew up, you had, the hippie kind of, the plaid shirt wearing guys, the grunge kids, everybody had sort of a look in a group. But it's like this weird thing about how it being about fringe sexuality groups just boggles my mind. It's correct. It has the same characteristics, but this very strange, twisted element to it.
Correct. Let me
12. I didn't even really have an idea of sexuality at all.
Correct. Now let me throw this at you as a new father. Okay, my daughter, who's 9, she'll be 10. Excuse me, in about 2 weeks. She is the most precious thing in the world to me, man. She is daddy's little girl, and let me tell you, it is those primal emotions you can't even describe, where all I want to do is protect my daughter. Right. Yeah. Hold on 1 sec. I was going somewhere with that. It's 2:15 in the morning and I lost my chain of thoughts. What did you just say? What was your last sentence? I wanted to make a good point to you.
I was just talking about fringe identities. Oh. Yeah.
So you were just saying that, I don't want my daughter talking about these sexual things and stuff. So my daughter, who I just want to protect so much, she is 9 going on 10. And we have never had a conversation about sexual attraction, whether she likes penises or vaginas or any of that. She's asked some questions about where kids come from. And so maybe we've danced close to it in that direction. But my point is, she has not shown any sexual arousals, energies, interest, attractions, any of that. She doesn't talk about that, this, that, and the other. As her parent, which for the record, these are my decisions to make. And if you disagree, I'll fight you. She is not ready. She doesn't want to engage these, and I'm not ready for her to engage these. And that's a cool thing. If she walks into her school and they need to do a presentation on LGBTQ+, they are now engaging my daughter on whether she's sexually aroused by penises or vaginas. Yeah, exactly. And I don't understand why that takes place in our school system at all. And it's become a vein of the sex ed vehicle that, I'll be honest with you, man, and we could do a whole nother chat sometime about this alone. I've grown to believe that the sex ed was designed to be a Trojan horse from the very beginning. I don't think it was ever meant to teach about penises and birds and bees that make the thing and the anatomy. It wasn't meant to teach anatomy. It was meant to be a Trojan horse and a portal and an open door for exactly what we're grappling with now, pushing the fringe, sexual doctrines, queer theory doctrines. Because back in the 70s and shit, when all of this is spinning around in 60s and 50s, right? This stuff's around back then. Those are the seeds that were that germinated into where we are today.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I've gotten to a point where I am unable to see the sex ed organ in the public school system as anything but a Trojan horse. I think there's a chance maybe it started out with pure intentions, but I will say at the very least, it is rotten to the core so much now that if I were a politician, I think I'd run on a campaign of getting it out of public schools entirely, removing sexual education from public schools entirely. And the reason for that is we are just unable to prevent it from being a portal and a Trojan horse for ideologues and perverts to have access to other people's children. And if we're not able to turn that off, if we're at a point where the teacher training development apparatus is telling teachers how to tease this shit out of young children through that portal, then we shut it down. Then we'll close that door. I'm dead serious on that, man. And I've tweeted that a couple times. I figured I'd get a lot of heat back on it. And interestingly, I really didn't. Yeah, interesting. I know that's a radical move, but those are the kind of moves I'm willing to make at this point. And then you could fire back at me. So you don't think that boys and girls should learn basic anatomy, or you don't think they should learn how to use condoms and this, that, and the other? I don't know, dude. But what I know is we have books showing about blowjobs, dildos, and butt plugs.
Yeah.
So if you're going to make me err on a side, I'm going to get out the dildos, the butt plugs out of the public schools. And if that means we don't have condom lessons, I'm okay with that. Maybe dad can give them a condom lesson. Do you see my point? Shit's gotten so corrupted that if we can't have this, then we'll just remove it entirely. We'll shut off your portal. I think academia is this broken. I really do. I mean, and that's why I support DeSantis.
The problem is a bit that like the people teaching the children don't have accountability to the parents, and they don't fear the consequences.
Very true.
I mean, like, you know, there's a saying like, I want my politicians close enough so I can drown them, or they can be scared of me or whatever, you know. Like,
that's a good point.
And I think the same goes to teachers. You if you have a community where you have a long-term relationship and you expect to keep being part of that community, I feel a lot safer than because I remember taking sex ed. It was Mr. Flaherty. It was Jen Flaherty's father. And it was just like, it was awkward and weird, but it wasn't sexual.
Yeah, that's true. Is that would actually rub against my always been a Trojan door portal theory. Is I also remember sex ed in high school, and it was weird as hell. We went and sat in a classroom by the gym with like a coach, and he said awkward stuff to us for 45 minutes, and maybe we watched a video.
Nobody was getting turned on.
Nobody was turned on. We were all
started having weird thoughts. It was
we were all embarrassed and shit.
Everybody was embarrassing.
It was kind of like driving school. We had like 1 or 2 days where we went to driver's ed class,
and it was
coach,
and it was completely just like technical terms, technical explanations. Like,
very good point. So maybe I recant my earlier rant that this was always a Trojan horse in a portal. Maybe perhaps it did come from pure intentions and it's been completely perverted and corrupted. But I will tell you, my conclusion is the same. If we can't uncorrupt it, then I'm down for removal. And to be honest with you, that fits right in the vein of the actions Florida's taken lately.
No, but your point about like whether if it can't be kept clean, I would err on the side of, you know,
exactly. That's exactly. I got in a debate, not an argument, because he's a good dude, about book fairs in Florida. A couple of them were shut down because the books hadn't been able to be sent to Tallahassee to be approved for whatever. And this person who presented it to me, who wasn't a radical guy, he's a good guy, he presented this argument to me about how that was just almost like overt fascism and authoritarianism. And this is exactly why he could never vote against the left, even for all the good reasons I tell him he could. You know, I just never could, because this is just so authoritarian and this, that, and the other. What I tried to get him to understand is I said, look, man, I'm not going to argue with you on the emotions that makes you feel, meaning I don't think they're invalid emotions. I recognize and accept your point there. The reason isn't what moves my needle is, again, back to what we talked about earlier. There's no surgical tools here. We have to err on one side or the other. Right. And if you're asking me, I'm a lawyer. I like to put things on the scales of justice and see which one pulls down heavier. And if you ask me, on one side is I'm going to protect children from being told zer and having books about butt plugs and dildos and blowjobs and queer theory and all that. And on the other is some book fairs might be shut down until the books can get approved. Dude, those scales are totally imbalanced. And like, I'm not necessarily saying I'm right on that. It is sort of ideology based, but to me, it's a family ideology. And okay, I'm cool with that. I'll own that.
Yeah,
I'll fight for that.
I had that conversation with the family over the weekend about banning the books. Somebody brought it's like, oh, Ron DeSantis is banning the books, and I'm like, have you looked at the books? Have you yeah, like, and they're like, no, I haven't looked. And I'm like, well, and then they didn't want to Google them with me right there.
Yeah, dude, I found one the other day that in the top left corner, I posted about it all of last week. It was in a high school called Jackson Hill High School, I think Missouri or something. In the top left corner, it had the most grotesque child pornographic animation I've ever seen. One of them was a heavy-set, dark-skinned woman sitting down with her vagina on the face of another youth, basically like a graphic oral depiction, like oral sex depiction. I mean, it was almost something you could have seen in A Hustler. It was truly unbelievable, man. But on the top left corner of that, it talked about, it said the safest, no, not the safest. It said that it's okay to explore sexual kinks and fantasies, and that the safest place for children to do that is on the internet. I mean, dude, you would almost, dude, is there a way I can show you a picture? Let's see if I can show this to you.
No, that's not.
No, I'll send it. Yeah, I'll send it to me. I'll figure it literally, though, it literally encouraged children to explore sexual kinks and fantasies, and told them that the safest place that was online. No, that is the world of predators.
That's completely, yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, that is so ass backwards. I mean, that was on a reading list at a public school.
If somebody gave that to my kid, I would want to disappear them.
Yeah, that's my point too.
It's like, you need to go.
Yeah. And so when people talk about book banning, man, it's like, ask them to own what they're talking about, because like, I want that out of schools. And if you don't, I think something's wrong with you. And same with genderqueer. And the other day I got in an argument with someone. They're like, yeah, well, 72 books were banned and you're only going to show me pictures from genderqueer. What, you don't have pictures of the other? And I said, I'm not going to do your work for me. Go pull one and show me which one you're objecting to. It never came back.
Yeah.
It never came back. Right.
And that was, so I sent a family member the genderqueer book. Didn't hear any comment back from him about that. Exactly. It's like, look, I've seen enough to know that they've at least got, now, are they sweeping in too much? Well, that's a fucking risk.
That's my point. And in fact, they came back with one book finally, because I kind of beat them up for the fact they had fled, and they came back with a book called Dim Sum. And they go, here you go. Here's one. It was a news article about a book banned, Dim Sum. So, I was going to do a good faith review. I was going to go see, should this not have been banned? Turns out it was a first grade teacher in Escambia County who on her own banned this one book and said she thought it was wrong because of blah, blah, blah. It didn't fall under DeSantis's rule. Yeah, so I'm like, okay, do you want to go back to the sex books that have been pulled out or no? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and back to your point, if we're going to err on one side, am I going to take out all the sex books, or am I going to worry about not taking out dim sum?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's crazy. All right, dude. Well, listen, this was a awesome. Hold on. Did we break your record?
You set the record. You set the record, Theo. I appreciate that. This was a lot of fun, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
All of my notes, and I barely had to look at them.
I love it, dude. Honestly, I feel like you and I have known each other a long time. And in fact, I'm surprised our paths haven't crossed more before, because I think we are cut from similar stones. So maybe we should do this again, or I'll see you on the bird app.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, we'll talk. I'll talk. I'll reach out later. We'll figure out. We'll do something else. Man. I'll catch you later.
Dude. Thanks for the invite. It was good times. Later, brother.
Night. Get some sleep.